Hello everyone, pleasant day to you. On behalf of the Early Childhood Commission, it is a pleasure to have you here at our second Professional Development Institute. The Planning Committee has gone to great lengths to implement a quality program for all categories of early childhood stakeholders and parents. On behalf of the purpose of this PDI is to bring together experts to have an early childhood and other important and relevant organizations. Hello everyone. To discuss the latest on behalf of the all categories. I strongly encourage all parties to make the most of this purpose of this PDI and to plan Hello everyone. On behalf of the purpose of this PDI, it is a pleasure to have you the planning committee has Hello everyone. On behalf of the purpose of this PDI, it is a
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 4 of our Professional Development Institute 2021. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. And for today, we have another interesting panel. With us, we'll be looking at, for today's panel session, rather, we'll be looking at getting it right from the start, perspectives on parenting practices in Jamaica. Now, let's meet our panelists. We have with us Miss Eva Bernard. Now, Miss Bernard was a part of our discussion yesterday, and she would have given her expertise on the field of parenting support. She's an established behavior change specialist, having worked across industries and age groups to help people unearth their talents while contributing to the space in which they operate. A manager, educator, and mentor, she is often sought after for her guidance on communication, administration, and events in management matters. Next, we have with us Dr. Melody Ennis, who is a director of Ministry of Health and Family Services and also a commissioner at the Early Childhood. We have with us also Miss Jacqueline Dillon Grant. Now, Ms. Grant holds a bachelor's degree in school management and leadership and a diploma in leadership. She attended various training courses both locally and overseas to include domestic violence prevention, suicide prevention, and leadership in law enforcement. She is a trained guidance counselor as well as a trained restorative justice practitioner. She's a member of the Jamaica Constabulary Force and is the Domestic Violence Intervention Coordinator for the island. She currently heads the Community Safety and Security Branch for Area 5. She's the mother of 3 children and is passionate about crime prevention. Our next panelist is Mr. Kiwi Miller, a parent from the Spicy Hill community in Trelawney. He's a dedicated father and police officer. Mr. Miller is very passionate about serving his community and is currently serving as the PTA president of the Spicy Hill Basic School. Our final panelist is Mr. Kevin Parker, a Region 6 Community Interventions Officer with the Early Childhood Commission. Before joining the team at ECC, Mr. Parker has been serving as mentor and youth leader at different levels within the Central Jamaica Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, namely as the president of the Central St. Catherine Youth Federation. During his role as president, many initiatives were created to impact children and youth alike. Now, parents play a very important role in their child's life. This workshop will equip parents with tools to get it right from the start to become the confident and joyful parent they want to be. This workshop will provide practical strategies of how to effectively handle everyday parenting joys and issues. Now, Dr. Suzette Kelly Williams, our facilitator for this panel, she's a senior lecturer in the Department of Early Childhood Education at the Shortwood Teachers College. She is an experienced instructor with a demonstrated history of working in the higher education industry. Her expertise lies in early childhood education, educational technology, and English. She's a strong educational professional with a Doctor of Philosophy focused on curriculum and instruction, early child education from the University of South Florida. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get it right from the start. Perspectives on parenting practices in Jamaica. I will now turn over to Dr. Kelly Williams.
All right, good morning, everyone. Had a little issue on muting just now, but good morning to the members of the panel and all participants joining us to discuss getting it right from the start, perspectives on parenting in Jamaica. Getting it right from the start. What are we getting right? And from whose start? Is it the child's, the parents, or both? Throughout this conversation, we will be hearing on the topic from the perspectives of our panelists who have first-hand knowledge of raising children and working with parents. Parents are the first agents of socialization to influence children's behavior, and as such, their role in children's life is critical. Parents are part of the ecological system that directly affects children's behaviors. We know that well-adjusted parents help to influence well-adjusted children. So knowing how to handle the joys and pains of parenting is a relevant and timely discussion for us to have. To begin the conversation, I'm going to invite our panelists to each take 2 minutes to share their opening statement and to address the question, why is it important to get it right from the start? And we will begin with Miss Heather Bernard. Ms. Bernard?
Thank you very much, Mrs. Kelly-Williams. It is indeed a pleasure to be here sharing on this very important topic today. Yesterday, as we met, we spoke about the relationship between the home and the school, and I think that it is important for us to continue that conversation as we talk about getting it right from the start. As we know, a lot of the development, most of the development that happens in an individual's life takes place in those early stages, from the time that the child is being developed in the mother's womb, all the way until the child is about 6 years old. And that development impacts all the things that will happen to the individual as they get older. It will impact their relationships, their experiences, and of course, the environment is going to be an important factor as we look at the person's development. So it is critical for us to look at not only ensuring that we engage in early childhood education in terms of taking care of the child, but it's also important for us to engage in what I'd like to call early parenthood education, which allows us to empower our parents from the moment that they're aware that they're expecting a child all the way through that child's life. Research has shown that some of the long-term academic and social outcomes of early childhood education result from the home. Better parenting provides a long-term educational intervention for children. So we therefore need to be looking at how we facilitate learning at home as a continuous effort from what happens within the classroom. In so doing, we're looking at social interactions and activities, food and nutrition, physical activity, structured programs, novel experiences, developing positive and healthy relationships, as well as avoiding stress as means of ensuring that we get it right from the start. Edmund Burke Huey, regarded as one of the foremost thinkers in education, said in 1908 that the school of the future will have as one of its important duties the instruction of parents in the means of assisting the child's natural learning in the home. So as we work on getting it right from the start, I'd like to advocate that it's important for us to pay attention to not just early childhood education, but also early parenthood education.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bernard. A great start to the discussion, getting it right from the womb, early parenthood education, and having an institution for parents to learn about parenting. Okay, so I'm going to ask Mr. Kevin Miller, who is a father, to share his perspectives on why is it important to get it right from the start. Mr. Miller? All right, let's have you, Mr. Parker.
Okay, good morning, and thank you very much, Ms. Kelly-Williams. Ms. Bernard has said a lot, which is so of great importance, but I want to look at it also that getting it right from the start, as was said earlier, has to be coming from both perspectives, from the parenthood and the childhood, because both work together and they help to make that solid foundation so that the child will be able to become what he or she desires to be. Getting it right from the start, we also have to focus on early childhood education because that is the foundation of one's development. It was said about earlier on about from the womb. Research has shown that the child is stimulated from the womb. When the mother recognizes that she is with the child, change of life has to start from there, where she can listen to classical music, which helps to stimulate the child's mind. And the father has to play a very important role there too, to rub the mother's belly and to sing and talk to that child, because when that child is now born, we can guarantee you, because it has shown that the child would become familiarized already with both voices. Getting it right from the start, that is where the norms and values really develop from the child. Their character is formed, the social norms. So if we do not get it right at the foundation, our society will be in great problem. Getting it right from the start, the whole saying here in Jamaica, bend the tree from it is young. Because when it is old, you can't bend it anymore. You can't bend it. So we have to bend the tree, have that child learn from early. That mother or first child helped her to be that nurturer that she should be. And we can see the society will change and slowly. Getting it right from the start, we need to get back to that time when the community used to raise a child. And when we can start get back to those type of life or living, we can rest assured that we can see a positive change in the upward mobility. So as we discuss and explore this topic, because it is very wide topic we are looking at, but as we discuss, we will hear more points coming out, and we can see how best we can help our parents, our society, our children to get it right from the start. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker, hearing from a father himself to talk about that partnership between mother and father from prenatal development. Thank you, Mr. Parker. And also the partnership between the parent and child, and going back to this community. So that ecological system that Bronfenbrenner speaks about, that influences the development of the young child. Thank you, Mr. Parker, for those wise words. Now we want to hear from Inspector Jacqueline Dillon Grant, her perspective on why is it important to get it right from the start.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
To the moderator. For us, from the perspective of the police, we often get the interaction at the very late stage when it can no longer be controlled in the home, and so the police gets that. But I want to take it from getting it right from the start. It begins with how we socialize our children from before they are born. So the messages that we teach the child when the child is in the womb, the messages we teach the child when the child is born. And so societal socialization also impacts how the child will behave as a child within the home. And there's always this saying that says children live what they learn. And so for us as police officers, whatever is happening within the home, the child is going to emulate that, and that becomes a part of their life for their whole lifetime, because this is what they are used to. And so socialization within the home is critical. That child must learn to trust the words of the parent and develop confidence in the parent, that if something is going wrong here, I, as a child, can speak to my mother or my father. And so that communication and relationship that is built within the home is critical, because at the end of the day, oftentimes what you find out for us, what we find is that a parent will take a child to us as the police and say, help me with this child, but the child will not speak in front of the parent because that child has no confidence in the parenting system. And some of the things that we unearth, if that relationship was developed from day one, then there would be no need for you to take the child to the police to say, take the child and do some correction for me, because I can no longer correct this child. And so for us as members of the JCF, it is important that the messages that we sent at home, the messages of, often some of them are stereotype messages. It is okay to eat, it is okay to fight, it is okay to shout, it is okay to do a number of things. Unless within the home we start to develop strategies that will help our children. The children need to become part of that decision-making process within the home. So whatever rules you set for your child, the child must be aware of why these rules are in place. And if from day one, they are part of a process that impacts them, a lot of the problems that we have now would not be there because there's always this avenue for communication, discussion. So it can no longer be a system where you say, go in the corner and remain there, I'm the adult, I'll talk and you listen. Because your child is going to tell you from day one that I have a voice. And if you start to develop that way of thinking with your child, where the child understands that with everything you do, there are responsibilities and you have to take responsibility for whatever action that you take, and that is developed from an early stage, then many of our children will not be in the position that they find themselves in at this point. So that's how I believe getting it right from the start begins.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Inspector. So at this point, what we're hearing is that if we get it right from the womb, then we are going to put the children on a trajectory that will lead them to become better citizens. So getting it right from the start, Inspector Dillon and her colleagues will be able to do more community policing, where they're helping us to raise the children and less crime fighting. So this is a great conversation to see the awesome responsibility that parents have in the early years of children's lives. Thank you so much. And even the idea that Inspector Dillon Grant mentioned about those stereotypes, getting rid of those stereotypes that are being transferred to our children and our parents. So we need to end that cycle of negative influence, getting it right from the start. Very good, thank you. So for this second round, I want us to think about how we can help parents raise loving, happy, well-adjusted children without the nagging, screaming, the stress, and the typical drama. All right, so we can begin now with Mr. Parker.
Sorry. To really help that situation where the nagging is not a part of the development of the child. It's going to be it's natural for a child to scream and to create drama because he or she would like to be, that he or she wants attention. He or she is in need of something. But if we, as what Ms. Dillon said earlier, it's all about how you groom that child from early, the communication that you have with that child in the home. You help that child to, you will be able to attend to the child's emotional needs and physical needs. And you will see the child giving some signals. And because of the communication that you have, that relationship that you would have with that child, you would be easily pick it up and know how to address when the child want to act out, but because of the communication, the child would say, mommy or daddy will not be in agreement with my behavior, so allow me to it. Because the parents must also let the child be aware that they are the one who is responsible to give them their needs. And if they don't have what the child would like to have at that appointed time, they will have to just wait until they can get it to them. So once you have that communication going, that close relationship with your child, I can guarantee you that you will have less. I'm not going to say you will not have the nagging and screaming, but you will have less of these behavior from our child, from our children of today's society. The communication goes a very far away, and many of us fail, and many of us really undermine communication. Nodding my head is I am communicating something to you. Shaking my head, whatever I do, I am communicating a message to you. But positive communication, how we work with children, child education is of great importance. And once we as parents can understand the psychological development of a child, we will be able to address these nagging and screaming and drama that our children like to put on as a show.
All right, thank you, Mr. Parker. And we have Dr. Melody Ennis. Welcome, Dr. Ennis, to the discussion. And she's going to give us her perspective on getting it right from the start and also respond to how we help parents raise happy, well-adjusted children. Welcome, Dr. Ennis.
Good morning, everyone. I'm getting a double whammy, you know, all in. Well, getting it right from the start. So everyone spoke about what is in the womb. I'm going to start a little bit before that. And it is one of the challenges we have in country and in the Caribbean for that matter, because not a lot of pregnancies are planned. And planning of the pregnancy is important because it allows for parents to be at their peak, optimal health status that can ensure that this baby grows up well in the womb. So, you know, mommy who might not be eating well, mommy who might be smoking, mommy who might take a drink every now and then. If mommy is planning for pregnancy, then mommy will know that she needs to stop these things and, you know, begin the good exercise and the sleeping right. So all of that is important. And we should begin to encourage our persons in the reproductive age to actually plan for their pregnancy so that they can optimize their own health. Having said that now, conception happens and baby is there. And it begins from day one with you keeping well, of course, and you talking to the baby, singing to the baby, just responding and allowing the child to know, to feel the love already. And it's not just for mommy. That hand and that voice of the father is also critical in the development. So we're ready to have the baby now and baby born in. The breast remains the best. The breast milk starting from the immediate has all the essential nutrients for full brain development, for all the other organ development, as well as what we see on the outside. So the bush tea and the water and the formula that cost so much are things that we discourage because we say, what? The breast, the first 6 months of life, all the baby need. When was the last time you see a breastfed baby? The skin pretty? The skin, it's smooth? No, really and truly, it is so nice to see a breastfed baby. All right, so we then look at the vaccination. Is health we're talking about, not getting it right from the start. So we have to now look at the health aspects of this baby and attending the well baby clinics to get your checkup, because guess what? We have to spot if the baby not seeing, we have to spot if the baby not hearing, we have to spot if the baby is not achieving the milestones as it should. And that's not all bad, because if we recognize that baby is not achieving the milestones, then we can intervene. It is so sad when they come to us at 1 year and the baby not hear and not see. They not hear and see from it, it born, at weeks. And intervention now is limited and may not be effective. So we need to do the well clinic thingy and the vaccination, because the vaccinations, the childhood vaccinations, will prevent diseases that will kill your child. Or a simple thing like measles that can lead to deafness. Why you want to inflict that upon your baby? So the vaccinations are important. And once you wean the baby now, and it is no longer the breast, it's good food we're talking about from all the food groups. That's very important. So the bag juice and cheese tricks, not going to really cut it. It's not going to enhance the brain development that we are looking for. So by the time parents get them out to you, well, before they get them out to you, we cannot overemphasize the importance of early stimulation. And it don't mean expensive toys. It means the simple things you have inside of your house. It means not even nothing you have in your house. Because out the door, you see tree and you see car, and you need to be able to identify those things with the children, play with those little things. And you teach them their body parts, the right names, of course. But there are so many things. By the time they get to you at 3 in preschool or 2, they're supposed to be well on their way with language and all of that, you know? So that is it, getting it right from the start, from the health perspective. Whoa, to get them well adjusted. Wow. Well, if you get it right from the start and you have bonded with your child from the start and you are conversing with your child from the start, then they are happy kids because they understand mommy and daddy and the extended parents that are looking after them in the village. So they are going to be happy. They're going to have that safe feeling to be able to speak to us on any matter. And therefore, they will be able to be happy and well adjusted. And of course, even when we are scolding our children, it has to be with love so that they understand that this is for their benefit. And I think once we do it like that, we're off to a good start, and you guys in education have it easy. All right.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ennis, for the health perspective. So what we are hearing is that with good health habits from very early, from the time of conception, both mother and child are starting it right, because we know that that emotional bond that takes place between the mother and the infant during breastfeeding is what will reduce some of the stress that the children have. So once we get it right, we are actually on the path of reducing the stressful experiences of our children, because the less cortisol that is in their bloodstream is the less they will act up in school and throw the tantrums and become, display inappropriate behaviors. So thank you for that perspective. So breastfeeding, health and nutrition, planning for pregnancy, because that also affects the emotional state of the mother and the role of the father in enhancing the developing brain of the child. All right, so let's hear from Inspector Dylan Grant about how we can help parents raise these well-adjusted children. So then you have more of community building to do, from your office, instead of fighting crime.
All right. It's so true. And again, I'm going with the parent, Mr. Parker, when he speak about communication. And I had said earlier that one of the best way to raise a loving child is to share love. So if your child grew up in a household where you have never told them you love them, you have never shown that kind of love, they themselves will not know what it means. And so for us, ensuring that the child understands everything you say and have an appreciation and can break down whatever you are saying to them, then you have to make sure that that child understands perfectly. So for example, you can't tell a child not to tell lie, but at the same time, you're telling the child, say, if the neighbor come in, tell him, say, me not there. Sorry, I hope I have not offended anyone. Right? So the things that you have to model the kind of behavior that you want the child to emulate within the home. So the double standards cannot be correct. As parents, you have to remember one of the other things that helps to raise loving and children who are like that, as Mr. Parker said, children always seek attention. And so they'll scream, they'll throw things, they'll say words. It's how you sit them down and have a conversation. Not telling them what to do, but have a conversation about how it is that they are to behave, what it is that you expect of them. And at the same time, also rewarding them for good behavior. Because one of the greatest motivators, I have a 9-year-old, and one of the greatest motivator for my child to perform well in school or to do what is right is for me to say to him, okay, I'm gonna reward you with something nice. And it doesn't have to be anything expensive. It can be a mango and he said, oh, I'm so grateful. That's the other thing. You got to teach your children to be grateful for the smallest things. And so giving them everything they want doesn't help the process, because at the time when you cannot give it to them, you're going to get the nagging, you're going to get the tantrum, you're going to get everything else because you are not able to provide these things to them. And so from my perspective, and based on what I have experienced working with children, these are some of the best way to get well-rounded kids within your home. It's the best way to get well-rounded children in your household. Communication, letting them feel that they are part of a household where they are loved and appreciated, and whatever they say, that you will listen, because as parents, a lot of us as parents, including myself sometimes, tends not to listen to them.
All right, so we're hearing the communication from what Mr. Parker shared, and back to what Inspector Dylan Grant is saying about communication, right? The importance of communication and that nurturing environment where the children feel that they are part of a family, part of an environment that is there to support and be responsive to them. So we will help them to be able to manage their emotions, right? And not necessarily just giving in to everything they want. We're doing them an injustice when we give in to everything, because then they don't learn to delay gratification. All right. So Ms. Bernard, what is your take on this?
Well, I believe that there are several factors that we need to look at when we are aiming towards creating individuals or raising children who will grow up to be remarkable adults. Some of the things that we need to look at are their psychosocial stages of development, understanding what is expected to happen in the life of a child at a particular stage. And well, before we even go to that, the first thing is to recognize the child that you have. Sometimes as we get ready for parenting, we have preconceived notions about what parenting is going to be like and what our child is going to be like. And so we get into the habit of raising the child we wished we had rather than the one that we were gifted with. So once we recognize who our child is, it's important to understand the stages of psychosocial development. And if we're familiar with Erik Erikson's theory, we know that as we develop, there are different crises that we will encounter. And how we respond is largely dependent on the interactions we had with our primary caregivers. So if we have caregivers or parents who are responsive and consistent in their dealings with their children, you tend to have more positive responses to the crises that we will encounter at each stage of our development. And it's important that we get it right from the start, because each block is built on the previous block. So if we get it wrong in the first step, when we get to the second step, we can't expect that it's going to be right. We have to go back and see how we undo it. And those of us who are familiar with learning know that it is easier for people to learn a concept than to have to relearn it, to unlearn and relearn. So it is best that we get it right from the start. We also need to look at the elements of effective parenting. And these include nurturance, structure, empowerment, and recognition. So first of all, we need to ensure that we create a space that is safe and loving for our children to grow in. In fact, it's not just for them to grow, but it's for them to thrive in. So we need to make sure that we love them unconditionally. We also need to look at making sure that we create structures so they understand what is acceptable and what is unacceptable. They understand what the consequences are for their actions. And so they're more likely to do the things that are expected of them if they understand this and we're consistent in our dealings with them. Recognition is critical. As human beings, we want to know that we're getting things right? We want to be supported as we go along. And this is no less true of our children. So we want to make sure that we're recognizing both the wonderful things that the children are doing and we're rewarding them where necessary. But we also want to recognize when they're not doing things so well, because this is an opportunity for us to fix the things that are not going so well. So recognition has two sides to the coin. And we also want to make sure that we empower our children. We recognize the skills, the abilities, the giftings that our children have. And we see how best we can help them to understand that they were created for a purpose and that they need to do all they can do to live happily and purposefully. So it is important for us to make sure that they understand that there's power in them. Each of them has been gifted with a superpower, and we need to help them to unearth that superpower and to help them to develop some levels of comfort. Earlier, you asked about whether or not these things can help us to get rid of the screaming and nagging. As Mr. Parker said, it's not necessarily about getting rid of it totally, but certainly if we're employing these strategies, then we should be able to reduce them and to get the desired behaviors from our children.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. You made a profound point. Knowing your child, knowing the child you have, instead of focusing on the child you wish you had. So some people are stuck, some parents are probably stuck in this notion of the child that they should have had and not getting to know the child that is in front of them. And that is so profound because
Mrs. Kelly Williams, I neglected to say something about parenting styles though.
Go ahead.
Parenting styles are critical as well.
Yes.
When it is that we determine, well, in our parenting styles, we need to have a balance of demandingness, what we expect of our children, but there has to be an element of lovingness. And we need to balance that as we go along with dealing with the child that we've been gifted with. And we will have to understand time and place as well. So we need to understand what is appropriate, how best to deal with our children, how to communicate effectively with our children so they understand what we expect from them, but they also understand that while we have high expectations, we are committed to supporting them every step of the journey. It also says that mistakes are a natural part of life. And from each mistake, we can grow. It's not the end of the world if you didn't get 98% on the test that you thought you were going to ace. It is okay if you forgot to pronounce your THs. All we need to do is identify, accept what went wrong and to devise ways of improving. So I think that once we mix those things, the elements of effective parenting, looking at our parenting styles, looking at the stages of development that our children are going through, and we are conscious and deliberate in our actions, we should reduce the screaming and drama that sometimes come when we are not so familiar with those elements.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. So that safe space, we keep hearing that reiterated from one panelist to the next. Safe space where mistakes can be made, and also that the need for structure and focusing on how you parent, right? So as a parent, how you do your parenting to help children to regulate their emotions, because as you rightly said, they will scream, they will throw tantrums. Those are expected at certain ages and stages of development, but then they learn how to regulate those based on the environment that they're a part of, where the support and nurturing is provided. So I think we have gone into the next question, because each of you in your responses have given some tips and strategies, right? So we've just been giving those tips and strategies from the start of our discussion, but we want to highlight some others that you may have, you would have thought of and try to bring those in. So what are some other tips and strategies you would give to a parent who may be struggling with a particular issue, a child who is displaying difficult behaviors, right? Inappropriate behaviors, a child who may just not be achieving the milestones of development in a typical format, and then the parent is now worried about the child not developing as he should. So what are some tips, some strategies that we can give to parents who are struggling in those areas or other areas that you may also identify?
If I may?
Go ahead, Inspector.
One of the things I want to say to parents is that you must learn to embrace changes. The fact that this happened when you're a child doesn't mean it's growth and development is always changing. And so as parents, we have to learn that when the changes come, we have to learn how to deal with some of these changes. And I believe one of the other things is that when a parent feels like they are struggling and they get overwhelmed, get help. Because there are a number of institutions and organizations that you can turn to for support. So it's not about feeling that I'm alone in this parenting and there are some things that I don't know. There's always organizations out there that can help you to guide you or can help to guide you as to some of the things that you can do. And finally, from me, as it relates to that, which is very important, allow your child to make mistakes. Because if they don't make mistakes, they won't learn anything. They'll always believe, oh, I'm the perfect child and I don't make mistakes and I am. And so by the time you get to the point where you start to point out these errors, it's too late. So allow your child as a parent to make the mistakes and learn from them and correct them as you go along. Once you do that, and again, that the communication part is very critical in doing that, and you have to be careful how you correct them. You have to be careful that you do not compare them and label them, because one of the issues that we have had from law enforcement point of view with struggling parents are labels that we put on our children. And once you start to label them, they start to believe in that label that you give them. So your child is John Brown, but you call him Blacks. So everywhere that child go, what is your name? Blacks. And sometimes it's only when they become older that they realize that that's not your name, but that's what they call me for a long time. And so be careful of the comparisons you make with other children as it relates to your child, and be careful of the labels. And I say that to struggling parents. Always make your child feel that they are beautiful, they are gifted, and they have a purpose. Unless you do that, we'll continue to have some of the issues that we have. That's what I have to say for struggling parents.
Thank you, Inspector. So what we're hearing, therefore, is that the struggles that some parents are having, they are reinforcing those struggles with the labels that they are putting on children, and helping parents to think about this whole idea about what's in a name. So if I have if you register me as Suzette Kelly, why are you calling me Monkey or John Crow? Jamaicans, we know that some parents use that word. So we know that we have pet names in our culture. Find pet names that are positive, right? Because we are used to our pet names. We don't want the pet names that are labeling the children and putting them in the role that we don't want them to be in. Thank you so much. Dr. Ennis, we would love to hear from you. What tips would you give to a parent who is struggling with health issues? Maybe health issues of the parent or health issues of the child, or both?
Well, I'm glad you touched on the point of the parent, because, you know, sometimes, well, I don't know of any parent that don't want the best for their child or children. So having said that, sometimes our interactions with them may be a little bit harsh and hostile, but at the end of the day, we still want the best for them. It's now for us to tailor those interactions. And I want to focus on the parents just a bit, because introspection, some of the times, is just that straw that breaks the camel's back.
True.
And it really has nothing to do with the child or what the child has done. But let me tell you, work was horrible. The boss, the husband, the traffic, it's everything in that day. And you go home and that little boy or little girl just, break a glass or didn't do the homework right, or just get one X in the book and you just flip the script. It has nothing to do with the child. And therefore, it is important for us as parents at all times to stop before we react to whatever our child is doing and make sure that we are addressing just that issue at the time that we're trying to correct. We stay like elephants sometimes too. We just hold everything and we remember everything. And when we are speaking to the children, we bring up from way back when that we don't punish them about already, right? And we therefore highlight these areas, which is irrelevant to what is happening now. So it really is for parents to step back and be in the moment with the child or children that you have. Labeling is so important. Again, I said we all want the best for our children. So when you see them now do right and you say, you're fool, just like you, it's because we really want them to be. But these things damage their self-esteem, and it damages it for life. Yeah. So when the child does something and you say, I should have did flush you. Mommy don't really mean that. Definitely not. But that will forever be in the child's mind. As an adult, I am less than. I was not wanted. I did not belong. So those words spoken to children can break them for life. And therefore, it is important in every interaction that we have with our children that we speak positive and kind words to them. It's positive and kind words. And speaking in that way, don't make us, it doesn't prevent us from correcting them, right? It doesn't prevent us from correcting them at all, but it builds their self-esteem. And as we are building self-esteem from a health perspective, they're able to talk, they're able to express themselves. And that's a lot of mental growth that is happening. Our children must be able to express themselves, right? That is a part of being healthy and being well-rounded, which is what we want them to become in society. So the tip again is to listen. Parents, we don't listen a lot. I don't know, but at the end of the day, really, you just really don't want to hear nothing from nobody, let alone the child going on and on and on and not doing what you want them to do. But listening is key because it tells our children that we appreciate them and that we respect them, that we respect them and we want to understand and be a part of their life. And if we do all of those things, then my work will be easy because you won't have no sick picnic with no mental problem, with no deviant behavior problem, and you're carrying them for me to find some organic cause of their problem. It really is for us as parents to, one, introspect constantly, review and do a rebirth of ourselves so that we can be the best for our children, and then our interactions with them will bring out the best in them.
Thank you, Dr. Ennis. And while you were sharing, Dr. Ennis, about the rebirthing and having children express themselves, I hope I'm not putting Mr. Parker on the spot with this question directed to him. I'm sure our fathers would like to hear from Mr. Parker about how he works on the communication that he's talking about, getting it right from the start, because we know some of our Jamaican fathers tend not to, they're there, they love their children, but they don't say I love you. They don't talk, they talk to and not talk with. So Mr. Parker, help the daddies out for us.
I was told that I'm very jovial. I don't know.
We're getting kind of like a feedback, Mr. Parker. It's not very. Go again.
I'm hearing better.
Now continue. It still has an echo.
I'm sorry, I don't know what the reason. I was told that I'm a jovial person. So I love play, and I play with children a lot. So that is one of the things that I use to have a happy home, a family. Play with children, play like adults. As big as I am, I play and I laugh. So those are way. So I use communication as a priority. I use communication as a priority. Where as often as possible, I have a family there where we sit down and discuss. How are you feeling? How was your week? The month? As I said anything to that person you're feeling, and these things I bring out in the family discussion, because communication and not overemphasize how important is communication in the home. Because I'm just going to be one of the main reasons that husband and wife part from companies, because of communication. It's not like I am busy with my work, you're busy with your work. And we have to spend less time communicating with each other. So we are. So for us to go together, we have good communication with children. And just to touch on the things of parenting, going to summer camp for over 3 years, there's an acronym we use. WIIFM. Very, very important. It means what's in it for me. WIIFM. What's in it for me. As a parent, as a camp officer, you're going to ask, are you going to tell the child to do this and do that? And they're going to ask you, why? And for us as adults, we should show the child, tell the child why the importance of why am I telling you to do this or that. So they can see what is in it for them. And when you know that with one confidence, and you would have them, you can just say something and they will not question them to. You'll just run and do. So one can help for your children understand what is important. And now those some communication with them on a regular basis. Our stress. Expected that we'll have less stress to deal with. Any will have less stress to deal with. So we have to get it right. And as Bernard now talk about the psychosocial of children and parents, we need to know this, so that we can have better impact on children as we go on.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. WIIFM, teaching the children why they are supposed to do the things. What's in it for me? I love it. So there you have it. And it can work for both mothers and fathers, but when the Jamaican father hears from another Jamaican father, we understand the ripple effect that can lead to. So thank you. So being jovial, you play, you laugh with your children, right? Communicating in the home, communication between parents, and growing together in the home, right? So see the emphasis that Mr. Parker puts on the home and the WIIFM. Love it, love it, love it. Ms. Bernard, you have been sharing many tips. Do you have any others that you want to just plug in at this point?
Well, I think that it is important for us to just acknowledge that the role of parenting is a demanding one. It can be equated to being a vocation. In fact, our National Parenting Support Commission Act defines the parent as someone who has given birth to, adopted, or serves as a guardian for a child. And it also says that once we accept the responsibility of parenting, we have to discharge a duty of care to that child. And those duties include ensuring that the rights of the children are always upheld, that the best interests of children are always promoted, that children are always loved and provided with opportunities and resources that will allow them to achieve their full potential and ultimate fulfillment. And all of this should happen within a safe, caring, and nurturing environment. Now, as you listen to that, you recognize that there are things, the duties that we have as parents come with absolutes. We're always expected to do them. It doesn't mean that we do them when we feel like, or when we're in the mood, or when we can afford it. Once we become parents, we have to do it. And it therefore stands to reason that once we're doing something as demanding as that we're going to encounter struggles. And it is for that reason that the National Parenting Support Commission exists, simply to enable us to empower parents who will then empower their children. So no matter what struggle you're going through as a parent, don't be too hard on yourself. Understand that you're not in it alone, and that you're not the first or last parent to encounter that challenge. Seek help, whether it be from the National Parenting Support Commission or any other support system that you may have within your community. While I would want to advocate certainly for the National Parenting Support Commission being your first place, right? Your first port of call. And once you come to us to be honest and open about the struggles that you're having, we'll be able to coordinate a response that will take care of your particular issue. In the same way that if you were not feeling well, you would go to Dr. Ennis to say, I'm seeing these symptoms. What can I do? And you expect her to prescribe something that will help you to feel better. Our role is to go through with you and to tailor an approach that speaks to the needs that you're having, the struggles that you're encountering, and to help you to overcome them, whether it be through parenting education or psychosocial support. We are here for you. So no matter what struggle you have, remember, parents, you are never alone. You're not the first, nor will you be the last, but the National Parenting Support Commission stands ready to help you as you continue in your journey called parenting, but also to ensure that you thrive in the process and that your children can achieve their full potential and ultimate fulfillment.
Thank you. Thank you. So parents, we can't emphasize that enough. Seek help. There is support that is available for you. So the help is there, and you are asked for the help because it is there waiting to assist you. All right, so we're on our final round before we get into taking questions from our participants. And we want to look at, I'm going to ask each of you to just give your wrap-up statement now as you think about creating a quality learning environment, right? So how could we, what strategies can we give parents, in addition to some that you have already shared, to create a quality learning environment at home, respond to children's needs, and keeping the children safe and healthy? So creating a quality learning environment at home, I'll ask Mr. Parker to focus on that, right? Responding to children's needs, I'll invite Inspector Dillon to look at that. And keep the children safe and healthy during the pandemic, I'm going to ask Dr. Ennis to look on that. And then Ms. Bernard will also look at strategies, other strategies that will support parents to be able to achieve A, B, and C. All right, so we're looking at strategies that parents can use to create a quality learning environment at home. Mr. Parker, quickly, 1 minute.
One other thing we can do, have a reading corner for the child, a homework corner for the child. Have charts around the home to help the child, especially in the room, in his or her room. But also reading to the child goes a very far way. Because when you read to the child and you set times for the child for you to read to the child, and you create these avenues. And as was said earlier, you use things around the house to help the child, to stimulate the brain, the eyes, every part of the child, so that the child can now feel comfortable as if he or she is at school, and you will not hear teacher say, but you can now appreciate what your parents are saying to you.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. Thank you. Inspector, respond to children's needs. What are some strategies to share with parents? 1 minute. Not hearing you, Inspector.
Right. As parents, always include your child in whatever discussions that you're having within the home that affects them. Make sure that whatever you do and whatever provisions you're making for them is in the best interest of that child. Always remember that as parents, you have a responsibility for the safety and security of that child. And therefore, as a parent, you cannot ask the child to go out and work to take in money for you. It is your responsibility to take care of that child. So for us, from my end, from the JCL, I believe that the most important point for parent is that you remember that it is your responsibility as a parent to protect that child and to provide for their basic needs so that it will aid in their own development and nurturing as responsible persons in society.
Thank you so much, Inspector Dillon. Dr. Ennis, what are the strategies that parents can use to keep the children safe and healthy during the pandemic?
So during this pandemic, most of our children are where? They are at home. And we have been getting reports, sad to say, that there certainly is an increase in abuse and the different types of abuse. So we spoke at length to the emotional abuse, but there is still physical abuse. We have noted that spanking has increased by about 15%. Shouting has increased by about 41%. And there is still the business of molestation. Everybody is now at home, and those things need to be addressed, so that what we're really saying is that we need proper supervision. We go back to who are we leaving the children with at home if we do have to go to work. You know, we hear of the fires so many times when you leave the 2-year-old with the 6-year-old and then they burn. It's unfortunate. So we have to be mindful of those things. The home must be safe. Everybody is there now. Everybody can reach the bleach and the kerosene and all of those things. We must just be mindful of not putting them in the soda bottle, not putting them close to the fridge, locking away these things, because all the kids are now at home. And then guess what? There is the business of the internet. So they're all on the internet, and they're on the internet for school. But of course, they can be distracted and go on to a website that is not too wholesome. So we still have to do some amount of monitoring. And then we look at, maybe we don't have internet here in this house, and they have to go down the road to, you know, Miss Jane, but Miss Jane have Mass Tom. And Mass Tom is there at home. Mass Tom wasn't there all the time, but now that Mass Tom is there, there can be a problem. And parents, we just ought to be mindful of those things, because, you know, the child might not, certainly the child might not tell you that they're being molested or somebody is touching them inappropriately. These are all the safety measures that we have to take to keep our children safe during the pandemic. Of course, we need to talk to them about the pandemic, right? They need to have information as well. You know, they're hearing about the mask, they're seeing us in the mask, depending on their age. we need to talk to them about wearing it properly, about hand washing, hand sanitizing, and physical distancing. We need to be able to tell them about the hugs. Oops, okay, right. So we need to be able to tell them about those hugs as well that, you know, may not be permitted at this time. So it's so many things, but because they're at home, it doesn't mean that we can leave them up. We have to be mindful and be very cognizant of the ages of the children that we have and put the necessary safety things in place within the homes to keep them safe and healthy.
Thank you, Dr. Ennis. And quickly, Ms. Bernard, what are the supports that are available through your organization for parents to implement these strategies that the other panelists have just shared?
Well, we do have a program, which is our flagship program called the Parent Mentorship Program, that allows us to train volunteers who are parents in communities to provide support for other parents. We have, through our Parent Mentorship Program, recognized that there are some instances where parents have to go out to work and have nobody to leave their children with. Some of our parent mentors have found other spaces within the community to house children, maintaining the Disaster Risk Management Act protocols. So we ensure that children are spaced, that they're doing the hand washing, that they're doing all the things that are required of them, that they're wearing their masks, and that they're observing all the other things that are expected of them. I think that within this season, it is important for us too to make sure that we're checking in with the children to see how they're coping. As adults, we've had quite a great deal of challenges adjusting to this season. And if we're honest, many are not coping well. This is no less true for children. So we need to be tapping in, seeing how they're feeling and seeing how it is that we can address the feelings that they're having and providing strategies that allow them to cope. So we have been offering parenting education sessions for parents across the island, which allow us to train parents in coping. And we encourage them to utilize these coping strategies with their children too, as together we try to survive and thrive even during the pandemic.
Thank you, Ms. Bernard. And we're at that point of the discussion where we take questions from our participants. And I hear from Ms. Francis that there are a lot of questions. So Ms. Francis is going to read the questions, and I ask the panelists to listen, and you can jump in and answer to a question that resonates with you. Ms. Francis?
Yes, and I must say thank you for such an enriching panel discussion. And we are hearing it in the comments. It's really good. A lot is being said. And so we have a lot of questions, and I hope you actually get to respond. So I have a question here. How do parents recover from parenting mistakes?
Who is going to take that one? How do parents recover from parenting mistakes?
I'll take that.
Thank you.
I'd suggest that if you identify that you've made a mistake, that is the first point towards getting it right. Now, having identified that you've made a mistake, it's important to find the support systems to help you to right those wrongs. But it's not the end of the day. And you have to remember that your job as a parent doesn't stop because you've made a mistake. You can also use it as an opportunity to help your child to learn that you are not perfect and that he or she is not perfect either, that mistakes would be made, but that you can learn from them. And again, I would want to say to those parents who've made mistakes, come find us at the National Parenting Support Commission, and we will help you to recover from whatever mistake you believe you've made so that you can feel empowered and that you too can then go on to empower your own children.
Just one point here, Miss Williams.
Go ahead, Mr. Parker.
As adults, we have a tendency believe that we should not apologize to our children. Yeah. So in tangent with what Miss Bernard has said, we also need to apologize to our children and let them have that belief and faith in us, because we are starting to rebuild the rebuilding process. So we have to apologize to our children. And as Ms. Bernard said, go and seek help. And her institution is the one that really goes out to help them.
Great point, Mr. Parker, because, you know, at any stage, you need to realize that we're not too old or not too right to apologize. All right, next question. How can I advise a parent that has been raped to get it right from the start? And another question, which I think ties into this one, is to how do you encourage a parent who is emotionally and mentally destroyed?
Dr. Ennis, that sounds like your alley.
Yeah, that sounds like my alley, boy. And that's a hard lane. But you know, mommy is hurting and mommy is not well.
Yes.
And until mommy comes to grips with what happened, acknowledge what happens and seek the help. Because if you're at that point, then it means that you have not gone beyond that pain that you would have experienced years ago in your life. So you have acknowledged that you are at a point in life where you're not comfortable. You have not resolved those issues, and you must therefore seek professional help. Once you are at that point, 50% of the task has been completed because you now know what you must do, and help is out there. There are different hotlines that you can call and speak to anonymously. And as you move on from that, you may need to go in and speak to a counselor. Now, what you are experiencing is a mental illness. And here comes the stigma, because once we begin to speak of mental illness in country, persons believe, say, you're mad and you're gonna walk up and down naked, and that's not it, right? These psychological, psychosocial challenges that we have are so classified, and it is okay to seek the assistance of a trained counselor, a psychologist, or even a psychiatrist to help us work through these challenges. It is only after we have come to grips with our own realities that we can then begin to be good parents. You know, a father, a boy that grows up in a home that sees his father as a drunkard and a man that beats his mother, he hates his father. And he would even try, as he's growing up, to fight the father to not hit his mother. But what happens to that child? He grows up and he hits his wife, and he drinks as well, because he has not sought the necessary help to get him over that, so that that type of behavior is not perpetuated. So I would say to mommy, to daddy, whoever had those scars from childhood, seek and get help so that you can be comfortable in your own skin. And once that happens, then we can be the best parents that we must be.
Awesome response. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. All right, next question. If a parent doesn't know how to express their emotions, how can they teach their children to do so?
Mr. Parker, I see you're smiling. That's your question.
It's a hard one. It's a hard one because if you have not been doing such, if you have not been practicing it, it is hard for you to teach it. It's very hard. So we still have to go again and say that you have to go and seek help. You have to go and seek help but also we have to take in consideration, even though our society is mainly a single parent home, we have to ask, where's the other parent? Yeah. But for those who are single household parenting, they have to seek help. I don't know. That's the only way I can see it out. They have to seek help, because you can't do something that, you can't teach something that you have not been practicing.
Great, and that is so true. You realize that you're at this deficit, so seek assistance. I have a question here. It says, how can an unemployed, frustrated single parent show love continuously?
I'd love to hear Inspector and Ms. Bernard give their response to that question.
Could Ms. Francis just repeat so that I have all the parameters so that I respond in a fulsome way?
Sure. How can an unemployed, frustrated single parent show love continuously?
Okay, so it has to begin with that parent loving herself in spite of the fact that she has other challenges attending to. It is from love for herself and love for her child that she'll be able to teach a child that in spite of this setback of being unemployed, there are some wonderful things that are still happening in our lives. There are still wonderful things to be derived from this life. There are still things that we can be grateful for. Also, it would be important for the mother to assess what has caused her to be unemployed. Is it the pandemic that is causing it? Is it that she doesn't have the requisite skills to get employment? To unearth what is causing that particular challenge and then to work towards making the adjustments that are necessary. So I'd suggest that the parent could send her details through the host, and I will make contact with her personally to help her to understand what are some of those challenges and to work through some specific strategies that she can utilize, recognizing her child for who he or she is, and to deal with things as they are now and to work towards where we would want things to be in the near future. So I'd invite her to make contact with us so we can help her through those things.
And,
I love that. That's support 101. Awesome.
Yes, indeed. And Miss Bernard, someone had asked, are you located in all parishes? The person is in St. Mary.
Okay, so we have our offices in Kingston, but we have parent mentors in 10 parishes currently, and we're training in 2 others. We're training in Westmoreland and Trelawney, and we're recruiting parents in St. Mary and Portland. However, if you need help and we don't have parent mentors near to you, we still have a responsibility and an obligation to you. So again, I would suggest that you make contact with us so that we can reach out to you and see how best we can help you to address the challenges you're having and to make sure that we cater to your needs, because it's important for you to be in a place of fullness if you're going to be giving the best that you have and you're capable of to your children.
Great, thank you. Questionnaire, what strategies would you recommend to educate parents who are incarcerated and really would like to connect with their children to maintain a healthy relationship?
Inspector, they're coming up your alley.
I am not sure if that one is up my alley, but if I, for persons whose parents who are incarcerated and want to make contact with their children who are on the outside, is it important that the relationship in the home, there's that connection between that incarcerated parent and the caregiver, the other parent where the child is. Because our penal institution is like America and some other institutions that allow our children in many instances to visit, it therefore means that maybe a phone call, if you're allowed, always the other parent now will have to take on the role of ensuring that the child understand that although mommy or daddy is not around, it's not because they don't love you, but wherever they are unable to communicate with you. And so there's always something within the home that will keep that child bound to that other parent who may have been a good mother or a good father, but run afoul of the law, and as a result of that cannot be there. And so again, many of the responsibility is going to be on the parent or the guardian that is outside. Another thing though, but I am almost not sure of what is happening with letter writing and stuff. One time you could write letters and send it out. Not sure about that, so I will not speak on it because I'm not sure. But the incarcerated parent can find ways and means that are within the legal system to communicate with that child, because seeing that child while you're incarcerated may not necessarily happen. But it's ensuring that the child understands that although I am not at home, treat it as if I am in America or some other country, for argument's sake. Although I'm not there with you physically, I want to maintain that kind of relationship with you. And so if a family member goes to visit you, write a letter and give the family member, this is for my child, so that the child also will still have that connection if there was one before. Because if there wasn't any before, that's another story altogether.
Thank you so much for that, Inspector. We are almost out of time, but this question that keeps coming up, why classical music? During pregnancy, that is.
It is thought to increase the connections. The connections that need to be developed with the nerve cells. It is thought that that kind of music is soothing enough to allow for these meaningful connections to be made. But as to the physiology and the exact thing, I really can't say. But when they compare different genre of music, the classical tends to allow for better connectivity within the brain.
Okay, great. Thank you. And just to squeeze in another, what advice do you have for a parent who is going through depression to deal with their children who the child also seem to be going through depression? And one thing that came up is frustration with online learning.
Wow. So it's a good thing that recognition of depression is had. So we now know where we are. And therefore our responses will be tailored and gentle enough, because we know that we are having a challenge. We again ask for persons to reach out, call one of the helplines, get help as to how best you can cope. Sometimes just getting out of the space will ease the depression. So I know we're into a pandemic and lockdown and families, but just getting out of the space, if you can drive out or walk, still maintaining your social distance, physical distancing, then that can help to put a different perspective and talk to someone. You are not the only parent going through the challenges of online learning. It's all of us. And therefore you need to reach out to someone who can help you to just suggest a different strategy. Maybe the child just needs to log on with someone else and it will make a difference. So the key really is reach out, get help, because help is available.
Great, and it's acknowledge, reach out and get help. And I just saw in the chat, I see Seema Brown Sanderson. She says that she's a parent mentor from Opel. So we have parent mentors joining our sessions today, and I'm happy for that. Now, I want to thank our panelists for such an enriching session. Very informative. We got so much from this session. We would have learned new ways of coping and handling, and then we know exactly what we need to get it right from the start. And one of the key things that keep coming out is communication. We're building relationships. We're communicating with our children. We're communicating with every member of our households to ensure that we are building this relationship, a solid foundation, because we need to get it right from the start. So thank you so much to our moderator, Dr. Kelly Williams. Thank you to our panelists, Thank you so much to our participants for being here. And I know that you would have enjoyed this session. So as usual, we ask that you complete our workshop evaluation form. Let us know what works for you. Let us know how we can make this better for you next time around. So thank you for being here with us. We appreciate your time. We appreciate your interest. We appreciate your presence. And at this time, we will be taking a break, but please stay with us as we continue after this commercial break. Thank you.
Thank you so much for a wonderful discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
Great day. Thanks for having me.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Book Merchant Limited. We're so excited to have you. I'm Stuart, and with me is my awesome colleague Jerome, and we are happy that you're here. So, the Book Merchants, we are the local agents for an amazing company known as Scholastic International. And
and wipe clean and start all over again. Also, we have for our younger children, future astronauts. Tells children all about astronauts, future engineers, and much, much more. And we go right over to tell you about our digital resources.
So of course we couldn't leave out anything digital, because now we have been plunged into the digital age. And so we are very excited to introduce this fantastic program known as Scholastic First. Now this program is a gamified app, and it is fitting for your young ones. Now this program teaches them how to read. Are 876-946-0926. Or you can get in touch with Mr. Miller or myself. Email us. We are waiting for you to make contact. All the best. Keep safe. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Headley. How are you?
Mr. McClymont, how you doing?
Yes, I am Peter McClymont, Marketing Manager of Book Zone Limited, and I'm here today to share with you our suite of early childhood books that we have in-house, all right? Mr. Headley will be taking you through, I'll be asking some questions, and Mr. Headley will be taking you through some of the features of the books as we go through, all right? Mr. Headley, I want to start with the Little Star series, all right? What do you think about the series? What do you have to say on this series, Mr. Headley?
Yes, well, I'm quite impressed with the Little Star series. It's a series of somewhere about 6 books that really covers all the fundamental skills for the early childhood level. One of my favorite of the series, the preschool big book, is very instructive, covered all the fundamental skills in terms of vocabulary, sequence, and alphabet awareness, and so forth. There's also 2 phonics books, which we have 1A and 1B, and these phonics from age 4 to age 5, covering all the fundamentals in terms of your sounds and your blending and segmenting and letters and sound patterns. We also have the math in the series, which we are just, for now, we have the preschool and the kidna. And these are very comprehensive math book for that level. A lot of activity tracing, very colorful illustration, and that give the kids some very, help to build some very fundamental numeracy skills. And the final aspect of the series is really the 3 coloring books. We have the Jumbo, the ABC 1, 2, 3, and the We Love to Color. And I quickly look at the pages. The pages are very big and bold, so they have enough space to shade and to color.
This series continues to be a good seller, and I encourage you to visit the bookstores and purchase your copies, all right? Mr. Headley, I want to continue with the books from Sharon's Publishing, beginning with the writing practice. I know you have been working with this series and should have a lot to say about it.
Oh yes, Sharon is one of our Caribbean publishers out of Trinidad, and they have a lot of experience in producing books over the years. Some of these books you are much familiar with. I'm sure you're familiar with, like the Pam and Tim series. So this is a part of the entire series of Sharon in terms of the writing practice. And so this is designed for the penmanship, to do clear, precise, and neat handwriting, and how to trace letters and how to negotiate all their letters in terms of writing.
All right. And we have the easy steps in creative writing. That's the infant level.
I must say I am very, very excited about these 2, in fact about this series, which we call the creative writing series. So this fundamental stage is called the easy step. And as they move up further into grade 1, 2, 3, we'll have what we call creative writing. But these are setting the stage for writing and writing their story, expressing themselves, and the writing process. So what we are doing, we are building that writing awareness from early before they get into the primary curriculum. And so these are must-have. Please inquire about these teachers, ask for your samples, get in touch with the marketing manager, Mr. McClymon, to see actual samples of these books, because they are must-have.
Okay, and we'll continue with the easy steps in vocabulary, and we have 3 books, book 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, well, these are we call classic, because they have been around for a long time. They're just new and improved in terms of some layout and illustration. But these are very good for the infant in terms of developing vocab, looking at things over different activities that they can do in these series. So please also, I would encourage you to inquire about samples and look at it for your list as well.
And we continue. We have the infant 1 and 2, easy steps.
Okay, yes, and so this is the infant one. Oh, sorry, I was showing you the older age, but this is what I should be showing you, the fundamental level in the easy step. So it is really a progressive set of book where you start from infant and move right up into the primary level.
This one says foundation mathematics.
Oh, good.
And it's an integrated approach.
Yeah, and now we are moving to numeracy. And these are really some very hands-on activity book friendly, user-friendly activity book for the young one with big letters and numbers for tracing and doing activities. So this is helping in writing, but with number pattern and with the number readiness as they go along. So there are I think 2 in this series of these number readiness books. So they are really for your 3 and 4-year-old.
All right, and we have the Space Age Reader series.
Oh, I did mention Pamantin. Pamantin is a household name. We all know about Pamantin. And so we have also Pamantin, the series, plus the workbook. So they go hand in hand. So when you request your reader, please request a workbook so we can help with the comprehension activities that are in the workbook, improve the reading fluency by doing the different activities from the workbooks.
All right. Numbers to know, also from Sharon's publishing. All
right. This is a very effective and suitable workbook now for the number readiness for your age 4. And so you have a number of different activities that they will be doing, counting, and it can start from your age 3 as well, depending on the ability of your students. So please inquire about the numbers to know, book 1. And it's a series, so you have a book 1 and then a book 2 as well.
This one has been around for a very long time.
Yes, I'm familiar with
Beginner's Phonics, Workbook 1 and 2.
Yeah, part 1, part 2.
Yes.
And it's straightforward. It's just your regular phonics activity book. So where they are doing their doing activity focus on long vowel, short vowel, all their initial sounds, developing their vocab, developing reading skills by learning to blend and segment.
Okay. And we have new books here from Dr. Dwight, the Everything STEAM series.
Oh yes. And so it comes in a math theory, which is very new, a practice for mathematics mastery. And so you should see this in the market very soon, and you can also inquire for your samples for your advanced students at the grade 1 level, or they even grade 5, but they're age 5, but they're pretty advanced. This is a good book for them to use.
But also, we want to also mention that there are 3 books in that series.
Okay, got the phonics.
Yes.
And the and the reading.
And the reader.
Okay.
Yes. And the last but by no means least, Mr. Edley, I almost forgot. Hold My Hand.
Oh yes, Hold My Hand is a very instructive early writing readiness book. And so your young ones are able to start practicing their penmanship by tracing lines, whether zigzag, circular lines, how to hold their pencil properly, how to negotiate their uppercase and lowercase letters.
Right. Thank you very much for listening. Mr. Hedney, I want to say thank you.
You're most welcome, Sir.
For sharing. All right. Book Zone Limited is located at 36 to 38 Reddings Road. All right. We are on Facebook and Instagram, and it's Book Zone Ltd for both. You can email us at sales at bookzoneltd.com. You can also call us at 876-634-8675 or 876-634-8673. Thanks so much for listening.
The future is depending on us. That's why the Child Protection and Family Services Agency, CPFSA, through the implementation of solution-based programs, protects and builds the bridges to the care that every child deserves. Imagine a child being separated from his or her birth family due to harm, abuse, neglect, moral danger, abandonment, or lack of security. Under the Family Reintegration Program, we assess the needs of the child and the family and support safe and stable kinship care to sustain those family connections that anchors the well-being of a child, reconnecting children to their original families and helping those families with the resources they need. We also provide a safety net for children through our foster care program. Foster care is used to provide an alternative family for children who have been made wards of the state. It gives the children a sense of belonging, provides a stable and nurturing family environment, and facilitates the growth and development of each child with the aim of enhancing their potential. And, depending on the situation, under the Residential Child Care Facility Program, one of the agency's mandate is to have children remain in families or have them placed within a family-centered environment, with placement in the residential childcare system as a last option. Children are also put in a place of safety for a short period to 1. Enable the court to determine their case, 2. Allow the agency to assess and place a child in a program that's in the best interest of the child, and the homes provide alternative living arrangements from the family, where there are reasons which make it unsafe for a child to live in that environment. Residential care also assists to provide a means of safety and intervention for children who are in need of care and protection from abuse, neglect, and abandonment. The Children and Family Support Unit, CFSU, provides supportive, sensitive, easily accessible, and reassuring services to all its clients, whilst guaranteeing confidentiality, respect, and fair treatment to all clients. The CFSU's main mandate is to divert cases from going to the court or preventing children from being placed as a ward of the state, where we can prove that available support and resources are available for the child. On the other hand, our adoption program gives vulnerable children who have been lost to parental care the opportunity of growing up in a stable family environment. This is usually the best alternative for children. Adoption establishes lifelong parent and child relationships, which are important to the emotional well-being of children. Once children have the support they need, they are capable of achieving their full potential, regardless of their background or circumstances. But how do we care for young adults, 18 years and over, who were previously placed in a care? The CPFSA has instituted a transitional living program to assist young people leaving the care of the state to lead successful and prosperous lives. Youngsters leaving care are assisted through specially organized projects and initiatives such as the Donwoody Summer Camps, Embracing Orphans, the USAID TLP CSC project, and other vocational and entrepreneurial initiatives. As young people preparing for the journey of life, they're counseled, taught life skills, career development, guided to conduct business processes and employability skills, and are handheld through a checklist of key documents required for independent living. There are always opportunities for the public to nurture children in state care through our holiday placement and CPFSA care program. The Child Protection and Family Services Agency, protecting the right of every child and safeguarding a future we can all be proud of. For more information, visit our website at childprotection.gov.jm or call 876-948-6678, 876-948-2841-2, and report child abuse to the National Children's Registry, NCR, 888-PROTECT. That's 888-776-8328. Protecting children is what we do.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back. I trust we've been having fun so far. All right, so now I have with me Dr. Sudale Tunicliffe, and she will be leading out on our discussion as we talk and do science at home. Dr. Sudale is an expert on children learning about animals and plants. She's been established widely. She has specialized in education, a qualified teacher. She has taught at all ages from the early years to university. She owns a PhD from King's College and is now a senior academic, a reader at the UCL Institute of Education. She supervises research degree students and does some teaching. Dr. Tunicliffe is often invited overseas to run early years science courses. She sets up and runs an advisory team in primary science and technology for an educational authority in England, then was head of education at Zoological Society of London. She worked part-time in an historical museum as science advisor and as an education officer at the BBC. She has been an Ofsted school inspector and a primary school governor. She has worked as a researcher and a lecturer at Cambridge and Winchester universities and has written widely, books for practitioners as well as academic papers. Now, I'm excited because I want to know how to talk and do science at home. So at this time, I will turn over to Dr. Sudale Tunicliffe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, because everything went funny. Right, but you can't see me. I don't know why not, but never mind. Right. So what I'd like to say to you all is it's a great pleasure to be here. I was just saying to one of your colleagues, it's made me Jamaican sick. I haven't been for some years. And it's been sorry?
You may turn on your camera. You're allowed to turn.
Yeah, well, I was trying earlier. There we are. It says enable to start video. Oh, you have asked me to start my video. Okay. Can you see it now? Have we established it?
Yes, you may go ahead.
Right. I was practicing all this with the student, but your system seems different. And she's just emailed me and said, how did it go? It's one of my doctoral students.
No problem.
I was going to say, having heard some of the conversations and presentations this week, they so reinforce what I've been saying, and I'm not very fashionable here saying things. The early years are the most important. Dr. Gordon said that last night, and Diane Hansen was saying it earlier on. And Heather Barnard said the village raises everybody, and I keep saying to everybody, the community takes responsibility for raising the children and working together. So it's quite inspirational to hear your wonderful practitioners in Jamaica. Anyway, I believe that the first years are the most important, and it's taken me over 50 years to come to this conclusion. And I would say we have a professor at University College London who's a doctor who works at Great Ormond Street, and she is always advocating the first 1,001 days of life. So the first question we need to talk about is, what actually is science? I mean, talk and do science at home. We do a lot of workshops for parents, and they come in and they sit around the room and they look at the tables where we've got things like a sieve, a mixing bowl, everyday things, and I show them a piece of toast and a piece of bread and ask them what's happened, and they look at me as though I'm absolutely stupid. And eventually somebody says, well, you've toasted it. And I say, well, can you change this back to the bread? And they say, oh, don't be so stupid, you know. This isn't science. Where are the Bunsen burners, like the pictures here? And I and my colleagues say, that's only school science. Most of the science in the world happens everywhere and is at our home. And what children need to realise is that science is everywhere. So action science is this sort of thing. Now, I apologise, I have no pictures from the Caribbean. These are actually some of them from Bangladesh. But the lady sweeping the pathway is a brush that is made of twigs, and you can make them, and actually they're much better at sweeping up, because when I'm over there, they have a day when everybody has to clean up the area. This is a very special village for destitute women, and we all join in, and those brushes are much better than the sort of things you get over here in Britain. And then the weaving looms, where the women are making cloths and so on, is full of science and engineering. And even the cooking utensils, which if you've ever, we've lost the screen now. If you've ever been near children, you know how much they enjoy banging pans and so on. So school science and everyday science. I'm afraid I can't see the slides anymore, so I shall just assume you're seeing the ones that I have on my sheet. We use science every day. We use science, we use maths, we use technology, and we use engineering in action. And it was delightful to see you had a strand of stream, because these four areas, not to mention the arts subjects, and actually creativity is at the heart of science, or STEM, because it involves all these other things. And those of us that have taught in primary schools recognise that much of the activities that we were giving the children challenges to solve, like building a bridge, are in fact basic engineering, and so is very basic mathematics. So what we learned at school was a very different and a very small part of science. It's great for those going on to be engineers and scientists, but most of us are not. We're action scientists instead. So when a child plays with toys or whatever they find lying around, they too are involved in action science. And I call it action science because we do it, we use it, we experience it. You don't need to know the theory. You know, those equations in chemistry and in physics. You don't need to know those. You're just doing the science. And because I'm chairman of a Commonwealth NGO for science, technology, maths and engineering educators, I was at a reception and Prince Philip, unfortunately now the late Prince Philip, saw me and my badge, which said the Lady Tunnicliffe, chairman of CASME. He said, "Oh, I don't know anything about science." And I said, "But sir, you were in the Royal Navy. You were on a ship. It floated because of science. You're an action scientist." And evidently, the royal household was subjected for some months of Prince Philip saying to everybody he was an action scientist. So we're all action scientists. And you might have hated science at school or found it very difficult, but you do the action science. And the pictures that you should be seeing now are of everyday science in action. Lady at the bottom, she was actually in a classroom in Barbuda, Antigua and Barbuda, Mrs. Henry, and she was the most wonderful teacher. And she was holding up things she'd found and brought from home to show the children that it was actually, thank you, makes it easy. Oh, are we starting again?
Yes, I'm so sorry about that, Dr. Tunnicliffe. We had a drop just now.
What, you mean a power cut?
Yes. Yes.
I remember after the war. Oh, well, right. Well, where do you want me to start again?
You may continue.
Well, where did the power cuts happen? I mean, have I talked about Prince Philip?
No, we didn't get that part. Right.
So this is action science. And if you look at it, there's the lady sweeping the path with a technological outcome of some engineering, which is in fact putting pieces of branches together at the same length and making a brush. And they're very effective. When I'm over there, this is at Shripur village in Bangladesh, 2 hours, depending on the traffic, north of Dhaka. They have a cleaning day every week, on a Tuesday, and everybody joins in. It's all to do with recycling and looking after the land. And that, again, is action science. And they work very well. And then when some of the women learn about weaving using technology again, which is the outcome of engineering, which has science ideas in. And then everyday equipment like the pans and the wooden spoons, you probably all know, even whatever you're using the house, if kids get hold of things that they can bang and make a noise, they think it's wonderful. And of course, that's very much action science. So science is an embracing term, and it includes all these everyday things. But when I was at a reception in the Commonwealth, we were standing there, and there was the Queen and Prince Philip. This was because I'm chairman of the Commonwealth NGO for STEM, effectively, STEM educators. And we got Prince Philip, and he walked down the line and he saw my badge, which said the Lady Tunnicliffe, chairman of CASME, Commonwealth Association of Science, Technology, Maths Educators. And he said, "Oh, I don't know anything about science." And I said, "But sir, you were in the Royal Navy. You were on a ship. You didn't sink. You were using science. And you stayed afloat and so on." And he evidently thought this was so funny. And he wasn't allowed to talk very long. You know, they get moved along by their aides. But he was telling the royal household for some time afterwards, I gather, that he was an action scientist. So if Prince Philip could understand it, I'm sure you all could. So action science is something we do every day in our everyday lives. And it isn't school science. That's a very small part. So some illustrations of action science. in the next slide. Well, so just what I was saying, we're action scientists and we do it. And here we are, some ladies at the top making the chapati for dinner, other ladies washing clothes in the river. I once asked a group of mothers, what was the sign, what happened when you wash clothes? And they just looked at me as though I was stupid. This wasn't in England. They'd probably said extremely rude things. It was somewhere in the Caribbean. And eventually they said, well, of course, you wet the clothes, which is a tremendous science, everyday science action, because the material absorbs the water. And then we went on, and what do you do when the washing's finished? And eventually it said, you hang them out, which is, again, a very important science idea because you get the evaporation. So it's just a matter of thinking what you do. The poached eggs doesn't show it awfully well. It shows the uncooked egg, but you might know what cooked eggs like, or you must know what uncooked rice and cooked rice looks like, and you can't change those back. Just like when we do workshops with parents here, which had nothing to do with University College, it's in my own time because I'm only part-time, we show them a piece of bread and a piece of toast and ask them, what's the difference? And eventually somebody says, you've toasted it. And I say, yes. Can I change it back into bread? And they say, don't be ridiculous. And then you say, yeah, that's a really important science idea. What about this ice cube? They say, oh, well, that'll melt and you can refreeze it, which is, a very important science idea. And I'm sure all you ladies, I know Jamaican cooking is fantastic. You know all about things like that. And the other lady was actually a teacher in Barbuda who was showing everyday things from home to her class. So we have to remember that when we talk about science, it's an embracing term. And I'm using it as a shorthand instead of saying STEM. Some people don't like STEM. You had a whole strand on stream, or was it STEAM? I can't quite remember because there are so many varieties, and you get STEAM D for dramas and STEAM D for disabilities, all sorts of things. But in the school, science usually, in my country, in the English systems, cover physical science, physics and chemistry. Then they have the biological science. More and more environmental science is coming in, especially with we have to be very conscious of our planet and sustainability. And obviously working through the Commonwealth, we're very conscious of the sustainability goals. And education, SG4, is not the only thing of education. Learning is in every single of these sustainable goals. Geology is sometimes occurs. I know that in some of the Caribbean islands I used to go to a lot, rural studies, agriculture was very important, and home science. And it doesn't really matter what you did at school and what you thought of it. You're an expert in everyday science. And remember, there are no exams to pass in a child's early childhood. They do it. But one of the important things that they do acquire is skills, critical thinking, problem solving, and above all, creativity in how they cope with what they want to sort out. So the next thing is just to point out, everyday maths is very much part of science work. If you read the research literature and so on, there are so many overlapping themes and schemas that come out in early maths, which are there in early science. And the kids look at numbers, they find patterns, shapes, space. You can show them things, say, what can you think of? Show them how many fingers, ask them how many fingers, show them or let them. It's a great challenge, fitting pans onto a small shelf. Asking them about how much, ask them how many shoes they need to put on, how many feet have they got. Count aloud, ask the child to count aloud. There's all sorts, and I'm having sure, having heard some of your practitioners, you know all about this sort of everyday maths. It's not all the algebra and the things that perhaps and the geometries we did at school. You get engineering and technology in action, which you're going to see a list, and you just think about, what do you use every day? What does your child see? What do you do your cooking on? I mean, do you have a stove? Do you go outside and make barbecues? Where do you get your water from? It might be from a tap, which is a tremendous engineering feat. You might have a wash basin and a drain. You might not. You might have gutter. I can't remember. We, of course, living over here, when we're getting more and more rain, have gutters around our houses. And when you get too much rain, the engineering and technology doesn't drain away properly, and you get your gutters overflowing. You might have microwaves, which are a fantastic engineering feat. So there's all these things that you use. And remember, tools are everyday implements, like the knives, the forks, the spoons, the tin opener, even the brush, the dustpan and brush, whatever. And you get buckets and jugs and mugs, you get furniture, there are the bicycles, the cars. You can, the parents, and again, also as carers, you can make a list of the things that you have in your environment. I can't tell you. You're the people who are in charge of what you're telling the children. Ignore lots of books you can buy. One of my pet hates over here is, particularly for biology, because I'm actually a biologist, they're so middle class and the children live in beautiful homes with gardens. That's not the reality. You've got to cite all this work in the environment that the children are in or you're in. There's no good wanting to replicate somebody's, I don't know, pipe dream almost. So when we've found all this, or you found it, we have to communicate it. One of the things that children need to hear is language. And it's not my language, it's your language and how you talk to the children. And if you talk in your local, I'm going to say Creole because that's what they do in Mauritius, but it doesn't matter. It's how you and your child communicate. But talk aloud when you do things. Perhaps some of us talk aloud when we do things anyway, but it's very important for the children to hear. And name objects and actions. If you're doing the washing up, say, I'm doing the washing up. I'm cleaning the plates with detergent and water or whatever you're doing. Say why you're doing something, whatever it is. Say nursery rhymes. We'll talk about those again later, but if you have any rhymes like 1, 2, buckle my shoe, I suppose these days we have to say 1, 2, velcro my shoe, because most children's shoes seem to have velcro now. Well, they're always seem to be in trainers. But young children need to hear their language, and they need to hear it before they can speak, because if they don't hear it, they won't know to say it. We've just got a new cat, actually, and she suddenly started speaking, but I'm having a little difficulty in interpreting some of her language. I think when it's food, I've got that message. But your children have to hear you and understand what you're saying. But likewise, you have to hear them when they start saying things. But even if they're not speaking, you can tell often through their body language and their actions. Communicating is not necessarily language. It's the body language, the actions, those sort of things. So, and a very important thing is for mothers or fathers or whoever to communicate. Again, I'm sorry, this is from Bangladesh, but one of the things we did with the women, with mothers who wanted to do this, was they made a big book and they had paper in it. The village also, they made paper as well. And they took photographs of what interested them in the everyday, like the shapes on the the walls of the houses, the things like that. And they stuck them in the book. And then in their own time, we used to find them, and this was the idea, talking and showing other children, or even talking with other mothers. One mother obviously was not very interested, and this is one of the things that is so important to do. We have to communicate with the children about the everyday. And these days, with mobile phones and so on, it's quite easy to have a cooperation about what is interesting to them. Whenever they're doing a task or they're playing, we have to help them. We can help scaffold their progress, but remember that toys made for children are usually made by adults, not the child, who may explore them absolutely differently. So don't stop them and tell them they're not doing it right, because it's important to remember that play is intuitive. Alison Gopnik, an American United States psychologist, has written several books. She's done a lot of research, which is quite hard reading because I'm not a psychologist, but she's written several books. One is called The Philosophical Babies, and she says babies are intuitive scientists. If you see a child in a pram or a pushchair or whatever, and they drop something, or and somebody usually picks it up, and they drop it again, and somebody picks it up. They think it's a great game, but they are actually collecting data that things drop and they don't come back by themselves. So there's not one size of acting with children that you can say at this age, I must do this in their play and to help them to understand the science. It all depends on what's going on and what your child is like. So it's important, don't lecture them. If you've been a school teacher, it is very difficult. I speak from experience. Don't lecture, don't tell the child. My mother-in-law was a very talented tailoress, but when the children started doing a bit of sewing or something, she'd interfere and say, you're not doing it properly. So do not lecture, do not tell. So what you remembered and what you've learnt later, unless it's really relevant and it's cultural, don't tell them, but ask them when you're looking at, say, you're looking at the plants, the banana trees, which of course aren't real trees, something like that. Ask the children, the learners, what they're noticing. Why do they notice whatever? It's very interesting what children do notice. It's not necessarily what you notice, but you know a great deal more about the world than they do. What do they know about it? You could ask them, where did they find that out? We often, when we've been doing research with older children, ask them where they learnt about it. And the very interesting thing, I mean, this work's published, Tunnicliffe and Rice and Tunnicliffe, they very rarely, even teenagers, said they learnt about that at school. It's the media, it's out of school, television these days, books, going to the museums, just noticing it. So don't lecture. If they ask a question, ask them how they might find out the answer. I hope my husband's going to answer the phone. If the learner asks a question, don't tell them the answer, not unless it's vitally important and it's, you know, it's dangerous if they don't have an answer now. Ask them how they might find the answer. This is where problem solving, creative thinking comes in. And don't then say, oh, rubbish, it won't work. They've got to find out. Failure, and somebody was saying this in a talk yesterday, is much more valuable than getting it right all the time. Do they need to investigate something? What are their ideas? And when they've done their investigation, And you'd be surprised, it's not always the way we think they're going to solve something. Does the investigation answer their question? And if it doesn't, why not? What will they do? And this is how these days we teach science by inquiry, challenge science. I actually started doing this with children who'd just arrived in England. I worked in Slough, some of you might know Slough, and a lot of Afro-Caribbean children from Bangladesh, Pakistan and India, and the language with the Southeast Asian children was very difficult, but they could sort out challenges and were extremely good at it. Rather better, in fact, than the few English children that we had who tended to want to know where you plug the thing in to make it work. So when you're talking to the children, ask open-ended questions. What would happen if? How could we? How are they different or similar? How does it feel? How can we do it better? What does it look like? What has changed? Get the children to tell you. Get the children to work it out. Don't tell them. Don't be a teacher. And I must say, I've done a tremendous amount of research in museums, and it's very interesting looking at families, how so often the father will say to the child, come here, look, this does this, this and this and this. And the child dutifully listens, but really hasn't a clue. The way children interpret the exhibits is very different, but some people like to feel in control. And some people genuinely think that's how to help the child learn. So use open-ended questions, but then praise and encouragement. But remember, yesterday, I think it was Dr. Gordon, somebody was saying, failure is very good. And we would say, I would say, when they've achieved something for the first time, that is worthy of praise. Praise is most effective when the child has tried and progressed in their thinking, skills and competency. Don't praise them every time afterwards unless they've improved. Well, it's not really the right word, unless they've changed something and made a difference, which has progressed their thinking, their skills, their competency, and in their sense of achievement. If we just praise them all the time, they don't try and improve and progress. Progression in understanding skills and competency in learning is what we're all about. And I'll be saying it again, but play is not one static phenomena. It's progressive. And I find reading the literature, people talk about progression in social communication. There's a lot of New Zealand work talking about using the role play or an imaginative play scene into a narrative to talk about the science and technology that's going on there. And let children stand and stare. Just let them look, observe and interpret for themselves, and you just look, observe and interpret for yourself what the learner that you're responsible for is thinking. So letting people stand and stare is a tremendous problem because people like to move them on. We once wrote a very academic paper and started it with the poem, this is when I was at Cambridge, what is this life so full of care? There is no time to stand and stare. The whole paper was about children's observations and how they learnt more and more the longer they looked. We got the message back from the editors, yes, they will accept this paper, but we're not having a poem. This is science. We don't do poetry, which I think is a great shame. This is only just to make the point that interesting things are all around and children stop and look and investigate. Saw a little girl the other day when I was on a walk, just had 2 knee replacements, so I have to walk. And she saw the manhole cover and it had beautiful patterns raised. I think she was with her grandfather and she just sat on the floor and traced them all for ages. And you got quite quite impatient. So you have to stand and stare and observe, and unless it's dangerous, don't intervene. You've got to observe and listen to your child. Listen to their actions. I mean, watch their actions, listen to the noises they produced, even if they're not verbal ones. The words when they're verbal, their communications through their body language and so on. But instruct in skills such as using scissors. Very well-known science educator, Professor Wynne Harlan, used to say, she was a physicist, and she used to say, I drive a car, but I don't need to know how it works under the bonnet. But I do need to have had instruction in using the car. Unfortunately, I was a magistrate for many years, and we did get an awful lot of young men who'd come to court because their parent or somebody had given them a car when they were 15 and they just got it in and driven. And the police obviously had stopped them and they were brought to court. You can't drive till you're 17 in England. Cleaning teeth is using tools. But even and using tools, you have to learn safety and you have to learn to evaluate risk. It's very important. Years and years ago, the headmistresses of the infant school when I worked ran all this science and technology and so on for the London Borough of Richmond, wouldn't let the little children go on the climbing frame in case they fell off and hurt themselves. And we used to say they have to evaluate risk. And there is a move, particularly in Denmark and Scandinavia, of now having risky playgrounds. They're specially designed to be needful of risk. If they tread on those planks, they tip over and so on. They're obviously supervised, but more and more in this modern world, children are not learning to take risks. And that's very much a part of action science and so on. So talk about everyday STEM. And here are some of the ways in which we encourage you that you might like to participate. One of the things we've done in CASTME, the Commonwealth Association of Science, Technology and Maths Educators, of which I'm chairman, is one of our people who's a physics and maths graduate, but she's been an early years teacher for years, set up a Facebook. It actually came as a request from mothers in Slough and so on for the lockdown. What could they do with their little children to do science? So we developed Talk and Do Science at Home. And this is the Facebook link. Rachel also put it on Instagram. And it's very popular. What we've found is some early year schools, remember a lot of our children in England go to classes at 4. They have to be in school at 5, but they have this foundation year. And the schools are using these to help the parents. And in Malta, we work quite a lot with Malta, and we just love, as the early childhood director to work with Jamaica on these sort of things. Malta have just started one, and the picture here is somebody weaving mats using palm leaves in Zanzibar, which is an ancient technology. And there is so much going on in our everyday lives which we need to show to children, and these skills. I mean, if you go to Malta, even now, some of the young women know all about lace making. It's absolutely incredible. Anyway, what I'm saying is, you brilliant practitioners and parents, because you all use WhatsApp and mobile phones, if you had your own Instagram with everyday activities and phenomena from Jamaica, there's no point in using ours because the little ones aren't over here, they're in Jamaica. One of the things I hate is this sort of missionary approach of imposing one country's ways on another. So that's my plea to you all, and I'm just so impressed with everybody that I've heard this week. The other thing you can do is make a STEM bag, which is You can have it at a box or whatever. But once a child can sit up alone, about 6 months, a lady called Eleanor Goldschmied some years ago in the 80s talked about heuristic play and talked about treasure baskets. But we thought that that's great, but we're science educators. And one of the things that a child needs to explore very early is different materials and different shapes, which of course is also maths. So collect everyday things so they can feel them, mouth them, so they don't, you have to make sure then, well, it's your children, but not too small in case they swallow it. There are actually, over here, more and more cases of very young children swallowing those little round magnets that you get in all sorts of equipment nowadays, and having to go to A&E and have it tracked. And usually it's a very good lesson in early biology, because remember, we are biology. It's different from physics and chemistry. Children put things in at one end and things come out at the other end, which is a very important biological concept, actually. So anyway, collect everyday things, surfaces, shapes, textures, pieces of different fabrics. Plus, I mean, I hate using plastics, but we do have plastic knives and spoons and so on. So you can have the different shaped lids, pieces of wood, cork, pebbles. I can't tell you what you have in Jamaica. I can guess you have some things, but you have to do it yourselves, and don't put too much in. But you can make these bags and you can have them with older children. It's a bit like some of I used to be head of education in the Zoological Society, and many zoos have feely boxes and you have to put your hand in and you feel that they're usually different body coverings, scales and fur and so on. You can put in vegetables and fruits, but you must take them out after use. Squashy things like those bean bags or wheat bags, and shakers, little tiny pots, but with a few rice grains in, sealed so the kids can't get at them, but they can shake, because one of the things these children do love to do, as you all know, is bang things together, tap them on the floor. So it's just an idea, but a STEM bag, and there is a possibility that one of the international suppliers is going to market one, but that will be fearfully expensive. And really, there's no point in wasting money. You can do these yourselves, even in a carrier bag or a little box. So that's one of the things that we're advocating to do. Now, play is actually a cycle. Those of you who've done science teaching courses, they talk about the science process, the science method, but it's not something special. If you watch a child play, and I'm calling it the STEM play cycle because they're investigating something, they notice something. I actually think children go on doing this longer. You take them into a shop and somehow they seem to have to pick up everything. I took my oldest grandson, who's 17, to a museum. It was about everyday life in Berlin, behind the wall. And it had lots of drawers to pull out, but he pulled them out. But then he touched everything, he had to pick everything up and explore it. So the child notices something. It might be a phenomenon like the weather, but their interest is caught. Now, this catching of interest is really important. And I suddenly realised, having done museum work, and it's a German researcher called Krapp, and he talks about catching interest. And you probably know yourselves, you see some things, it's almost like walking along shops and the windows are full of things and you notice them all, but something catches your interest and you might stop. Probably clothes in my case. And you look longer, so your interest is being caught. And it might have been caught with the children long enough to them actively investigate. One of the things children do in play is, what can I do with this? What does it do? What can I do to it? And they explore it. And then they evaluate the outcome in the science jargon, but they sort of think, oh, what's happened? Perhaps if I do this. And I don't think they don't say that out loud, but they just try fiddling and something else happens. They might lose interest and go off into something else, or they might stay focused on it and then eventually leave. But they use the experiences they've remembered, and they can go on further in the STEM cycle. It just seems to me that that's what we're talking about. And as they get older, you find progression in play. It's a repetitive cycle. It's the same process, but they refine it and get more experienced at it as they carry on. So where we say progression in play is a repetitive cycle, one way, one size is not a feature of play. Children interpret things differently depending on their intuition, their culture, and their experience. I've used here as my experience of children using blocks. And I know at one point, another conference, I was going to come and actually do this. And doing this is so much easier if we could be in a room with things and you could actually see how you yourself do it. But children, eventually they'll recognise the block, they'll pick it up, put it down, because that's the first stage. And then they start putting two together in a line. I watched a little boy in a play group last year. There were two identical toy little buses, and he got them, and he was able to recognise that one was the same as the other one he had, which again is quite a complicated process of matching criteria, features that he'd noticed. And he put the two together on the floor like the children with the blocks, and they usually put them together and they'll start lining them up. And some of them then add more blocks and make a line, and then they might make two lines using the same blocks but making a double line. They pile the blocks one on top of each other is the next stage, and they make a taller and taller tower and falls over, or somebody else comes and knocks it over. But they try again, and they're learning about making the towers, balancing using the centre of mass, which is an engineering concept, a math concept, and a science concept. Or if you look at floating and sinking, gradually the child will learn to predict what will float and what will sink. But from my observations, when a baby or 6-month-old is held over water, they just hit it and splash, which is great fun unless you're on the receiving end. So when you're doing all this, it's also important, as I already said, that the children need to hear their language, and you have an oral legacy. And Jamaica has a wonderful rhythm in your language. So the children need to hear the rhythm and the words, and they need to hear them in the context. But they also need to hear your traditional songs and the nursery songs. One of the problems that's happened over here is that, obviously all pre-COVID, but people were employing as au pairs to look after their children a lot of girls from Eastern Europe, Polish, Slovakian and so on, who are wonderful, but they didn't know the English songs or the nursery rhymes. So the children were missing out, and some of them were very behind in their language development when they actually went to school. You need to play your music. You need to use local names, because the children have a heritage. And this is where they're really beginning to learn it. And storytelling is really, really important. So make up a story for your child with your child. Tell the story together. What are you going to make it about? Because this is where the child's imagination, its creativity, problem solving. A lot of stories have a beginning, a middle and an end. You can start with the beginning what's going to happen next? What end are you going to have? Why? Ask the child what next. Let the child participate. Don't tell them. I mean, it's the child's story. And say if you decided something is going to happen, then ask what's going to happen if such and such happened. I've spent a couple of years working with a French professor at the University of Lyon, and she was really interested in stories, in pictorial fiction books. And the two that we used were really the main one, but you probably know the book, The Very Hungry Caterpillar, which we've got a picture of, which is an absolutely dreadful book for being scientifically accurate. The biology is terrible, and caterpillars make a pupa. They don't go into a cocoon and a chrysalis. That's moths. But we use Fish and Fish, which is incredibly anthropomorphic. I mean, the work's been published. But the point that Catherine was so interested in is, can the children predict what will happen next? Can they criticise? Well, it's not really criticise. Can they see how it's not real life? I mean, a fish doesn't talk to another fish in language we can understand. They communicate in their own way. So use these pictorial fiction books, not just to read the story all the way through. And we did devise a schema of the different ways in which we observed teachers using the books. Get the children to predict what's going to happen next. And as Dr. Gordon was saying last night, and we've never done this work, but with the traditional nursery rhymes, she was talking about, hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle, the cow jumped over the moon. You can talk about, well, what do you think it means? How could, well, the children usually say, how can a cow jump over the moon? Things like that. And it's all to help. Well, children have this natural tendency to ask why that's silly and what's happening. So using all this, you can develop make predictions, problem solving, critical thinking. You can look at the illustrations in these books. You can let children name and things and talk, look at the story told in the pictures and get them to tell the story from the pictures, read the text and do all this. What's going to happen next? What do you think of that? The work we did was actually, she came to me as a Marie Curie scholar funded by Europe, and it was called the Alice Project. So if anybody wants any more, I can always send you a bit more information. But I think the nursery rhymes, it would be absolutely wonderful to do. So there's a wonderful research project that somebody could do there in Jamaica. Another important thing to remember is that all this, there is no competition. Each child is individual. It learns and it progresses their way, not what I'm not sure about your government, but not what our government says a child should be doing. It doesn't always work like that. The milestones are for general guidance. And you probably all know parents who say, oh, isn't he potty trained now? Oh, yes, mine was, months ago. Yours must be backward. And this competition between parents, don't. And children don't know when they are meant to do something. They haven't read the book. I once remember when I was working in labour wards, because I used to be an antenatal teacher, a medical student once said to me, oh dear, it must be awful being a mother. The children need feeding every 4 hours. I said, oh, I don't think that's altogether true. He said, oh, yes, it is. Our consultant says so, and it's in the books. And I said, yes, but the problem is the children haven't read the book. And they walk and talk and control excretion when they are ready. I know there are a few exceptions, but you can be terribly pressurized. And it's just important to remember that parenting is not a competitive sport. So when they're playing, if they are using whatever it is they're playing with in a different way from another child, especially if you're at a group of mothers, and the children all play on the floor and you're all sitting talking, and somebody says, "Oh, look at your child," don't be put off. It isn't a competitive sport. Children do it their way. And it's quite amazing, having been a teacher for many, many years, seeing how children surprise you and usually get there in the end. But they need the support. They don't need directing all the time. So, thank you. I can keep seeing myself. It's horrible. All shiny and horrible and white. I hate it.
Not at all, Dr. Tanika. Thank you so much for sharing with us. You have given us so much today. And one of the things that keep coming up is that we didn't realize that even the minutest of things, it's science.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Trouble. Don't be put off by secondary teachers. I once put on a Commonwealth sort of chat about this, and I got some almost abusive emails from secondary chemistry teachers. This is ridiculous. You can't teach children science. We're not trying to teach them. I don't know what your leaving exams are called, but in this country now it's GCSE or O level. It was in my day. We're not trying to teach them that. It's a very narrow part, but we are trying to teach them that ice melts, but you can refreeze it. That when you add milk to tea, it mixes, and if you stir it, it mixes more quickly.
Yes.
Yes.
And
so
even burnt toast, science. Washing your clothes, something as simple as washing, science. So, it's in the little things that we do. So we don't have to be looking at anything big, such as mixing colors together, or even doing an experiment in a lab, which in Jamaica, it would start in the high school, but everything we do, it is science. Excellent points, excellent information. Persons are saying that they like it. It's very creative, very practical, and we know that the STEM bag is something that will definitely be tried. I have a question here.
Yeah.
So reminding our participants that they can share their questions in the chat. I have a question. Let me see if I can do this justice. It says, is it because teachers are fearful of the outcome of some of the topics? So they are afraid of taking risk?
It could well be. You get that in science a lot. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter. There isn't. You don't have to know the answer. The journey is the important thing.
Yes, indeed.
And the narrative. I mean, I talk about children's learning journeys, and they go on a STEM learning journey from the minute they're born, and they're beginning with the biology. Actually, they're experiencing biology before they start hitting the mobiles in the pram and so on, where then they're beginning to learn about forces, because if you cause and effect, if you ping something, it'll move back.
Yes, indeed.
I do hate these things because you can see yourself.
No worry at all. And one of the important things that you would have mentioned is that failure is good. And it is from failure we learn. So we allow our children to make mistakes. So parents, practitioners, allow our children to make mistakes, because in making mistakes, they actually learn. And in learning, they're more independent. They get to explore for themselves. They learn to see that, oh, this doesn't work. So let me try another way. So what we ought to do is to provide more guidance in the process.
Scaffolding's the jargon, but don't tell them what to do. I mean, if they get really, really stuck, you give them a cue. Perhaps we could do this, and some of the things you can do together, because one of the speakers was saying, I think Hannah Barnard, playing with the children is very important. And even when I'm talking about all this, you're not doing it with them all the time, but you're watching and you're there. So you are with them and playing. Okay.
Yes, indeed. And I have a comment here. It says, thank you for reminding us about some of the things that are thought many years ago, when we were growing up. So yes, indeed, it's very good information and involving our children in play, as you'd have mentioned. It's something that it's a teaching tool.
And please share it with us and say you're a little Casme group in Jamaica so we can spread it throughout the Commonwealth.
Yes,
I
indeed.
need evidence. I can't keep telling people. I need to show that people are doing it. And I know Jamaica is absolutely fantastic. And I think it was probably about 2012 I was invited to the Maiko College. And I was taken to the early years directorate. It must have been in its earliest. And I was so impressed with the ladies I met and a curriculum that I was given. And I know Jamaica is really a leader in early childhood. So I really am terribly, terribly impressed.
Yes. And even in the story writing. So we have programs where we encourage early literacy through the different storytelling. We encourage parents to read with them. So now we see the importance coming up. We can build a journey through storytelling.
I mean, many of the stories have got so much science and engineering. But you need to say, of course it has, because you're not looking for the Bunsen burners and the test tubes and so on.
Indeed. So it's outside of a lab. These small things.
Some parents we've done workshops with worked in labs and they said, I never realized all this was science as well. The mindset that science is in the lab, and it isn't.
Yes, indeed. And just to remind our participants, the title of our session today is Talk and Do Science at Home. And we would have just discovered that science at home involves the simple things, such as washing your hands, such as burning toast, such as sweeping the yard, and the things that we make. I can remember back in the days, we used to pick that branch from the coconut tree, and it's something that we would use to sweep outside, So it's these small things that includes science. And then as we do, we explore with our children to let them know that this is what it is. It's even mixing tea, as you have mentioned just now. So the small movements, things that we do. So very useful information.
Well,
excellent.
Write it all down for Jamaica, all the everyday things.
Yes. And we have a whole lot of things that we would have done.
And please do the mobile phones and take some photos of every day. And I'd just love to share it with other people who seem, often people think that everybody does it like they do, and they don't.
Indeed. And that's it. Everyone is unique, just as with our children. What works for one will not work for the other. So it's what you do that makes the difference. Right. So thank you so much for sharing with us. You gave us a whole lot to think about and a whole lot that we'll be taking back, into our classrooms and into our homes, because these are things that we definitely need, but we would have seen now that we need to practice. Right. So thank you for being with us. Thank you for sharing with us.
Sorry, I'm not there. But it's been a wonderful conference.
Yes, indeed. Well, under the circumstances because of the pandemic, but hopefully as we go through, things may change, and then we can do this face to face where we have better interaction.
Yes, it's funny talking to a screen.
It does take some getting used to.
Yeah, it's all right with the student very well, but when you don't know people, you're not getting the feelings back. You're not sensing what's going on.
Yes, indeed. And I'm getting these comments actually from another screen. So we are basically interacting with multiple screens to get the feedback from our participants. But we make use of what we have currently.
The technology has been brilliant. I mean, I'm a bit useless. When I started teaching in the 60s, we just had chalkboards.
Yes. So we are coming from very far. Okay, I think no, very, very far.
It's been a very long learning journey to realise that this is the most important aid, and it's the one that is neglected the most,
Yes.
certainly by governments and advisors. Fortunately, the Director General, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Baroness Scotland, actually agrees as well, but she's been a mum.
Okay. Yes, and you know, that's one of the things that once you would have experienced it for yourself, then you see the impact and how necessary and important it is.
Yeah. Oh dear, my hair's gone all over the place. Right. The wind's getting up here. I think we're going to have another storm.
Okay. Well, I hope it isn't bad. But thank you for such a great presentation.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Yes. And thank you for being here. And I also want to thank our participants for joining us and for being engaging in our discussion. And I would want to encourage you, as usual, to please complete our evaluation workshop, because we want to know how exactly this workshop would have impacted you. So let us know what it is that you'd have liked. You can put your comments and questions at the end of the evaluation form also. And the form is posted. Yes, the form is posted in our chat, and there are two forms. One is for the PDI. So it's an overall review of the PDI, and then the workshop evaluation form you would have been getting after each session. So I want to thank you so much again for being here. Thank you, Dr. Tunnicliffe. And we are going to take a break, and we will return at 12:45.
Right, well, I shall have to go and start cooking dinner.
The time difference. Yes, yes.
Okay.
Well, all
thank
right.
you very much. It's been a great pleasure to talk to you all.
Yes, indeed. It was our pleasure also. Thank
so
you.
let me know what happens. Okay.
All right.
Right. Do you switch me? Ah, brilliant. Thank you.
The Book Industry Association for over 30 years has been supporting the same mandate and also looking at fostering a reading and knowledge culture for personal transformation and national development. We are indeed aligned, and we are happy to have partnered with the ECC on key initiatives such as the Kingston Book Festival and ECC's Read Panda Corner, which is extremely valuable in positive community engagement, especially for parents, cultivating positive attitudes towards reading and literacy for children and providing the community level support. We look forward to deepening this partnership, and during this COVID time, we have been honored to work with the ECC to donate literacy care packages to support our children learning from home. We know that the right start is indeed the best start, and we believe that the PDI is such a key initiative of the ECC in supporting the continued learning and development of all stakeholders, particularly teachers, to deliver the quality which we all seek. We want to thank all the partners and sponsors that have made this year possible, and we want to encourage them to continue to support initiatives such as this. The BIAJ looks forward to deepening our partnership with the ECC in the years to come, and thanks them for always reaching out for partnership and to look at how we can best support our children. Thank you very much, and best wishes to all. Stay safe and obey our protocols.
Safe, to be loved, to be protected. That's every child's right, and securing that right is what we do. The Child Protection and Family Services Agency, CPFSA, we receive and investigate every report, extracting the facts, authenticating reports, and collaborating with multiple agencies to help guide the decision-making process to provide holistic care for every child at risk. In instances where the death of a child occurs, the first responders are at the scene to provide first-hand counseling to children and immediate family members who were directly affected. They are then referred to the Victim Services Division for follow-on counseling and support. We strengthen the legal framework. Through court services, our team provides the court with accurate social enquiry reports. We deliver tailored interventions for each unique situation and make recommendations to the court that is in the best interest of every child. We also provide legal representation for wards of the state who are in conflict with the law. We ensure proper placement. Our team works to ensure that each placement is necessary, suitable, and in the best interest of the child. This in keeping with the UN guidelines, which speak to the necessity and suitability principles. We monitor. Our monitoring officers are in place to ensure that residential childcare facilities adhere to guidelines set out in the standards of care and do follow-up visits. They also make recommendations for immediate solution-based actions if needed. They are there to conduct investigations into any critical incident that occurs. We provide counseling. Our aim is to secure the well-being of every child and to ensure that they have a healthy and loving support unit. Through our counseling services, children and families experience transformational change that helps each child and adult live their best lives. We are the Child Protection and Family Services Agency, CPFSA, a government institution mandated by the Child Care and Protection Act and guided by the Hague Convention on the Rights of a Child. We safeguard the welfare of children who are in need of care and protection. For more information, visit our website at childprotection.gov.jm. Call 876-948-6678 or 948-284-122. Report child abuse to the National Children's Registry, NCR, 888-PROTECT, 776-8328. CPFSA, protecting the right of every child and safeguarding a future we can all be proud of. Protecting children is what we do.
Greetings, friends of Carlisle. I am Nicholas Bromfield, your Western Region Marketing Representative, responsible for the parishes of St. Anne, Trelawney, St. James, Hanover, Westmoreland, and I stop in St. Elizabeth.
And I am Domion Shorter, your Eastern Region Marketing Representative, responsible for the parishes of Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine, Portland, St. Mary, St. Thomas, and Manchester. As a long-standing partner with the Early Childhood Commission, Carlong Publishers Caribbean Limited is pleased to accept this award today.
Carlong has always recognized the significance of the work being done by the members of the Commission and its commitment to the development of young minds so that they in the future can make Jamaica the place to live, work, and raise families.
It's such a magical thing to play a part in a child being molded into a citizen that contributes positively to our society. And Carlin will continue to partner with the Early Childhood Commission in achieving its mandate.
We are humbled in accepting this award and wish the Commission and its partners continued blessings and success as we continue to partner in the advancement of the nation's children.
Carlong Publishers, partners in the education process, wish you all the best. Walk good.
When we came, this is what we saw. Dilapidated circumstances, even the fact that they were still inside the building. Totally unsafe. The community has maintained the building. Community involvement for us was in terms of equity. The school allows the community to play football, and in return, there has not been one instance of breaking in this school.
Kitchen is one of the most important places in the school. The kitchen is responsible for the preparation of the meals, and as such, we wanted to upgrade some of the things in there.
We are happy to celebrate the Digital Foundation 15th anniversary, 15 strong in Jamaica. Thank you.
welcome, welcome, welcome to the Book Merchant Limited. We're so excited to have you. I'm Stuart, and with me is my awesome colleague Jerome, and we are happy that you're here. So, the Book Merchants, we are the local agents for an amazing company known as Scholastic International. And Scholastic International is the world's largest publisher of children's books for over 100 years. So let me tell you, they know what they're doing when it comes on to having the best in quality children resources, specifically early learning resources for children. So I'm happy to share with you our math program known as Scholastic Prime Mathematics K. And this component here is a part of our Scholastic Prime Mathematics K problem solving kit. It comprises of 20 big books, 120 small books, that is actually inside of this box here, believe it or not. It also has a teacher's guide to support our teachers. Now, fundamental to the program too is that we have student books, a student book A, likewise a student book B. But please note that student book A is for ages 4, likewise student book B is for age 5. And of course we have the teacher's guides to complement each. Teacher's guides A, likewise teacher's guides B. Bear in mind too that the teacher's guide also carries lots and lots and lots of resources. Look at all of that. You are allowed to photocopy these and use with the students. Amazing. So, a lot of times we hear that the students don't have enough resources. Teachers can't find them. Don't worry. Here at the Book Merchants, we have solved that problem. So walk with me. We have them all. We have your math manipulative kits. We have your counters. We have your pattern blocks. We have your color cubes. We have your wooden beads. We have them all here at the Book Merchant Limited. For more information on the Book Merchants and how you can get these resources in your schools, please contact us at 876-946-0926. We are located at 9 Eastern Avenue, which is off Old Oak Road. So get in touch, call us now, or email us at info@bookmerchant.net. Now I know Jerome is eager to go. Jerome, where are you?
I'm here. Hi everybody. Let's look at this awesome resource. So here we have additional early learner or early childhood resources. They are age specific, and on these resources you will find strands listed out. But before I get to that, I so love this early learner resource. It's called Ready to Read. Inside of it, children can go ahead and trace and match. In the back of this resource, you find stickers. How awesome is that? Additionally, for the young and creative minds, we have the puzzles. It's for ages 3+. Additionally, we have here one of my favorite titles, Brush, Brush, Brush. It tells the children to brush their teeth and to continuously do so. We're talking about health and wellness. We have here, The Day I Forgot to Wash My Hands. And it tells the children to stay sanitized, to keep safe, to keep clean. We want to talk about more workbooks. Here we have several strands listed out in this specific title. Little Skill Seekers, again, it's age specific. Here we have phonics, word families, sight words, handwriting, and math skill. Let's not forget one of our hottest books right now, Write and Wipe. Inside of it, you find where you can write as it suggests and wipe clean and start all over again. Also, we have for our younger children, Future Astronauts. Tells children all about astronauts, future engineers, and much, much more. And we go right over to tell you about our digital resources.
So of course we couldn't leave out anything digital, because now we have been plunging into the digital age. And so we are very excited to introduce this fantastic program known as Scholastic First. Now this program is a gamified app, and it is fitting for your young ones. Now this program teaches them how to read. So it starts by identifying their letters, it moves to blends, putting letters together to create sounds, and ultimately they are learning how to read without even noticing that they're learning how to read. Now, depending on your device, you go to the Google Play Store or the App Store, and of course you download this. All right. For more information on how to get access to Scholastic First and all these resources, please get in touch with us at the Book Merchant at 9 Eastern Avenue of Old Hope Road, and our numbers are 876-946-0926. Or you can get in touch with Mr. Miller or myself. Email us. We are waiting for you to make contact. All the best. Keep safe. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Headley. How are you?
Mr. McClymont,
Yes, I am Peter McClymont, Marketing Manager of Zone Limited, and I'm here today to share with you our suite of early childhood books that we have in-house, all right? Mr. Headley will be taking you through, I'll be asking some questions, and Mr. Headley will be taking you through some of the features of the books as we go through, all right? Mr. Headley, I want to start with the Little Star series, all right? What do you think about the series? What do you have to say on this series, Mr. Headley?
Yes, well, I'm quite impressed with the Little Star series. It's a series of somewhere about 6 books that really covers all the fundamental skills for the early childhood level. One of my favorite of the series, the preschool big book, is very instructive, covering all the fundamental skills in terms of vocabulary, sequence, and alphabet awareness, and so forth. There's also 2 phonics books, which we have 1A and 1B, and these phonics from age 4 to age 5, covering all the fundamentals in terms of your sounds and your blending and segmenting and letters and sound patterns. We also have the math in the series, which we are just, for now, we have the preschool and the kidna. And these are very comprehensive math book for that level. A lot of activity tracing, very colorful illustration that give the kids some very, help to build some very fundamental numeracy skills. And the final aspect of the series is really the 3 coloring books. We have the Jumbo, the ABC 1, 2, 3, and the We Love to Color. And I quickly look at the pages. The pages are very big and bold, so they have enough space to shade and to color.
This series continues to be a good seller, and I encourage you to visit the bookstores and purchase your copies, all right? Mr. Headley, I want to continue with the books from Sharon's Publishing, beginning with the writing practice. I know you have been working with this series and should have a lot to say about it.
Oh yes, Sharon is one of our Caribbean publishers out of Trinidad, and they have a lot of experience in producing books over the years. Some of these books you are much familiar with. I'm sure you're familiar with, like the Pam and Tim series. So this is a part of the entire series of Sharon in terms of the writing practice. And so this is designed for the penmanship, to do clear, precise, and neat handwriting, and how to trace letters and how to negotiate all their letters in terms of writing.
All right. And we have the easy steps in creative writing. That's the infant level.
I must say I am very, very excited about these 2, in fact, about this series, which we call the creative writing series. So this fundamental stage is called the easy step. And as they move up further into grade 1, 2, 3, we'll have what we call creative writing. But these are setting the stage for writing and writing their story, expressing themselves, and the writing process. So what we are doing, we are building that writing awareness from early before they get into the primary curriculum. And so these are must-have. Please inquire about these teachers, ask for your samples, get in touch with the marketing manager, Mr. McClymont, to see actual samples of these books, because they are must-have.
Okay, and we'll continue with the easy steps in vocabulary, and we have 3 books, book 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, well, these are we call classic, because they have been around for a long time. They're just new and improved in terms of some layout and illustration. But these are very good for the infant in terms of developing vocab, looking at different activities that they can do in these series. So please also, I would encourage you to inquire about samples and look at it for your list as well.
And we continue to have the infant 1 and 2 easy steps.
Okay, yes, and so this is the infant one. Oh, sorry, I was showing you the older age, but this is what I should be showing you, the fundamental level in the easy step. So it is really a progressive setup book where you start from infant and move right up into the primary level.
This one says foundation mathematics.
Oh, good.
And it's an integrated approach.
Yeah, and now we are moving to numeracy. And these are really some very hands-on activity book friendly, user-friendly activity book for the young one with big letters and numbers for tracing and doing activities. So this is helping with writing, but with number pattern, and with the number readiness as they go along. So there are I think 2 in this series of these number readiness books. So they are really for your 3 and 4-year-old.
All right, and we have the Space Age Reader series.
Oh, I did mention Pamantin. Pamantin is a household name. We all know about Pamantin. And so we have also Pamantin, the series, plus the workbook. So they go hand in hand. So when you request your reader, please request a workbook so we can help with the comprehension activities that are in the workbook, improve the reading fluency by doing the different activities from the workbooks.
All right. Numbers to know also from Sharon's publishing. All
right. This is a very effective and suitable workbook now for the number readiness for your age 4. And so you have a number of different activities that they will be doing, counting, and it can start from your age 3 as well, depending on the ability of your students. So please inquire about the numbers to know, book 1. And it's a series, so you have a book 1 and then a book 2 as well.
This one has been around for a very long time.
Yes, I'm familiar with
a Beginner's Phonics Workbook 1 and 2.
Yeah, part 1, part 2.
Yes.
And it's straightforward. It's just your regular phonics activity book. So where they are doing their doing activity focus on the long vowel, short vowel, all their initial sounds, developing their vocab, developing reading skills by learning to blend and segment.
Okay. And we have new books here from Dr. Dwight, the Everything STEAM series.
Oh yes. And so it comes in the math theory, which is very new, a practice for mathematics mastery. And so you should be seeing this in the market very soon, and you can also inquire for your samples for your advanced students at the grade 1 level, or if they're even at grade 5, but they're age 5, but they're pretty advanced. This is a good book for them to use.
But also, we want to also mention that there are 3 books in that series.
Okay, you got the phonics.
Yes.
And the phone and the reading.
And the reader.
Okay.
Yes. And the last but by no means least, Mr. Edley, I almost forgot. Hold My Hand.
Oh yes, Hold My Hand is a very instructive early writing readiness book. And so your young ones are able to start practicing their penmanship by tracing lines, whether zigzag, circular lines, how to hold their pencil properly, how to negotiate their uppercase and lowercase letters.
Right. Thank you very much for listening. Mr. Headley, I want to say thank you.
You're most welcome, Sir.
For sharing. All right. Book Zone Limited is located at 36 to 38 Reddings Road. All right. We are on Facebook and Instagram, and it's Book Zone Ltd for both. You can email us at sales@bookzoneltd.com. You can also call us at 876-634-8675 or 876-634-8673. Thanks much for listening.
The future is depending on us. That's why the Child Protection and Family Services Agency, CPFSA, through the implementation of solution-based programs, protects and builds the bridges to the care that every child deserves. Imagine a child being separated from his or her birth family due to harm, abuse, neglect, moral danger, abandonment, or lack of security. Under the Family Reintegration Program, we assess the needs of the child and the family and support safe and stable kinship care to sustain those family connections that anchors the well-being of a child, reconnecting children to their original families and helping those families with the resources they need. We also provide a safety net for children through our foster care program. Foster care is used to provide an alternative family for children who have been made wards of the state. It gives the children a sense of belonging, provides a stable and nurturing family environment, and facilitates the growth and development of each child with the aim of enhancing their potential. And, depending on the situation, under the Residential Child Care Facility Program, one of the agency's mandate is to have children remain in families or have them placed within a family-centered environment, with placement in the residential childcare system as a last option. Children are also put in a place of safety for a short period to 1. Enable the court to determine their case, 2. Allow the agency to assess and place a child in a program that's in the best interest of the child, and the homes provide alternative living arrangements from the family, where there are reasons which make it unsafe for a child to live in that environment. Residential care also assists to provide a means of safety and intervention for children who are in need of care and protection from abuse, neglect, and abandonment. The Children and Family Support Unit, CFSU, provides supportive, sensitive, easily accessible, and reassuring services to all its clients, whilst guaranteeing confidentiality, respect, and fair treatment to all clients. The CFSU's main mandate is to divert cases from going to the court or preventing children from being placed as a ward of the state, where we can prove that available support and resources are available for the child. On the other hand, our adoption program gives vulnerable children who have been lost to parental care the opportunity of growing up in a stable family environment. This is usually the best alternative for children. Adoption establishes lifelong parent and child relationships, which are important to the emotional well-being of children. Once children have the support they need, they are capable of achieving their full potential, regardless of their background or circumstances. But how do we care for young adults, 18 years and over, who were previously placed in a care? The CPFSA has instituted a transitional living program to assist young people leaving the care of the state to lead successful and prosperous lives. Youngsters leaving care are assisted through specially organized projects and initiatives such as the Donwoody Summer Camps, Embracing Orphans, the USAID TLP CSC project, and other vocational and entrepreneurial initiatives. As young people preparing for the journey of life, they're counseled, taught life skills, career development, guided to conduct business processes and employability skills, and are handheld through a checklist of key documents required for independent living. There are always opportunities for the public to nurture children in state care through our holiday placement and CPFSA care program. The Child Protection and Family Services Agency, protecting the right of every child and safeguarding a future we can all be proud of. For more information, visit our website at childprotection.gov.jm or call 876-948-6678, 876-948-28412, and report child abuse to the National Children's Registry, NCR, 888-PROTECT. That's 888-776-8328. Protecting children is what we do.
be safe, to be loved, to be protected. That's every child's right, and securing that right is what we do. The Child Protection and Family Services Agency, CPFSA, we receive and investigate every report, extracting the facts, authenticating reports, and collaborating with multiple agencies to help guide the decision-making process to provide holistic care for every child at risk. In instances where the death of a child occurs, the first responders are at the scene to provide first-hand counseling to children and immediate family members who are directly affected. They are then referred to the Victim Services Division for follow-on counseling and support. We strengthen the legal framework. Through court services, our team provides the court with accurate social inquiry reports. We deliver tailored interventions for each unique situation and make recommendations to the court that is in the best interest of every child. We also provide legal representation for wards of the state who are in conflict with the law. We ensure proper placement. Our team works to ensure that each placement is necessary, suitable, and in the best interest of the child. This in keeping with the UN guidelines which speak to the necessity and suitability principles. We monitor. Our monitoring officers are in place to ensure that residential childcare facilities adhere to guidelines set out in the standards of care and do follow-up visits. They also make recommendations for immediate solution-based actions if needed. They are there to conduct investigations into any critical incident that occurs. We provide counseling. Our aim is to secure the well-being of every child and to ensure that they have a healthy and loving support unit. Through our counseling services, children and families experience transformational change that helps each child and adult live their best lives. We are the Child Protection and Family Services Agency, CPFSA, a government institution mandated by the Child Care and Protection Act and guided by the Hague Convention on the Rights of a Child. We safeguard the welfare of children who are in need of care and protection. For more information, visit our website at childprotection.gov.jm. Call 876-948-6678 or 948-284-122. Report child abuse to the National Children's Registry, NCR, 888-PROTECT, 776-8328. CPFSA, protecting the right of every child and safeguarding a future we can all be proud of. Protecting children is what we do.
Hello, ECC. My name is Latoya West Blackwood, and I am the chairman of the Book Industry Association of Jamaica. It is my pleasure to bring brief greetings on the occasion of the Professional Development Institute 2021. Now, we know we have all been through a very challenging time in recent history. And so it is critical for us to collaborate now, even more than ever, in terms of supporting our children. The ECC's mandate since 2003 has been to support the quality delivery of early childhood education to our nation's children. The Book Industry Association for over 30 years has been supporting the same mandate and also looking at fostering a reading and knowledge culture for personal transformation and national development. We are indeed aligned, and we are happy to have partnered with the ECC on key initiatives such as the Kingston Book Festival and ECC's Read Panda Corner, which is extremely valuable in positive community engagement, especially for parents, cultivating positive attitudes towards reading and literacy for children and providing the community level support. We look forward to deepening this partnership, and during this COVID time, we have been honored to work with the ECC to donate literacy care packages to support our children learning from home. We know that the right start is indeed the best start, and we believe that the PDI is such a key initiative of the ECC in supporting the continued learning and development of all stakeholders, particularly teachers, to deliver the quality which we all seek. We want to thank all the partners and sponsors that have made this year possible, and we want to encourage them to continue to support initiatives such as this. The BIAJ looks forward to deepening our partnership with the ECC in the years to come, and thanks them for always reaching out for partnership and to look at how we can best support our children. Thank you very much, and best wishes to all. Stay safe and obey our protocols.
To be safe, to be loved, to be protected.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us. Now, this afternoon, our session, or our first session rather, will be led by Dr. Orville Taylor, and we will be looking on the topic, the role of fathers in the first 1,000 days of the child's life, disrupting the stereotype. Now, Dr. Taylor is senior lecturer in sociology and head of the Department of Sociology, Psychology, and Social Work at the University of the West Indies, Mona. Just a minute. My apologies for that. Now, Dr. Taylor is senior lecturer in sociology and head of the Department of Sociology, Psychology, and Social Work at the University of the West Indies, Mona campus. Now, Dr. Taylor is a member of the American Association of Black Sociologists, American Sociological Association, Caribbean Studies Association, and Press Association of Jamaica. He is a scholar of Black racial issues and labor studies and has presented more than 60 international and local conference papers in both English and Spanish. An external collaborator with the International Labour Organization, this Senior Industrial Relations Director in the Ministry of Labour and Social Security, worked more than 18 years in government service. For the ILO, he has produced studies on regional labor standards, contract work, and the baseline study on flexi work hours, the first of its kind in the developing world. His expertise in labor matters has been sought by other Caribbean nations and the European Union. He mostly contributed to the Rule of Law Index of the World Justice Project. He has published several book chapters and articles, 2 edited collections, and an authored book. One of his book chapters was featured on BET, and he has been interviewed by Essence Magazine, among others. His book, Broken Promises, Arts and Pockets, A Century of Betrayal of Jamaican Working Class, was published in 2014 and was awarded the best publication at the UWI's Research Day in 2016. A nationally exhibited and awarded artist, Dr. Taylor is a provocative Jamaican media personality. He writes a column in the Sunday Gleaner and used to work for the Black-oriented British newspaper. The Voice, and is one of the hosts of the popular talk show Hotline on RJR 94 FM. In 2014, he achieved the prestigious Maurice Cargill Award for Opinion Journalism by the PAJ during his annual National Journalism Week celebrations. Dr. Taylor is a very passionate advocate of truths and rights. His tagline for his show is, "Where the truth comes to live and the lies come to die." Now, traditionally, there has been a heavy focus on the role of mother in the first 1,000 days of life. 270 days of pregnancy, plus the first 730 days or 2 years of life. However, there is much research to prove that the father's role is critical for the health and wellness of the child even prior to conception. This panel discussion will delve into societal misconceptions about fatherhood in the early years and provide proof of the critical role that must be played by fathers in the first 1,000 days. I now turn over to Dr. Orville Taylor. Dr. Taylor, are you hearing us?
I'm back. So can you hear me?
Yes, we are.
Okay. And I start on your cue.
You may go ahead, Dr. Taylor.
I may start now.
Yes, you may.
Oh, so I'm being streamed already.
Yes, you are.
All right. Okay, good. It's a pity I'm not that nervous. Oh, bear in mind the presentation. You realize I'm wearing something else. I chose not to wear a jacket, but you'll see why. But I hardly ever do anyway. So good afternoon, everyone. I want to thank you for your patience. I had to run off a little bit. You know, these are the vagaries of doing these things from home. Yeah, where you have a little one. Yeah, you know, there you go. I think you understand. I have a little one, a little 3-year-old who is constantly around the place, and can't tell him that I'm at work. I understand it a little bit, but nevertheless, let's talk a little bit about this. I am going to try to do the screen sharing thing. I'm just catching up with the technology. They say things about people in my age cohort. So let me see. And I've got the first part up, and then I do that side. So, and then from the beginning. Okay. So good afternoon again. The theme for this afternoon's presentation, you know, is the role of the father in the first 1,000 days. But a lot of this is filled with fiction and a little bit of faction. But what is amazing about the things that we think that we know is that we know the things, but the knowledge that we have is uncomfortable. So I start this presentation with a title, Green Crocodiles, Red Fruit Punch, and Missing Fathers in the First 1,000 Days. You might not see the correlation between or among those three, but you will see. Our minds and our eyes are wide shut. Yes, they are wide shut. So I talk about the green crocodile. I talk about the red fruit punch. Yes, and I talk about the absence of the father in the first 1,000 days. What's the correlation? For those of you who do not live in Jamaica or do not live in a country or a part of the country where you have crocodiles, or if you have never lived in the tropics, and I mean like the tropics like the Caribbean, then you can be excused. Problem is, a lot of this perception and a lot of this grand narrative is driven from the experiences of people who live on this little island, people who have never been anywhere else. So I say green crocodile. And if I were to take a child and say, here child, I'm going to ask you to color this crocodile. And I'm going to ask Jamaican or West Indian parents, but Jamaicans, I'm going to stick with Jamaicans here because this is where I live. So I'd ask the Jamaican parents, and this is a test that I have done, by the way. So I ask the Jamaican parents, what color would you give your child to color the crocodile? About 30% say brown. The overwhelming majority says green. Or when we do it the other way, where the subjects are given a picture of a crocodile, and the picture of the crocodile, of course, is colored in green. And the question is asked, is there anything wrong with this presentation of a crocodile? And nobody says anything about the color. Because for some reason, there's this image of a green crocodile in their mind. Similarly, you get fruit punch. Now we live on an island paradise, you know. We know what the fruits are that go into a fruit punch. Yet, when we get a blended fruit punch and we look at it and we see that it is orangish, pinkish or something, we wonder. But when they drop in the syrup, because I've never seen a syrup tree, but apparently there's a syrup tree in Jamaica, maybe we call it a syrup tree, right? And that is the one that gives it this fake color. And it's an awful color, actually, in most cases, because the knowledge that I have, that I picked up, is that the color actually comes from the rare part of an insect. Yes, can you imagine a beetle? So it's a beetle butt pigment that we're drinking and thinking that, yes, that is what makes it fruit punch. So we live on an island where we have crocodiles and where we have fruits. There's not one single fruit, no fruit here at all. A strawberry can't do it, a watermelon can't do it, a Jamaican Otaheite apple can't do it. Even if you put the annatto bean in it, it will not give you that kind of red. There is no fruit that I'm aware of in Jamaica, and I've lived here for most of my life, that will give a fruit punch red. But the natural color in your head is that. It gets even worse. I give this subjects oranges to color. Now remember, this is early childhood formation. And invariably, and when I say invariably, I'm talking about 95% of the respondents. 95% of the respondents say that the right color to color the orange is orange. Now, if you're from California or you are from the United States on the whole, where you get the oranges from California or from Florida or other parts of the United States, then I can understand that. I can understand it, but Jamaican oranges are not orange. Jamaican oranges are not orange. Yet we would allow our Jamaican children, or we would tell our Jamaican children who would have looked at the oranges and realized that oranges in Jamaica are not orange. At best, they are yellow, but they are kind of yellow ochre, yes, or something of the sort. Some people say it's rust, but a yellow ochre kind of color. I'm a fine artist. And it's amazing that the children who are seeing the right thing are taught the wrong thing. So follow me. If we make these mistakes, these tragic mistakes, based on the things that we are actually seeing, we see these things for ourselves, and we've been seeing them all of our lives. So if you can deny what your eyes show you in front of you, why wouldn't you deny other things that you are told, especially from people who are at the front line? So a big part of the narrative in this country is that males are marginal, and males, fathers in particular, are worthless, and we don't like to father our children. Yes, you know, Marcus Garvey was right. Mental slavery is still very much with us. And unfortunately, perception is reality. There's a book, and what amazes me about this book is, and forgive me, my lip gets dry when I talk a little long. My mother who fathered me. Very popular book in the intellectual folklore. It's a 1957 book. My Mother Who Fathered Me. Edith Clarke. Great woman. Very, very smart woman. One of the very early works in sociology and social sciences on the whole. So people refer to that book, but you know, being an academic, I know when it is that my students are making stuff up. So they look at the book and they literally judge a book by its cover and make a damning mistake. Because the primary findings in that book, which is often cited because of the title, is that 70% of households had a resident father. And what she was trying to explain was why the minority of households did not have a resident father. So even then, and you're talking about 100 and something years after the end of African enslavement in this country, yet not having read it, people take it as given. Imagine. And then it becomes a norm, it becomes a narrative. And it's not just people who are undergrad students or don't have first degrees or whatever. There's a general belief. Problem is, the opinion shapers who tend to have the mics, including policymakers, push these serious and flawed narratives. One of the very common ones is the family is breaking down. And I kept on asking myself that question. You know, when you go to church, and sometimes you ask yourself the question, why is it that the young men are not in church and they say the older women, etc. are there? Why? Or why it is that it's so difficult to have young men listen? Because the young men realize you're talking foolishness or they don't even get it. So you get up there and you say the family is breaking down. And so of course I said it's breaking down. You have to explain to me, if it's breaking down, what is it breaking down from? Because it must be a point A to point B analysis. So are you saying that the family is breaking down from what? What was it when? Well, you know that during the time 100 years ago when we were living on the plantation and the family was discouraged? No. Well, when we came off the plantation, like when? When? You know, the nuclear family. Which nuclear family are you talking about? You know this family, or in the Bible? You mean, the Bible where people might have read it somewhere or some other book elsewhere? No time at all, none. In our history in this country, has there been anything called the nuclear family being the norm? Of course, we live in a pyramidal society, and the further up you go, the more you cleave towards a kind of Euro-American centric. But those things, those family forms, like so many other things in this plural society, are class and color related. The majority of people on this island are of distinct and obvious African descent, and they do not live in nuclear families, meaning a man and a woman brought together by holy or legal matrimony and having children, none of them out of wedlock. It's a nice religious norm, but never, ever. So we also have this myth about men not wanting to be involved in the lives of their children, and it's a powerful myth, yes. There's also a myth that most men are absent from their children's lives. Yes, the father them worthless. Yes, and then you know the loudest voices. You know, it happens. So you throw a stone in a pig pen, and a pig starts making noise, and then you start saying, yeah, you know, all the pigs are making noise, and also one that gets hit that makes a noise. But that pig makes so much noise. You see, we live in a country where before we had emancipation, we had a newspaper, we had a gleaner, 1834, 4 years before emancipation. So the gleaner would have been able to announce. We also have had radio and television in this country for the existence of the majority of this population. We have been a country that have never put, well, for any significant period, restrictions on our right or abilities to communicate. So in a country where information gets passed on and people are generally not censored from saying whatever they want to say, they say what comes to their mind. A lot of it isn't true, but it becomes popularized. So the woman who is unhappy with the relationship that she has with with her estranged partner. The man who was a great lover until, of course, they break up, and all of a sudden then he becomes a carrion crow, a turkey vulture, a turkey buzzard in Jamaican parlance, a drunk crow, spelled D-R-A-N-K-R-O, right? John Crow. So the men become all of these things afterwards. And so they get into the popular lore that men, the majority of men, being absent from the households and the lives of their children. And so the woman who is struggling with her children, and there are women who do that, and a significant number of women do that, they say these things, and they become, yes, the poster children. Not unlike, the Jamaican, the average Jamaican who's from the lower classes who mines for marijuana gold in his hand, and he speaks as if he has gold DNA, yeah, I know my youth, or something like that. Or, the typical woman from the dance hall who would prefer to spend large amounts of money on an ill-fitting dress that is more suited to a smaller size sister, and then she has other parts of her body protruding as she squeezes in it and puts on a hairpiece that looks like she probably killed 2 animals to get it, and which is very foul smelling, smelling F-O-W-L and F-O-U-L. So that kind of thing, that kind of image of the hotty cherry, but it's a parody. It is no less a parody than the corrupt policeman who has corporal tunnel syndrome, sticking his hand out, waiting for a bribe. The majority of people in these cohorts, in these categories, do not fit these stereotypes. And it's the same thing. There are far more Black people, Black men who are going to college or college bound in the United States than who are in prison. Who would figure? There are more Black people who are not on welfare. Black people do not have a propensity towards going towards welfare. They don't like being on welfare. But again, the grand narrative is that most households in Jamaica are not female-headed households. I'm sure you'd have heard this one and this one here. More children are having children. And you go to church. Unfortunately, church is sometimes one of some of the best places and the worst places to hear things which are not true. And you have a very enthusiastic pastor who will get up, and sometimes it might not be the pastor, but a deacon, a very powerful one who leads the service. And 80% of Jamaicans say that they are members of a church. So yeah, a lot of the information comes from church. But it comes from other places too. The politicians say it, the next set of powerful people. And believe it or not, there are persons who are in the electronic media who will say these things. Thank God I'm not one of them. But when people are giving these wonderful keynote speeches, you hear them. And oftentimes, it is a very powerful individual who said, and in the last days, church, they're just trying to scare you. And in the last days, we shall see trials and tribulations. Yeah. And the Bible says, that kills you all. The Bible says children will be having children. I've been looking, but there's no way in the Bible that it says that. Because the funny thing is, because if the Bible said that, it would mean that the Bible is lying. Because the evidence is that children are not having children. In fact, what has happened in the last 30 odd years, is that the age of consent in this country has been raised from 14. Yes, disgustingly, it used to be 14. It was raised to 16. My view, it should really go to 18. But it is 16 since 1988. What we have seen is a consistent pattern, which is why you no longer have the campaign about being more better than too many, because the average size of the family has been going down. Also, more people, but women, more women are delaying childbirth until a later age. So you find a linear progression over the last 40 years where women are having fewer children and are having them later. But it makes sense. Why wouldn't it make sense? Follow the rest of the data. It makes absolute sense. But again, you're not thinking systemically. True, we have seen an increase in female-headed households. Oh, there I see, I told you. Yeah, but stop for a moment. You're not seeing male marginality, but you're seeing female empowerment. Over the last 50 years, we have seen a steady progress of women, yes, from the traditional roles to more participation in the labor market. More women are participating in all of the things that empower them, including in the, I said, in the labor market. Our female unemployment has actually been decreasing over the decades. We have seen also that more females are taking advantage of the opportunities available in tertiary level education. More women are getting into home ownership. More women are moving into higher paying and professional jobs. And the further up you go the occupational ladder, the less likely you are to have large numbers of children. It doesn't even require any deep sociological analysis. So what is amazing here is that we, including people who say they're feminists or whatever other label they want to call themselves, but people who just simply want to talk the truth, don't want to acknowledge the progress that women have been making, because women are delaying childbirth, not because they don't love children, but because they want to empower themselves, they want to do things. So amazingly, you'll hear a conversation taking place being led by a woman who might be a young assistant lecturer, or she might be a young lawyer or a young doctor who is paying her mortgage on a house that she has just acquired, and she has worked out a pattern by which she's going to pay that off. She has a significant other, she has a boyfriend, or not a spouse, a boyfriend, who visits, or she visits his house too, but he doesn't live with her. And she doesn't want him to live with her yet. She doesn't want to be in any kind of faithful concubinage, faithful relationship, but not a concubinage. She doesn't want to live with him. She doesn't want to get married just yet. She wants a stable relationship. And this is so typical. She wants more of her own things first. So the female who lives by herself, she's the head of her household. She pays her own mortgage. It doesn't matter. We're not even talking about the kind of support you might get from the male. That's another story for another time, another place. But this is a female who doesn't have children. And what is amazing is that sometimes the people who are carrying forward the narrative are women who are in these very same categories, who have been in the classes, in the engineering faculty, which used to be dominated by men, or in the law faculty, which used to be dominated by men, or in the medicine faculty that used to be dominated by men, or in the faculty of social sciences, the largest faculty in universities in the English-speaking Caribbean, the one faculty of social science, Mona here in Jamaica, right? Where you look at the ratio, not to mention the teachers' colleges, maybe you don't remember, but persons who went to the teachers' colleges in the 1970s will tell you about the large number of males who were Myconians and who went to the other teachers' colleges. I recall, I'm an oldish man. I'm an old man. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. But I remember that the one faculty where you had significant balance between females and males, and as a matter of fact, females were a little bit more than males, were the Faculty of Arts and General Studies in those days. And it was an acronym that, it never occurred to me what acronym was until I was wearing the FAGS on my shirt and people said, you proud of me that? I was like, oh, it never even occurred to me. No, I'm a straight man, but I mean, I'm proud of my faculty as one of the few men over there. But in social sciences and in medicine and all the other faculties. But now, what do we have right across the universities? We are talking about 72 to about 28%. 72% female, 28% male. At UWI, it is 70-30. So a large part of what has been happening when people talk about these female-headed households, etc., is not worthless men who are running away from their children, their families, but women who are empowering themselves, buying their houses, or renting their places, staying with their college roommate until they find their place. So you rent this flat that you were living it with your flatmate. One, she's a doctor, you're a lawyer, and the other roommate now who was a teacher. She had to go back to country to her job, so she's a teacher. So the two of you decide to keep the flat, and it's okay for you. You know, you're professionals. You hardly run into each other's space except on a weekend. So what do the data say? Children are not having children, which is why the average size of the household has gone down to 3.1 persons per household. That includes parents. Yeah, man. Follow me here. 29.1% of all households is a single person household. That is either a man living by himself or a female living by herself. And 21%, of course, of this, of all the households is a man living by himself, right? And that comprises 38.6% of all male-headed households. 7.98%, and you work out the math, 8% of households is a single woman living by herself. So this 8%, right, has helped to push up female-headed household. 40% of female-headed household, right, are the households where you have a woman living with her children. Sound like a large number? Yes. But remember, right, it is 40% of the minority, right? And so, in fact, when you work out this percentage, that is the female-headed household of women with no children, what you are looking at is 18% of households comprising women who live with their children or child and no resident spouse. 18%. Large number, but not the majority. And follow me here. There is nothing that speaks to the relationship that a man may or may not have with the children. We are simply talking about the cases where the man doesn't live in the house. Not living in the house doesn't mean he doesn't have a relationship with the children. Right? 6% of male-headed households are those where men and their children live, but no woman. Okay. So the majority of households are households that have both parents. 18% are those where there is no man living, but it doesn't say anything about whether or not the children have a relationship with their fathers. Let's go a little further. There's a common mistake that some people make, and unfortunately, people with their religious zeal seem to forget where they came from. I make a joke about it from time to time. I said the word bastard was supposedly removed from the Jamaican parlance with the Status of Children Act in 1975, I think it was, if I recall. 75 or 76, it's one of those 2 years. I think it's 75, the Status of Children Act. Wonderful piece of legislation that says that, listen, a child that's born in or out of wedlock is the same, right, in terms of status regarding his parents. And that was one of the wonderful things that came from out of the 1970s. But it's a recognition that, listen, you can't marginalize the majority of children because 80% of us are bastards, right? And, it's only when you hear when you watch some of those poorly edited Asian films where they use the term dirty bastard or something, it is not part of the parlance. But the majority of us, when we were children, we were saying bastard, and it didn't have that kind of stigma until after we realized what it really meant. But in a country where 80% of children are born out of wedlock, you can't say anything about this being an aberration, etc. That's nonsense. We have historically had low rates of marriage. However, there's a difference between having children in or out of wedlock on the one hand, and commitment or non-commitment to parenting. There may be some correlation, but nowhere near what the moralists are saying. Nothing. The RGD in that period, the 2000, about mid 2000, the first decade, in the first few years of the 2000, the RGD was faced with unacceptably low registration of fathers on birth certificates. Because in a country where 80% of children are born out of wedlock, then you would understand that with that a significant percentage, I mean, in this case it was a majority, didn't have the father's name on the birth certificates. You know, many people, including people who are born in marriages, also don't necessarily have the father's name on it, because guess what? You have to go to the Registrar General Department in the days. Sometimes it was very unwieldy. You know, I wasn't there when I was born, so I would know. I'm just getting it secondhand. I put the 20% in red because it's a secondhand data, and I was looking for the primary data then. But my recollection from an early research paper was that it was 20% registration. Right? So I stand for correction, but I'm pretty convinced that it is close to 20%, meaning that the majority of children who were born out of wedlock didn't have their father's name, right? They had the father's surname, you know. So like me, my name is Taylor. My name is Orville Taylor. My father's name is Heyman Taylor, but his name, Heyman, is not on my birth certificate. Well, maybe it is, but let's see. I think it is actually, right? But it might not have been. So with all of this now, and the grand narrative that says, well, there you go. And I remember having a conversation with my dear friend, dearly respected friend, who at the time was the Director General or the CEO of the Registrar General Department, someone who knowledge and stance as a person I respect very much. And we were having some debate about it in a forum. And this is a person with a PhD and who just have a whole heap of sense. Otherwise, having a PhD doesn't necessarily mean you have a lot of sense. I know a lot of PhDs who are idiots. But she's a sensible woman. As we were having a conversation, the feeling was, well, you know, there's something wrong, that maybe there is some truth to this father absenteeism because it is unacceptably high. But when I started looking behind it, as she started to do her amazing transformation of the RGD, and I was looking at it from a social scientist perspective, along with the late, great Professor Barry Evans. Some of the things that jumped out at me was the fact that most of the births that take place are in public hospitals, right? And so generally, they don't open up the place for you to be standing right there in the operating theater or wherever while she's screaming out, etc. That happens in private hospitals, usually outside of the economic scope of the average father. And in any event, paternity required some amount of acknowledgement. So you can give the child any last name, but for the man's name to be anything, the man must acknowledge. But how do you acknowledge? You have to be there, or you have to go to the RGD for it to happen. And the fact for paternity fraud is a significant problem in Jamaica, right? I actually would prefer not to use the term paternity fraud, but it's part of the general parlance. I'd say, I want to find a more neutral term, because fraud suggests that there's a deliberate attempt from a woman to pass a child on as a child of somebody else. There may be times, and that's that when she honestly believes that that man is the father of the child, and that tryst that she would have had with a stranger or some other person, really, it was just a tryst, and she did not intend to. Or she might have had two relationships. All of these things happen. So fraud, for me, is a deliberate attempt to deceive, and I don't think we have enough evidence that's the motive at all times. Anyway, somewhere around I think 2007, and I put a question mark there because I am not completely sure, but it's either 06-07, but it's not 8. So what the RG did was introduce a smooth and more facile process for father inclusion on the birth certificate. And you know what happened? Within a year, within a year, a few months, the data switched around to around 80% of fathers having names included on the birth certificates. So I remember I interviewed my dear friend, Dr. Hodes, and I called her on radio, and I said to her, so have you suddenly found one of the fathers? And she, of course, was laughing because she's such a good-natured person, and we were laughing about it. I said, you realize that I was right? He said, yes, sir, you were right. That the fathers were around, but the process was unwieldy. But there's also something about a division of labor. Right. I had similar experiences when, in my middle-class arrogance, even though I come from the inner cities myself, I was speaking to a number of PTAs, including the one from my alma mater. And there's one particular meeting I went to, and there were 2 men, literally 2 men, about 100 females. Can you imagine? And another one, the rate was a little bit better. It was about maybe 20 out of 100, maybe about 15 out of 80 or something. That would be a little better. But can I tell you something, my colleagues? When I started opening my mouth, and now remember, I'm a sociologist, look at the data, I'm a supposedly intellectual, but I am also a member of the society, and I'm also subject to the vagaries of slavery and the mental slavery, etc. So my initial knee-jerk prejudice was that the fathers were marginal, even though I was aware of the data. And there was a lady, when I said to her, so where your baby father is? And where is that? She said, my baby father, my husband. You say, husband? I say, yeah, I'm there with my cook. And I said, no, my husband is at work. Oh yes, because female unemployment is higher than male unemployment. And there's this division of labor. And it became even more interesting later on when I came to discover, as a lecturer and scholar in the field of human resource management and human resource development, that when surveyed, the majority of human resource development managers who are women are less willing to give males time off to attend to things which the fathers say relate to their children. Because in their mind, there is some narrative that they're going to go and have some drinks or to have a tryst with their girlfriends, etc. Even though the data relating to paternity fraud suggests that the woman who will take the time off, right, would probably want to do exactly the same thing too. So given all of these kind of sociocultural pressures, as well as these biases, there's a kind of division of labor where the men were just not there because they were either working or it's a mother thing, or the woman had more flexibility of their time, etc. Now, that was a significant thing. Anyway, back to this thing. So for all the nonsense that we were hearing, and I want you to stop here for a moment. I want you all to stop, especially those of you who live here in this country. So I want you to stop, and I don't care where you grew up, but I want you to think of either where you grew up or where you live. But think of it. Use your house as a starting point. And maybe close your eyes if you can't recall, if you can't block out. But count the households. Yes, households, those houses. The 10 ones that are nearest to you that you can think of. Think of 10. Think of 10. My tongue is getting tangled up. Think of 10 right across. Okay? Go through them one by one. You know what? Make it larger since you want to have less sampling error. Go to the 20 houses that are nearest to your house. Whether it's deep rural you lived in the inner city, or you lived in the middle classes, a comfortable bourgeois community. Doesn't matter. Go door by door. Door by door. Yes, yes. Carlene used to live over that one, and Marcia, and Jamari, yes, and Millicent, yes, and Mr. Brown, who was over there without him, but Mr. Brown used to live over there with his daughter because his wife had died, and sister. You think about it, go through. There you go. I want you to take it personal from your own experiences. I'm willing to bet you that you can't think of anywhere, right, where the majority of households where you were growing up didn't have a residential male as a father. Yet you still spew this narrative in your own head as if it's true. So you would have heard from Professor Maureen Sams-Vaughan, who is a very esteemed colleague of mine and academic, but I can't pretend not to have a shameless plug here because there's a team. She is, of course, the leader of that project. It's called the UWIJA Kids Project, and it's a multidisciplinary team comprising Professor Maureen Sams-Vaughan as the chief researcher, and four behavioral scientists: Charlene Corey Desai, Jody Ann Reese, and Sidney. That's three. You see, three. And Sidney Shakespeare Pennington. All three are my former students. All right, good. So these three ladies, along with Professor Sams-Vaughan, did what is a census. They looked at 84% of all children that were born between 2011, right? So they look at both parents and the children between 2011 and 2016. So you're talking about 5 years. That's first 1,000 days. So when you have a sample so large, it's not a sample. 84% is a census. That's everybody. So there's no issue about sampling error, etc. No mistake. This is the fact, unless you're saying that the researchers were plugging in false information, etc. Right? But in the absence of that, you have a census. There is no space for error. And these are the basic findings. So it found that 90% of fathers were present at birth, right there. Yeah, man. 97% of men said that the woman who just had the child or who is having the child is in a relationship with him. In other words, the man said, yeah, man, that is my woman. The numbers are close for women, which is interesting. And I found this very, very amazing. That although the numbers were high for females, which is 90% of the women said, yes, that is my man, I'm in a relationship with him. You had, outside of any margin of error, 5 percentage points more men showed greater ownership of the female than the female to the male. But when you look at the data going forward, it showed that up to 75% of there's something else here I should note, that for the next couple of years, right to the end of the study, not into the 2016, that more than 75% of them were still involved in relationships. Right. So the majority of men and women who at this time, in 2016, so for the first 5 years, indicated that they were still involved in a relationship. My mother who? So what I'm saying here is that contrary to the popular belief, now follow me, if the man and the woman are still together, then it just stands to reason that they would have a relationship with the children. Right? That's a no-brainer. Right? Fair enough? If 75% of the men and women who were together at birth say 5 years later, yeah, man, we are still together, it says that they must be involved in the lives of their children because they are together. The data also showed, and I'm sure Professor Sams-Vaughan would have also added to that, that in cases where the fathers and the mothers were no longer together, there was still significant involvement of the absentee parent in the life of the child. It's just not true. This is just one of the many studies. I call it the jacket fit. There's a book which is written by someone who actually worked in the unit, in the research institute on campus. I can't remember the name of the book, it's just right. But there are other studies, but there's a 2016 study that revealed that 25% of men who were tested, who admitted paternity, that involves across all platforms, but about 25% unknowingly raised a child that was not his biological child. Now you might wonder, how come this 25% is here and it's 70% here where polygenics conducted but didn't conduct. They just looked at their own DNA tests between 2015 and 2019, and polygenics consulting is a private entity. But the data are not conflicting, because the 25% here is where men, where men felt they didn't have any reason to believe that the child wasn't there. Similar here, right? They grew up with this child, they have no reason to believe that the child was not their child, and so they filed for the child, only to realize that they have to do a DNA test. And I still don't understand why they want to do that anyway. For me, I think it's discriminatory, because if you're going to tell me now that I live in the United States, I've migrated, I've been taking care of this child for 16 years. I want this child. This child has my name. This child has no other father. There's all of the sociological and social work and psychological evidence that this child is mine. I love this child. The child is innocent. So when I discover now that this child is not my child, so what do? I give her back to form some relationship with some man who she has never known, who she has never known of? Right? What happens if it's a case where, the mother was a victim of something, rape, that ugly word, and she chose to keep it to herself? And of course, the boyfriend at the time said, "Well, baby, never mind," and they might have taken whatever it is, but then she got pregnant a little bit afterwards. And he was there convinced that it's his biological child. He says, "You know what? It doesn't matter. I love you very much." And it so happens now that after studying for the DNA test, the man fails the test. And so I think it's discriminatory, right? But that's an aside. So this includes cases where there is a dispute or a doubt. And so in many cases where there's a doubt or a dispute, then you are going to find that that perhaps the majority of cases, because generally speaking, I think that a man is not going to seek a DNA test. Right? Man is not going to seek a DNA test unless he has reason to doubt. So the top case is where there is no doubt up here. So you know the story about the ugly duckling. Yeah. So I did say that already 75% of fathers were still in a spousal relationship with the mother, but importantly, more than 80% of fathers and mothers reported that the father was still involved in the lives of their children when they leave. So the knee-jerk reaction explanation is that looking at the data, the other data, not the JA Kids data, which people like to downplay the importance of when I discuss it. But my colleague, Herbert Gale, who I respect very much, he is one of the leading authorities in the region on violence. So there's a grand narrative about, father's absent, and the absence of the father is leading to greater incidence of, greater incidence of, you name it, good, of delinquency, etc. That's not true. There's no evidence there. There's no evidence of that at all, right? There's no evidence of it. None. In fact, what Gale shows is that it is parental absence, not father absent, nor mother absent, because if you have one strong parent anchoring you, you're going to keep out of trouble, full stop. Think about it. And here's an anecdote. My mother, I was fortunate to have both my parents in my life, but the community that I grew up in started becoming a garrison. And maybe about 15 years ago, my mother, a little longer, she was in her 70s. My mother died at age 90. So my mother was in her 70s, and she was standing by the gate, and the war started. And a fellow jumped across a wall from across the road with an AK-47, about to chase off another set of combatants from an adjacent community. And my mother did this. And he just looked up and saw mother and jumped back over the wall with his firearm. Now, if my mother would have that kind of impact on other members in the community. And the legitimacy is something that comes to them because it's natural for you to have that kind of respect for your mother. Your mother will walk up and shut your box, according to, as Gail would say. Your mother would slap your face in public as a man, and you take it. Yeah. A female who nurtures you has the authority to discipline you. Good. Anyway, what Gail found was that maternal absence was more telling. And my own research linked to this said that decent work is correlated to violent outcomes, meaning that if you don't treat somebody well at the workplace, then she is likely, because that is also abuse. But you can't abuse your subordinates, or you might abuse your subordinates at work, but you will also likely abuse your subordinates at home, your own children. And if you're the victim of abuse by your spouse, then it is very likely to happen. What Gail found was that there is a strong correlation between maternal abuse, and in particular, the worst kind of abuse, which he described as torture on the one hand, and multiple homicide. So therefore, the people who are likely to become likely to become multiple murderers are the ones who are mostly savaged by their mothers. So returning to this narrative in I think it's my final slide. Yes, in my final slide. Here are just the facts. Males, in particular Black males, lost their manhood because that was a deliberate process of the enslavement scenario. Parental bonds were discouraged. Ownership of children was always questionable because, one, you don't know who because the master could very well take your spouse from you at any time and do whatever he wants to and send her back to you. Men value their masculinity. There's a strong link between that legacy of slavery and all of the things that people say about being strong men. So which is why, coming from out of that same experience, why Black lower men from the lower class and inner cities have so strong aversions to homosexuals, because that's also part of it. When you take everything away from a man, what else does he have? He has a sexual prowess. So he gives you this hypersexual version of what he is. I don't know if you've watched the stand-up comic routines in the Americas, in North America, and even here, but you notice that white men will make sex jokes about their incapacity, etc. Black men never ever do that. Black men don't do that. Black men don't. White men will talk about things which we have a mixed audience, so I won't. But Black men, the jokes that they will make in their stand-up comic routines are hyperboles about their sexual abilities. Similarly, fatherhood is something that is highly valued. So a man who is unable to procreate is a manginep. It's a stigma. So which is why, follow me here, one of the worst things, it is worse to be a man who can breed a woman than a man who picks up a jacket afterwards. So rather than being called a manginep, where there's doubt, you're one of the jacket, which is why there's a significant ownership even when there is suspicion. There is great peer pressure also on the Black male who underperforms as what I call the minister of mining. It's a lie. It's a narrative it's a grand narrative that men don't want to. In fact, if you go into the inner cities or in the lower class rural communities, etc., men who don't mind their children are shunned by their peers. So having said all of that, right, I just hope that I would have given a more holistic picture of this larger discourse relating to where men figure in the lives of their children during the first 1,000 days, but also for the rest of their lives. And I thank you very much.
And thank you, Dr. Taylor. Now, We love the discussion, and you have brought to us some very interesting points. And there was even mention of some of the taboos that we'd have in terms of your data. And I have a question here. It says, is there data concerning the paternity fraud in Jamaica?
What about it?
Do you have data to support this? This is
Yes,
one of the questions.
A lot of it is secondary data, but there are research institutes. There are a number of studies that have been done. Of course, I wouldn't have done any of these studies myself, but I was citing, I cited one particular commercial place. That data is distributed by them. They reveal their private data. So that's not my data, but there are other studies that are available. There's a publication. The title of it slipped me. She's a colleague, and again, I'm having a little bit of a brain fuzz. She probably feel very bad about it that I forgot her name. But I was to have picked up a copy of her book that she wrote. She had worked in the research center on the university campus, which deals with DNA testing, etc. And from her perspective, she felt that it was important for her to write such a book, and which is why I said that between 10 and 40% on the whole, because you do have a number of data sets of publications which point to those numbers. Yes, so the data do exist.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Another question. It's been asked, do you think when a child is grown by both parents, they are more grounded?
They are more likely to be. But again, as we should recall, the fact that a parent is in the house with a child doesn't mean that the child is properly parented, right? In the first set of discussions we had, it was on Tuesday in that panel that I chaired, there was an excellent presentation coming from the ECC, which pointed to a number of the resources that are available. The truth is, people will live in a household with a child, and they are so caught up in doing the things that they want to do that they parent the child very poorly, while you may have one single individual. And let me give you a quick example of this. Again, it's anecdotal. I remember we had some distant relatives whose house we'd go to from time to time, maybe once a year or so, I can't recall, but they had a pool in the house and had plush pink carpeting and poodles walking around pretending to be humans, etc. And I remember some years ago, I spoke with her when she came to visit, and I said to her, Andrea, I used to enjoy coming up by your house because I thought it was just so, we are so lucky to have relatives like you. And she said to me, you know what is funny? We envied you because our mother was nothing like Miss Ivy. I'm like, so yes, the larger numbers will favor good outcomes for living together with both parents. But what really matters is if you have a very good relationship with one good parent who's in the household, who's very much into the parenting. All right, so I hope I answered that question. Yes, and another one?
Yes, and great that you mentioned that. So it's not just both parents being present, but their involvement.
Yes.
All right, I have a comment here, which, two that I'll be wrapping into one. Nicole Lawrence have mentioned that I grew up with a stay-at-home dad. Her mother was the main breadwinner, and after a while, her father became her mother's employer, even though he was the head of the household. And another comment here to tie in with that, it says that we are having too many house husbands in today's society. So is there a problem with that though?
Yes, again, that's not true. There are not too many house husbands because the unemployment rate for women is significantly higher than men. The house husband is a very small minority. And what is funny is, and I think there should not be this kind of dichotomy between being a house husband and being a housewife. I don't know. being a stay-at-home dad, full stop, is, might really not be the norm. But there are things which are seen to be female or male things to be done that really ought not to. So like, I came in last night and I cooked. My wife was not home yet. I cooked. I cooked the night before too. I'd cooked, whatever. I wash clothes and tidy the house and do all of those things. Now, you might call that female work, but I don't think it's female work. I don't think it's female work when I iron my own clothes or when I wash my own clothes or anything like that, or when I wash my wife's clothes along with my, right? There are some things that she wash herself, but if you think, but I don't. But it is not true, right, that there's any large evidence that you see a significant increase in the so-called house husband, etc. No. But if you really have a relationship where you have division of labor and resources, so tell me, if I work for a long period of my life and build up a certain amount of equity and make the house comfortable, and my wife is younger, or I just retire a little earlier, and she decides that she's still in the labor market and she's earning and stuff, what problem would there be if I were to pretty much be here and do the stuff? I don't have it. I don't see there's an issue. And the fact that people talk about house husband is an indicator of how little female-dominated work in the household is valued. So I don't think that cooking and cleaning and washing clothes and taking care of and sitting down with the children is any less important than going out there and earning an income. I don't. So
yes, indeed.
The one who's strongest at the time does it.
Yes, indeed. It's everybody being involved. And you would have answered 2 of the questions with that response already. All right, so one final question. How can the early childhood teacher help to dismiss or discourage some of these myths in small children?
My thing is the children don't even know what the myths are, right? But the parents and surrogate parents need to themselves be aware of the fact that they are victims of the society within which they live to, right? And so I'm willing to bet that the majority of persons here who are paying attention to this presentation had that kind of eureka moment when I spoke about the orange. And this is what the problem is, It is like, mental illness is like when people who are bipolar or who are schizophrenic, they will tell you that I don't know that I'm having an episode, I'm not aware of it. Right? In the same way, it's a process of liberation, right? It's a process of liberation where if you don't know yourself that you are doing the wrong thing, and you say, which is why I said that even with the best of intentions, that the people who are teaching in early childhood institutions will have a good heart, but they need to get the level of knowledge. And so ultimately, I believe that you need to have early childhood instructors who are surrogate parents themselves, being more highly trained, better remunerated, most important, and be given other kinds of resources. Because my view is, no disrespect to the people out there now, it's not something that you're going to fix in 5 years, but you're talking about putting a society on the right path. That I do not think that anyone, right, and anyone at all who is teaching in an early childhood institution, right, should, where you're teaching little kids, right, we're not talking about daycare, we're talking about an early childhood institution like a basic or an infant school. I don't think anyone teaching there should be someone who has anything less than postgraduate specific training beyond that bachelor's. You have to have that. In the same paradigm, like an individual who's a pediatrician must have at a minimum that master's degree in pediatrics of something. You need to, because it's specialization. But it's not going to happen overnight because of what we have. But it's that there because it's a slow process, because you have to go through a process whereby you're opening your eyes and you're saying, oh, I never knew that. I always thought.
Yes, indeed. And it's important that you mention that, because it starts with us. And, you know, it's work that it's continuous, you know, and it's not going to come magically.
Yeah.
So we have to be committed to that which we are doing as practitioners and as parents. Dr. Taylor, I want to thank you for such an engaging, enriching session. You would have learned so much, and you would have dispelled so many myths, and then, you know, changing the narrative, changing our perspectives, giving us fresh looks. So now we can go on better able to cater to our children. So thank you for being with us.
Bless you.
And I will encourage our participants to complete our workshop evaluation form. I see that we still have questions coming in, which we are unable to answer at this time, but we do value.
I'll answer them by email.
Yes.
So, yes.
Yes,
Taylor on
indeed.
blackline@hotmail.com. No, it doesn't matter. Just have I'm the most common person with my name on the internet. Just Google me. I have a public, just in case you love to lose it.
All right, great. So you hear that. You can email your questions and your comments to Dr. Orville Taylor, and you can just Google him and you find him there. You can also place those same questions and concerns at the end of the workshop evaluation form, and then we will make sure that these are forwarded accordingly. So thank you for being with us, and please stay with us because we will be continuing on the topic, the first 1,000 days, right after Millie Movers. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Tanisha Miller and I want to welcome you to Millie Little Movers. I want you to join us for 3 exciting days of movement. Get up out of your chair and you're going to move around when you hear about Millie Little Movers. You're going to move your hands and your body and your legs and your heads. Join us as we explore movements of the body for our parents, practitioners, and our children. See you there.
Hello everyone, my name is Adrian. This is Consistency Fitness. Let's get fit in 10 minutes. First, we're going to start with warming up the shoulders. 3, 2, 1. We're going to stretch the legs out. Next one. Shake it out. Begin here. Alright, what we're going to start with, we're going to start with jog on the spot. We're doing it for 30 seconds in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 30 seconds. Keep going. For this, I want you to keep breathing. We're going to stop the breath. Ready? Go. Jogging. 30 seconds. Keep going. Keep pushing. You got this. Come on. Alright, 3 seconds. We're going to do jumping jacks. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 1. Keep breathing. Keep that core tight at all times. Let's go. Keep pushing, keep going. You got this. Just warming up. Let's go. 3 seconds. We're going to whirlwind twist. Ready? Sit it up. Legs wide. Hands out here, going down. Keep that core tight. All times. Keep breathing. In 3, 2, 1. Going to high knees. Let's go. Up with the knees. Make sure the knees are coming above the hip. Let's go. Nice and easy. Still warming up. Keep that core tight. warm up. Ready? Catch your breath. 30 seconds. Then we're going again. This time we're going a little bit faster. Alright? Keep breathing, keep moving. Ready again in 3, 2, 1. Jab on the spot. A little bit fast this time. Let's go. Keep going. You can do this. Let's go. Yes, you can. Keep going. Come on. Push. Push. It's a bit faster. Let's go. Keep running. Let's go. Come on. Keep pushing. Seconds, we're going to jump in jabs. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Keep breathing. Make sure that core stays tight. In 3, 2, 1, whirlwind twist. Let's go. Keep that core tight. Keep going. Almost there. 3, 2, 1. Then we're going for high knees. Remember, a little bit faster. Come on. You got this. Come on. Keep pushing. You got this. Let's go. Push. Keep the knees above the hips. Let's go. Up. Keep breathing. Keep that core tight also. Let's push. Come on. Keep going. Should be sweating right now. Let's go. Three, 2, 1. 30 seconds rest. We're going into the workout. Shake on those legs. Keep breathing. Ready? Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. One more time. Exhale. Straight up. That was the warm up. Now we're going for the workout. Okay, first we do lateral runs and floor touches. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Going to the side. Down. 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 Come on. You got this. Only working for 30 seconds. Come on. Down. Down. Push. Keep that core tight at all times. Keep breathing. Got it. Push. 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 Keep that core tight. Come on. You got this. Keep pushing. 3, 2, 1. We're going for mountain climbs. And on the floor. Head up. 3, 2, 1. Yes. Go. Keep that core tight. Keep pushing. You got this. Come on. Keep going. Push. Almost there. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Then we're going for plank jumps. Together. Apart. Together. Apart. Together. Let's go. Okay. Okay, let's go. Keep pushing. Let's go. Okay. Up. Yeah. Up. Okay, let's go. 3, 2, 1. Stand up. Stand up. Come on. Stand up. We're going for jump squats. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Come on, let's go. Jump squats. Keep pushing. Exhale when you jump. Inhale going down. Keep that core tight. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Oh, so now we're gonna repeat that for one more set. Ready? 3, 2, 1. We're going back to the lateral roll to do it fast. Let's go. Let's go. I want it faster this time. Faster. 30 seconds. Let's go. Push. Push. Keep going. Keep going. You got this. Got this. Like you want to stop, but don't quit. Keep going. 3, 2, 1. You're going for the mountain climbers. Going fast. Ready? You got this. You got this. In it. Let's go. Come on. Push. You got this. Come on. Push. Put those knees in the chest as much as you can. Keep going. Come on. Keep pushing. Come on. Push. Push. Knees in the chest. Let's go. Knees in the chest. Keep pushing. 3, 2, 1. Can't jack. Let's go. Out. Come on. Keep going faster. Keep pushing. You got it. Keep that core tight. Don't stop. Don't quit. Come on. You got it. Keep pushing. You're almost there. 15 seconds. Come on. Keep pushing. 3, 2, 1. Stand up. Come on. Jump squat. Let's go. In it. In it. You can't give up now. Let's go. Push. Push. Down and up. Bigger jumps. Come on. Bigger jumps. You got this. You got it. Keep pushing. Come on. Big exhale up. Inhale down. Keep pushing. 3, 2, 1. And down. Shake it up. Good job. Alright? So we're gonna warm down now. Let's go. Yeah. Exhale. Yeah. Exhale. One more time. Yeah. Hold it. Exhale. All the way down to the toes. So going into our hip flexor stretch. To one side. Then to the next. Over to the center. Get the ankles, drop the butt as deep as you can. Under the close out the legs. Use the elbows to push the knees outwards. One up. Just look at the legs. Use the right hand to hold the left calf, left hand up. Down to the other side. Down. Slowly roll up. Keep that chin to your chest. Again, inhale. Exhale. One more time. Inhale. Inhale through the nose. Hold it. 3, 2, 1. Exhale. And that's it, guys. That's your workout in 10 minutes. Check me out on Instagram. Check me out on Facebook. All the social media sites. All right? Until next time, stay consistent.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens.
If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app. That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that workout from Millie Movers. All right, so now we'll be moving in, continuing on the topic, the first 1,000 days, and we'll be looking at building brains, what to do in the first 1,000 days of life. And our presenter today is Dr. Rebecca Tortello. For the past 10 years, Dr. Rebecca Tortello has regularly lectured at the University of the West Indies in the Department of Education. Dr. Tortello has also worked with the Jamaican government as senior advisor consultant to the Minister of Education. She has also directed the Spanish Jamaican Foundation and now works with UNICEF as education specialist in the Jamaica Country Office. Dr. Tortello has also served on numerous boards, including the Early Childhood Commission and the Jamaica Commission for UNESCO, the Jamaica Library Service, and the Institute of Jamaica. Dr. Tortello holds a PhD in comparative education and sociology from Columbia University, a master's in teaching and curriculum from the Harvard Graduate School of Education, and a bachelor's degree with honors in history and literature. She is the author, editor of several children's books and educational articles, and the popular history book, Pieces of the Past, A Stroll Down Jamaica's Memory Lane. Now, the first 1,000 days of a baby's life are a great window of opportunity for setting the foundation of health, developmental growth, and brain development. According to the American Academy of Pediatricians, by the age of 2 years, the brain develops into a complex organ that allows children to learn to walk, talk, and read, and thereafter learn new experiences such as math, reasoning, and complex thoughts. Join the session and learn about the building blocks for building brains in the first 1,000 days. I now turn over to Dr. Tortello.
Thank you very much, Corinne. Good afternoon, everyone. I can hope you can hear me okay, and we'll be able to see the slides I'm going to share. As it's very exciting to be here, and normally this is an in-person activity, so it's a bit strange to do it virtually, but this is our new normal, and I know the ECC is breaking new ground with this engagement. So there are pluses to everything. There's always opportunity that arises out of every crisis. So without any further ado, what I'm going to try to do is share my screen. And I'm going to speak mostly about play and how useful play is for building young children's brains, giving them a boost to make them just healthier and happier all around. Now, the beauty of play, while I try to find my screen share, is that, you know, it does not cost anything. It does not require any, any experience. I hope you can see my screen now. It does not require any real background. It does not require any real equipment. So it's user-friendly, it's cost-effective, and we can do it, you know, any time of the day. We just need to have a willingness to engage. So you're seeing my screen, I hope. And I want to begin. We are. Okay. I want to begin with some of the science. So this data comes from the Lancet, which is a very well-regarded research journal. And the three boxes give some context. So globally, about 250 million children under 5 are at risk of not fulfilling their developmental potential. A poor start in life translates to 25% less potential income as an adult. So what we do early on really does count. Countries could lose up to 2 to 3 times what they now invest in health or education if they do not emphasize and prioritize the early years. So what's one of our main tools that we can use to combat the challenges that our children are facing and to better position them to maximize their life opportunities? Play, the simple 4-letter word of play. Yesterday, I had the honor of hosting a panel discussion on play, and one of my colleagues Dr. Lorna Thompson shared, who's a well-known curriculum developer and educator here in Jamaica, shared that play, she liked to think of it as an acronym, and P was for play or practice, L was for learning, A was for what you achieve through that learning, and Y was the yearning or the curiosity that comes through play and the yearning to learn more. So looking at this graphic, just 15 minutes, which is really not a lot of time, of play a day can spark thousands of connections in your baby's brain. So the campaign Early Moments Matter, the tag phrase Eat, Play, Love, 3 simple things that can build the important synapses in a child's brain that grow at the fastest rate ever in the first 1,000 days, and that the more that they are built and tightened, the more resilient they are to any external shocks that might come, in a baby's life. They would become more resilient and be able to better treat with those challenges. Also, play is a right. It's according to the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, it's Article 31. All children have a right to play and leisure activities. And play, I think, for me, one of the best ways to think about play is that it's the way a child learns what no one can really teach him or her, because the child will learn by experience. So this slide also has a lot of different words that come to mind when you hear the word play, and you'll see words like fun, entertain, frolic, pleasure, diversion, sport, games, because of course there are many, many different types of play that children and we as adults even engage in throughout our lifetime. It's important for us to play at all stages of our life, but it is especially important in those first in the first early years, because first 1,000 days, because it really, really boosts your child's brains, your children's brains. It is one of the most important things that you can do. It is one of the easiest things that you can do. And it is one of the least pressure-filled things that you can do, because what you do when you play with your baby is you're also not only are you building important connections in their brains, but you're beginning to make important memories with your baby, and you're bonding with your baby. So we have different types of play. We have unstructured play, we have child-initiated play, we have teacher-guided play, and then we have highly structured play. So it goes on a continuum. Obviously, the younger the child is, the more initiated by the parent it will be. And when the child is able to independently organize his or her time, which happens quite early on, even in those first 1,000 days, by age 1.5, 2, children will choose things they want to do from what is set out for them. That may simply be putting things in and out of a pot, hitting the pot with a wooden spoon, if you give them that, making their own music, engaging, playing peekaboo, hide and seek, all these different things. They might want to play on their own. They might want to play adjacent to a friend or a sibling, which is called parallel play, where they're not necessarily engaging with the other child. Or then they might play together, which is associative play. They might do rough and tumble play, which involves their whole bodies, not just their minds. So now you're using gross motor skill development, balance, building the strength of the muscles. They might want to work on little puzzles which have big pieces for small hands, and that involves building fine motor skills. So one of the important tenets of play is that it brings together all the different spheres of a child's life. It involves the children's family, their friends, their home, their school, their community. And so there's continuity and connectivity of learning. Play is so multifaceted. It's multisensory. For children with special needs, play is a very important form of learning too, because, for example, for an autistic child, they go into their own zone, and maybe they want to spend long periods of time lining up objects in a way that makes sense to them. And that's a form of play. And you learn by observing how your child plays. So it's important. Play is also a window into what your child, as your child gets older, is thinking about, is curious about, how they approach problem solving. So it gives you a lot of information as well. So it's joyful, it's meaningful, it's actively engaging of the mind, body, the soul. It's iterative. It helps children to meet challenges. So these children putting together this tower, maybe the first time they put it together, it didn't stand up so tall. Maybe it toppled over, and they learned how to by doing it a few more times, how to make it stand. You know, they begin to understand it needs a broader base at the bottom. And the best way for them to understand that is not to be told that or shown it, but for them to figure it out themselves. And of course, there are very important social aspects of play, and that's an important life skill. So when you play, children also learn from trial and error. They apply a lot of mathematical and scientific concepts because, you know, they have to figure out if they're doing something, how many things will they need, how many blocks will they need to build the tower, how many will need to go on the base. They learn how to use reason and logic. I'm trying to finish my puzzle, how many pieces are missing. They learn how to communicate as they are able to become more verbal. They use their words. Before that, they might use their body language or sounds that they're making to communicate their excitement, their interest. There's a lot of satisfaction that comes from playing when you complete something that you start out to do. And of course, all of this helps to develop creativity and critical thinking skills. Two of the most important things that play can develop are interest and motivation. And, you know, it helps a child to begin to chart and participate in their own learning. And that's a very important component of learning. And one of the things that I think we suffer from in Jamaica, where unfortunately we do not have, you know, all of our communities do not have play spaces or playgrounds. I would love to see a day come when the country did have that and all of those play spaces were accessible for children with different abilities. One of the things we suffer from is this belief that, you know, you mustn't play too much. You must sit down and do your work. And our children must be sitting down at 2 and 3 years old, filling out worksheets and coloring in workbooks and listening to their teacher. When really, you know, I had the opportunity, for example, to visit Cuba a few years ago, and their entire early childhood curriculum is play-based. Our early childhood curriculum is play-based on paper. It has a lot of games built into it, and it has tips to bring the parents on board, tips to share with parents, ideas to extend the curriculum by having parents do activities at home with their children, and that's all wonderful. And the hope is that as our practitioners get more and more comfortable with it, that they will engage with the parents around play and encourage them not to see play as something that is frivolous or something that is a waste of time, but something that is actually critical to their child's holistic and complete socio-emotional development. In Cuba, the play-based, there were centers in their classrooms that fostered all kinds of dramatic play with all of the equipment made from paper mache, because, you know, in Cuba, they can't import American goods, plastic goods, you know, I can't remember the name of the companies now, but everything they had, you know, supermarket sections, they had doctors' offices, cosmetologists, pharmacists, almost every career you could think of, every element of the community was represented in this classroom made out of paper mache, and the children were moving from section to section, role playing, engaging with each other, you know, exploring the objects and engaging with them. And it was amazing to see. And another point to be made, and I'll make it here before I go to the next slide, is that Finland, which is a country that a lot of people like to refer to as being, you know, one of the top performing countries in the world in terms of education. They even have education tourism where educators from around the world go to Finland to observe what are the Finns doing in their school system that's working so well. Well, one of the things they do is that they just encourage play for their children. In fact, their children don't begin formal schooling until age 5 or 6. So they're at home. They're at home with parents who get long maternity leave and long paternity leave. They're at home with parents who are part of play groups in their communities. They belong to museums, libraries, they go to parks, they have play dates. So all of that helps the child to begin to grow holistically and positively. And they don't go to formal schooling until age 6. They're not sitting behind desks. So back to the science for a few minutes. The brain of a young child, I mentioned, is wired to make infinite connections. And by age 3, this is just to tell you how many connections are being made. Billions of cells and hundreds of trillions of connections are produced. And so it's really important to do the best we can to connect as many of these cells as possible. And the more we are able to do it, the stronger the connections, the better able a child is to respond to what we call toxic stress or toxic shock, which might be things like violence or something that breaks their routine, or the way that happens is by the bonding between a caring adult, the parent or a caregiver in that child's life, and sort of a give and take interaction, a serve and volley response, which naturally happens during play. It can happen during the conversations that take place during play. So when you're talking and playing with a young child, it's important to you as the adult be as verbal as you can, because then you're helping the child to hear many more words, and that helps them to become stronger, emergent, literate students. You want to make the play as multisensory, involving the whole body, things that have different textures, maybe things that have smells, different shapes. You want to read, and read some more. I'm showing the picture of reading because reading as well is playful. When you're reading a story to a child and you're pointing out the images in the picture and the bright colors, your voice changes, the level of your voice changes, and that helps to draw the child in. But you're also sometimes maybe you will try to do the voices in characters of the book, and that's how it becomes even more playful. Singing, music is very important for play. Talking with your child. Again, I'm making the point about reading. If you hear a child make sounds, yes, it's not a word, but make that sound back to your child. You make a sound and let your child try to repeat it. That's an example of another serve and volley response. Move around with your baby. You know, one of the things my husband did with our children a lot when they were little in that first 1,000 window was they loved boxes. He put them in boxes and put a rope around the box and dragged them around the room. And some days that box was a plane, some days it was a boat, some days it was a car. And he would make different sounds depending on what vehicle the box was on that day. And the children would make different sounds. And there was a lot of laughing and fun, and there was just joy. And that's one of the most powerful benefits of play, is the joy that it brings. And then that box sometimes would tip over and they would wind up on the floor rolling around, and it would move into rough and tumble play, and there would be more giggling and laughing. And those are critical childhood memories that my children refer to even today, now that they're teenagers. All of the games and the activities that I'm referencing, and you see in this picture here of this practitioner using a puppet, it's a simple puppet. This is actually a real puppet, but it could be one made from a sock. These things use objects that are found in your home easily. They're easily accessed for schools. You could be stacking stones. You could be stacking blocks. You could be putting things in a container, taking them out. You want to show, baby parts of your face, touch your eyes, play head, shoulders, knees, and toes, use songs, be positive, always saying to the child, good job, well done, let's do it again. Encouraging the child, playing peekaboo, playing what do I see, showing different images, going for a walk, looking for colors, looking for shapes, looking for numbers as the child gets older and is able to engage in that way. In a supermarket, I need 2 bags of rice. Can you help me find the 2 bags? Holding up the number 2, showing the printed number 2, finding ways to reinforce the learning through the play. Showing your children how to communicate with their bodies, saying bye-bye and hello. So to understand the difference between hello and goodbye using the context. Smiling is always important. The smiling elicits a bonding positive reaction. So you can't help but smile often when you're playing, right? Because you're having fun. Another simple game with young children is just to make funny faces and funny sounds. You'll make it, the child will make it. And you'll see the learning progress because, for example, if you play a game with a young child and you say you have an object and you cover that object with a cloth or a shirt or something, a young child, younger than 1, might get concerned and maybe start to cry because they don't know where the object went. It's disappeared. But as they get a little older, between 2 and 3, they know that the object is underneath that cloth or t-shirt, and they laugh because they see that it's a game. And so that's showing you that they understand the concept of object permanence. And that's tested by a simple activity, a simple playful activity like that. It's important as they get older, you begin with questions that are obvious with young children. So can you show me your eye, touch your eye, where's your toe, point to your toe, let's count your toes, and so on. But as your children get older, so even beyond the first 1,000 days, what you want to try to do is to practice being able to focus on asking what we call more open-ended questions. So the questions are questions that would be more like, what was the best part of school today? What did you like the best about going to the park? as opposed to how was school, because how was school can give you a yes or no answer, and that's a closed question, you know, or you might just get a grunt as the child gets older. So what you want is to engage in a conversation. So the more open-ended the questions, the better opportunities there are for a longer conversation. It's good to offer to play with your child, to show the child that you like to play too, but you don't want to take over the play. It's to be directed by the children. You can help, you can guide, but you don't take it over. You also can learn a lot by observing how your child is playing and engaging. And, you know, one of the things many of us make mistakes with is when we see a young child who's maybe about 2 years old or around that time, and they have an object that they're playing with, and then their friend comes by or their sibling comes by and they want that object. The 2-year-old doesn't want to share that object. And we get upset at it. Oh, no, it's important. Share it with Mary. Mary wants to play too. You know, we need to remind ourselves that at 2, the concept of sharing is not something that's real to them. Their world revolves around them. As they get older, it opens up and they will understand the concept of sharing, and they will share because they will understand that if they lend to somebody, somebody will lend to them. And play also helps them to understand the concept as they get older of being part of a team and how to win and lose graciously, how to be patient, to wait your turn, et cetera, et cetera. But berating a young child for not wanting to share is something we have to be mindful of. Also, an interesting fact is that, did you know that at birth, very young children have blurry vision? So they can only focus on objects that are very close to them, which is why you often see them staring so intently at you. And they can really only see very high contrast colors, things like red, black, yellow, geometric patterns that are very, very sharply contrasted. So when we buy all these pastel colored mobiles that we hang over their cribs and so on, they really don't see that in the first 1,000 days. It's as they get to the end of that period and afterwards that they're able to engage with those colors. Certainly not in the first half of that, the first 1,000 days period. But it's important to play games and with your children and make sounds and check, you know, are they hearing me clap on the left? Are they hearing me clap on the right? Are they able to follow my finger if I do this, if I do this, if I do this? Those are important cues to play with your child and to see if it's happening properly. And if not, then you share that with your pediatrician. So in the same way with a very young child, this type of playful approach can help us to track developmental growth. How children go on when they're older to play and the conversations they may create when they're doing dramatic play and the type of information they may share when with their friends, when they're role playing, may give you a window into what's happening in their homes, which as a teacher, you know, it's important for us all to pay attention to. So play not only gives us a window into, you know, physical growth and development, but also socio-emotional growth and development. And then of course there's play therapy, which is a way to treat and try and help children who have been traumatized in some way or another. The second and final half of the presentation is going to focus on a series of tips that we prepared as UNICEF for a partnership with Loop Jamaica, where we took research that's available on the globalunicef.org/parenting site that talked about the different developmental stages of young children in these early moments matter years, the first 1,000 days, and ways that we can foster positive development. So one point that's made is that a child's vocabulary is positively linked to the amount of time they spend participating in pretend play by age 3. So again, my point about reading, my point about talking, and discussing helps to build a child's vocabulary. And one of the biggest challenges we face in the Jamaican system is the vocabulary divide between children from middle and upper income homes and children from lower income homes who enter school with a vastly different sets of vocabulary. Another important point that's made is in this first 1,000 days, how critical good nutrition is, and how for the first 6 months, the best nutrition is breast milk. It is the best for the baby. It is the best for the mother. There are so many positive health benefits to both baby and mother from exclusive breastfeeding. As a nation, we do pretty well with breastfeeding for the first 2 months. But once we get past the 2-month mark, partially because many women have to go back to work after 2 months. We don't have paid maternity leave that's longer than that time period. But also culturally, we believe that we can start introducing other foods and so on a little bit earlier than what's considered to be a global best practice. So the global best practice is exclusive breastfeeding up to 6 months. Every bite counts. Now, the next set of images just shows you examples that could be used with parents when you're hopefully engaging them around how important it is to play and how user-friendly and cost-effective it is to play. These are slides of children and parents playing with each other using objects that are easy to access and easy to use. So this is a sheet and they're playing peekaboo, right? Lots of fun. Look how engaged the child is. She's looking at her parent and she's smiling and clapping. And it's such a simple game. Anybody can play it at any age, right? This one I mentioned before, putting things out, in and out of a container. Here they may or may not be sharing their objects. And we have ring games and folk songs that go with games like this. So we have one that's called Go Down Emmanuel Road, Gallant Boy, Finger Mash Rockstone. The Jamaicans will know that and can probably sing it better than I can. But those sort of traditional games are also really important if we can to pass them on to our children. Again, with leaves, stacking them, putting them on all different parts of a container. This one happens to be a pretty large size cardboard box. Another thing you can do with leaves is collect them, different sizes. Children will feel the different textures, you know, between an older dry leaf, a new leaf, and you can do leaf rubbings with the children with crayons, and they can see how it transcribes onto the paper. They can, order them by size. They can stack them one on top of the other. There's so many simple things you can do. You can just go outside and take a walk to gather leaves, sticks, look at nature, and then make sculptures with them. This is dramatic play with a pillowcase or a sheet tied around the child as a cape. What superhero are you today? What are you going to do to help? What's your superpower? This is a parent helping the child in their superhero duties, and you could imagine the fun for the child being lifted up like this and the laughter and the joy that would ensue. This is, like Jenga, stacking things one on top of the other, learning, helping each other, and talking all the while you're doing it. The benefits of this activity, striking, listening. Does it make different sounds at different parts of the bowl? What about if you put water in it? What about if it was a bigger bowl? What about if it was a taller bowl? Those are the kinds of ways that you can extend the play and start to build in scientific principles. This is just the last one, and it's just, I always include it because the two children look like they're having so much fun, and it reminds me of my children being dragged around by their father in the box with a rope and a sheet. So things to remember when you're thinking about play is that it's really important to make time for play. 10 to 15 minutes a day, especially in these first 1,000 days, is critical. Try to have areas in your house where if you have objects you put together that can easily be pulled out and put back for the child to access, Play-Doh, puzzles, blocks, dolls, trucks. Girls don't have to play only with dolls. Boys don't have to only play with trucks and cars. Make the sounds, make it multisensory. Can you go outside and draw, on your sidewalk or on your driveway with chalk, a route for the cars and the trucks to drive, or for the children themselves to attempt to balance on one foot, to stop and do jumping jacks, to touch their toes. You can make obstacle courses easily just using sidewalk chalk outside. And that's a COVID-friendly activity because, we have to stay close to home in these times still. Again, just to remind you how important it is to maintain observation of your child and what they're doing and how they're playing. Are they engaging? Are they paying attention? Are they focused? Are they exhibiting that flow state, which is when they're really concentrating? Those are all good things. If they're not, then that might be sort of a red flag to think about what is happening, and maybe you would raise that with your pediatrician. Let the child lead the play as much as possible, and engage in any way you can. That might be by imitating what the child is doing, or just talking with the child and letting the child know by the tone of your voice or by your physical interaction that you're interested in what he or she's doing and in playing with him or her. Use your vocabulary to help the child. Talk about what he or she's doing, and as they're able to speak, they engage with you and they'll add to the conversation. Follow the child's pace. Don't try to rush through the play. And be sure that if it's time to end the play and you have to move to dinner or bath time or something like that, that you're able to give the child cues, that the playtime is going to come to an end. In school, we often use songs. The children know when this song begins that toys are going to be picked up and it's time to move on. But of course, at home, bath time and dinner time can also include more play opportunities. In the bath, you have water play. At the dinner for younger children, you have songs or sounds that you might use as you're trying to help feed the children. The airplane is coming into the child's mouth, the train is arriving, et cetera, et cetera. So why does play matter? It matters because it builds resilience. Children learn to make their own decisions. They are intrinsically motivated. They become immersed in the moment and they have fun, right? It's that point cannot be overstated, the fun. We all need more fun in our daily lives. Now, these pictures are going to talk about some movements and resources that we have available to us locally and internationally online. So this is a picture from Play Day a few years ago, Play Day JA, which is an activity that UNICEF has been promoting nationally, and we hope one day to have it reach the level of participation of Read Across Jamaica Day, where it's just a given. And the day we're using is what's considered to be Global Play Day in Schools, which is the first Tuesday, in February. So we were able to hold it last year because it was pre-COVID. We were not able to hold it this year because schools were closed. We're hoping for next year. And what we've found is that more and more teachers are participating, and we have tried different days. So 2020 was not the first year that we held Play Day JA, but what we found is that more parents have been involved, more teachers were sharing with us how positive the day was, how the children enjoyed the way they were able to build games into their daily activities. So this is an activity that we did at Halfway Tree Primary, where we had just finished playing a game called Chinese Telephone, where you say a sentence to the child at this end of the class, and the child whispers it to the student next to him or her, and it goes around the class. And then you always wind up with a different sentence at the end because somehow it gets lost in translation. And we used that to introduce nouns, verbs, and adjectives, which the children were studying. So that was fun. And then we went outside and we played ring games, and we got everybody's whole bodies involved, and lots of smiles and laughter. And they went back to their class happy and ready to learn more. Another fantastic site with a lot of information broken down by age is the geniusofplay.org. So these are some examples of activities you would see on that site, which tells you, if you're in the car, on the bus, you can be trying to find different cars that are all red. You can be trying to find only trucks. You can be trying to find the letter A, or, at the store, you can do the same thing. You're searching for things that have the color blue in it. You're searching for things that are in a box, or in a can. How many cans can you count? So there are different ways that you can adapt it depending on where you are. You might be at home and you don't have a ball, but maybe you have a balloon. So you can play volleyball with the balloon. How long can we keep the balloon up in the air? Pass the balloon, stop the music. Who has the balloon, gets a point. Taking a walk, as I was saying earlier, to collect objects, making sculptures, but also looking for objects in nature. So looking at the clouds, taking a walk at night, looking at the stars, looking at the shapes in the clouds, looking for letters, looking for numbers. So you can take shape walks, letter walks, color walks. Very, very easy to do, even with young children. They may not see many, many things, but as you do it more and more, you'll see that they will engage more and more, and they can begin to play games like I Spy. And you give them characteristics and they have to find things in the neighborhood. Genius of Play, their site also looks like this, and they tell you the different benefits of play, and then they break it down by different age groups and give you suggestions of what can be done and whether it requires adult help or not. So, for example, bottle bowling, putting some plastic bottles up, giving them a tennis ball and asking them to see how many they can knock down. That's a lot of fun for a 2 to 3 year old child. This is the unicef.org/parenting site that I mentioned earlier, which has a lot of resources backed by science, and it breaks it down by age group. So you can click on each of these and get more and more information about what your child should be doing and how you can help your child to reach those developmental milestones. This slide talks about a resource which is called EduSport, which has been working on a sports for development curriculum. It began in rural Jamaica in the parish of St. Elizabeth, led by the NGO Breads. And Breads basically put coaches into schools with UNICEF support to serve as PE teachers. And the EduSport curriculum was developed to support the strengthening of literacy, numeracy, and life skills. So some games may have math concepts, some games may have literacy concepts, other games may have concepts about, for example, a more recent addition to the game repertoire was one on COVID, which is like a version of freeze tag where all the children are running. If you get tagged, you have COVID, you can only be unfrozen if Panadol, people who have been designated as Panadol rest come by and allow you to be able to move again. So the EduSport manual, all PE teachers have been trained around the island, and the manual will soon be available online, and it breaks it down, the different games that are relevant for the early childhood age group. Also funded by UNICEF in partnership with the ministry is the game-based curriculum for grades 1 to 3, which takes all the topics that are in the 1 to 3 curriculum and gives you game-based lesson plans that you can use to engage students both in the classroom and outside. So play, remember, is just as powerful inside as it is outside. So the more we can mix it up and involve all the senses, the better off we will all be. This is just a flyer to remind you about Play Day. Hopefully we'll be amending this and it will be the first Tuesday in February 2022. How to promote play, bring the parents, get the parents on board, talk to the parents as early as possible when they sign up for your school or your brain builder center if you're have the daycare age group. Encourage them to create family game nights at home, create a school game afternoon, have a toy making competition. I don't know, have a day where parents come in and teach ring games to the children. Let the community members be involved in deciding ways that they liked to play as children and how they could share that with their own children in your community, and just build that link between home and school by trying to stage at least one play-filled event when we're able to stage events again. Now that we're all doing everything mainly online, there are still ways to foster play online. So for example, you can have a play date online if you have the connectivity and the devices, then your child can connect with his or her friend, and they might be playing with the same objects and just talking to each other. While they're doing it, they could be driving their trucks on a path that's been drawn in your house and the friend's house. Or you can do things that are group activities like a scavenger hunt, where you send 4 or 5 children off who are all on the Zoom call with you to find easy objects that they can know where to find in the house and bring back to you. That's a lot of fun too. Some play-based resources to point out: bedtimemath.org. Bedtimemath.org takes math problems for children of all ages from early childhood on up, and it's always around some sort of interesting theme or topic or subject area. So it could be, today is National Donut Day, and then the activity will be, the word problem will be, I have 3 donuts, 2 chocolate and 1 vanilla. How many chocolate donuts do I have? And there'll be pictures on the site. So this is a site that I used to use with my children a lot when they were little, and I used to sometimes read the problems to them on the way to school. And as they get better, they can do the higher level math, right? But it takes math from a literacy perspective, from a story perspective. So it adds a different twist to it. It's a brilliant idea. 0 to 3 gives you specific activities for the first 1,000 days. So it's a very, very strong resource. The Genius of Play, I've already shared with you an example of some of the content they have. And then our library service, jls.gov.jm, has a component of their site called Bookstart JA, which basically has taken all of the Ministry of Education's approved reading material from early childhood on up to grade 9, and some of them have audio embedded. So when you download those books, it's a a 0 rated site. So when you click on the book and you download it, and you hear the voice reading the story, the words light up as the story is read. So a very young child who we don't want to we don't want to encourage in the first 1,000 days a lot of screen time, but you could put the story on and let them hear the story being told. And that's wonderful, right? Because they're listening to a story and they're hearing the voices change and the characters change and so on. Vroom.org is also a good one. It gives you, you enter the name and the age of your child, and every day it sends you a tip of a play-based activity to do with your child. And then for more, Book Fusion is linked to the Bookstart site. Basically, it's a platform for Caribbean literature and has the Ministry of Education's library included in it. The NACE.org resources topics play for those of you who want sort of more scientific research-based information, as well as just tips in general. And then what's not listed here, I should have listed it, is that on our site at unicef.org/Jamaica, we have a section focused on COVID-19, and we have 19 games for COVID-19, sorry, or 19 family-based activities for COVID-19, which include some early childhood activities like using a deck of cards, and you throw the cards up in the air and then you pick one card, and I pick the 6 of diamonds, and then my activity of choice is jumping jacks. So I do 6 jumping jacks, and I encourage my 2- and 3-year-old to do 6 jumping jacks with me, and we count them together. Or then it's time for my child to pick a card and choose a movement, and we do that together. The whole family can do that, and it can be done in all different kinds of ways, just using dominoes or a pack of cards or even dice. So yes, you can check that out at unicef.org/Jamaica. I think that's it. So I'm at the end of the presentation. I don't know if there are questions, Corrine. Before we move to questions, though, I do want to reiterate that if there's anything we can do at all to reinforce amongst our families how important it is not to just see play as something that's frivolous, but to begin to really recognize just how powerful a teaching and learning tool it can be, and how critical and how easy it is to play with our children from birth, even from before birth, by talking with them when they're in utero, by laughing, by playing music, by massaging. The power of laughter and the light it brings cannot be overstated. So yeah, I'll stop sharing and turn back over to you, Corrine.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Tortello. That was very enriching. And one thing that kept coming out, read, read, read. And if we didn't know before, we know it now. Reading is a part of play. So keep our children engaged through reading. And we need to get our children excited about reading. All right, so I have a few questions here. One is asking, what happens to a child that is not breastfed? Is it that the child will be developed slower?
No, it's not that the child will develop slower necessarily. It's just that, some mothers can't breastfeed, or they feel that, they have to top up the baby with formula. It's not that they won't develop. It's just that by breastfeeding the child, if you can, and you can do it exclusively, you give your child, it builds their immune system. They have a stronger immune system than if they're eating or drinking formula. And also for the mother, it helps you in a number of ways. I don't remember all the different medical ways, but it helps to reduce, I think, diabetes and cervical cancer and a few other, if you Googled it, you'd be surprised possibly at all the different positive benefits, both to mother and child, that exclusive breastfeeding can give.
Indeed. And, persons would say, well, it has been said that it helps them to fight infections and viruses. Yes. All right. So another question, it says, does playing with parents develop the child's social skills and esteem?
Yes, of course. So play with parents and with other children helps children to develop their self-esteem, their sense of self. So it helps them to begin on that path of self-actualization, right? Because especially if the child is directing the play, leading the play, then it builds confidence. And when they're able to complete a task, so if they're they're doing a puzzle or they're driving the truck down a certain path and it finishes and they've completed the journey, then there's a sense of satisfaction that they derive from that. So that then feeds into their self-esteem.
Great, thank you. And the more interactive we are, then we actually develop other skills in our children. All right, another question. It says, why do you think if a child is not engaged in play, why do so many persons think that if a child is not engaged in play, they are labeled as being sick?
I've never heard that they're labeled as being sick. I don't know why they would be labeled as being sick. I mean, play is important for a child's health, all aspects of the child's health. So the mental health, just as much as their physical health, just as much as their socio-emotional health, because it works on all fronts, basically. I don't know why they would be labeled as being sick. But if a child is not, if you notice by age 2, 3, 4 that a child is not able to make eye contact with you for long periods of time, or is not speaking, beginning to speak and able to show that he's hearing you and engaging in some way, then that's a red flag to talk with your doctor and take the child for an examination.
Okay, so that means that the child may have some developmental issue at that stage, at that point. Okay, another question. Sorry. Does play remedy aggression in young children?
Remedy. Play can be an outlet for aggression in young children. If you allow them to, just like for adults, if you give them space to move their body and extend the extra energy that they might have, then it might redound to making them calmer afterwards. So yes, there is scope for that. Did the question say remedy aggression?
Yes, it did.
That it would remedy aggression, but it might be an outlet to help find more balance.
Okay. Okay. A question here. What is the best color for children?
Color?
Yes, I'm not sure if.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand that question, but maybe that has to do with the slide that talked about colors that very young children can see.
I think so.
What that research shows is that very young children are able to see starkly contrasted colors better. So toys or objects that are black, white, red, yellow, or all those colors juxtaposed in a design that's geometric. So it's stark and sharp, not soft and blurry, is more easily seen.
Understood. All right. So Faith Williams commented that play is therapeutic to both parent and child. However, there's a question that asks, what happened to the child whose parent doesn't find time to play with them?
Yeah, I think it's really important for parents to try to make that time. Again, it doesn't have to be hours and hours, but if it can be a minimum of 15 minutes a day, it doesn't have to be 15 straight minutes, but 15 minutes, cumulatively. The benefits of that investment are so huge on so many different levels that it would be a shame not to maximize that opportunity, because there's the only thing it costs you really is time, right? And it's a small amount of time.
Yes, indeed. And you would have provided for us a resource database on play. I didn't know that exists. And, I hope our practitioners and our parents will make use of this. And especially, I can't wait to try bedtime math. I really want to see what that is about. Yes. And, this, I believe, could get our children early involved in math, because we tend to shy away from numbers on a whole. So I'm definitely looking forward to trying this. Dr. Tortello, I want to thank you so much for being here with us. Okay, so I see another question.
Okay. Just before you ask it in relation to math, I just also want to point out that, you know, when you take children on errands with you, maybe you have to because you don't have anybody to leave them with at home, and maybe your errand would go faster without the child with you. You can use that time to play because you're in the car, on the bus. You can play a game, looking at things. You know, how many people wearing hats do you see? You can come up with all kinds of simple things, and even in the grocery store, you can make it in a game. You know, you have a list. Okay, let's see how quickly we can find all the things on our list. And then you can bring math into that. You know, I need 3 boxes of milk. Help me to count the 3 boxes of milk. You know, is my box of milk bigger or smaller than my I don't know, than my coconut water? I don't know. Whatever. I need some coconut water, so that's why I'm thinking of that. But I mean, you know, and you can start showing the children a lot of mathematical concepts just in the supermarket. It's like a treasure hunt. You can turn your shopping list into a scavenger hunt, basically.
Yes, indeed. And you know, as you mentioned that on Tuesday's panel, they would have incorporated using clothespins. So you're hanging the clothes and you say, hand me 2 or 3 or even 4 clothespins. So, you know, those are ways to include our children, and it's play and enjoyment for them. All right, so there is a question here. It says, how does play help in the language development for her young children?
So because a lot of play, especially when you build the vocabulary into it, so you watch what the child is doing and you say, I see you're building you're taking the red blocks, the red and the yellow blocks or whatever blocks, you're taking the blocks and you've put the red one at the bottom and you're putting the blue one on top. Now you have 2 blocks and then you're putting one beside it. So now you've put one adjacent to it. So you're putting different, as long as you're talking with your children, you're putting in new vocabulary, you're using new vocabulary to extend the conversation, then the children hear those words and they begin to internalize them, and it builds sort of their frame of reference bank up, so that when they go to school and they start to see words in books or when you're reading with them and they start to see words in books, they remember. And then you ask them questions like, which character did you like in the book and why? Then they're asked to give their opinions. Then they're able to engage and to draw on a richer vocabulary. So rather than only being able to eventually describe something using one word, they would be able to pull on a broader repertoire. So for example, instead of saying that something is pretty or pretty, they would say, you know, it's beautiful, it's magnificent, it's exquisite, it's fabulous, you know, and they go on and on and on. And that's how you build your vocabulary, by the discussion and that serve and volley response, the conversation that comes out of play. Why did the towers, you know, how did we build the tower to be so tall? Have we seen any tall buildings? Which tall buildings do you remember? So you're drawing on their experiences and you're giving them new experiences at the same time.
Yes, indeed. All right. So you're being asked, how can you help a child who don't like to play to participate in playing?
So you have to try to observe and know your child, right? So you observe your child to see, what is your child interested in? And then try to give is it music? Is it things that have different textures? So, you know, just as you can write numbers on paper, you can write numbers in sand, you can write numbers in jello, you can write numbers in flour, you can mix the texture so that the children in water, you can write a number so that do they respond well to that? What objects do they make them smile? Trucks, is it balls, whatever, is it clothespins? And then give them the things that they like to play with and watch what they do. And if they don't engage in any way, shape or form, either with the objects or with other children, then again, that might be something to share with your medical practitioner.
Yes.
Because usually you don't have to force a child to play. A child will naturally engage with an object or another child generally as they get older with another child.
Definitely, because we're all social beings. And I think you may have touched on this question a bit. So it's asking, would a child exposed to a lot of hard play that they like be at a disadvantage?
A lot of hard play?
Heart.
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 H-E-A-R-T?
A-R-T.
H, spell it for me.
A-R-T.
Oh, art.
Art.
Would a child exposed to a lot of art play, what was the last part?
That they like be at a disadvantage.
No.
Right.
because they're interested in it, so it's fine. It doesn't, you don't have to play in one way or another to gain. That's an important point, actually. You don't have to play in only one way to gain the benefits of play. Like there's no one way of play that's better than another. It's just how your child interacts with the type of play that is a springboard for you to then engage with the child and build those synapses in the brain through that serve and volley response and the positive reactions that you give to the child.
Right. So it's their interest and, you know, we encourage their interest. Right. I think this is a practitioner. She's asking, what is the role of the teacher in play?
So to be a facilitator, right? Not to take over the play, but to facilitate, to make time for the play, to build play into the school day, and to try and balance between free play, where it might be just time to play, you know, they're outside, they're running up and down, or they have, some schools will have like different centers set up in the classroom. It might be a dramatic play center, it might be a section with blocks, whatever it is. And they give them time every day to go from center to center to center. So you let the children rotate, or if the child A has spent Monday at the block center, then you might say to the child tomorrow, you know, try this other center. So the children know that they rotate. But there's also nothing wrong with letting the children, if they like the blocks, letting them go to the blocks as often as they wish. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But the answer to the question is really to be a facilitator in whatever way you think works best for your children, and to build it in. Is it that as they come into the school, before school formally begins, there's puzzles set out, their crayons, their blocks, they play. Then you start school, you build games into your activities, then you have free play time, then you have a play center time, and then maybe you send home with the parents like a play tip every weekend. Try this with your family, try this with your child, and then let us know on Monday how it went.
Yes, I like that, actually giving them tips as to what the families can do to incorporate play. All right, so our final question, it says, is it that when we talk with the baby, they internalize our language, even though they can't respond?
Definitely, that's what that slide that was talking about the building of the synapses was referencing. So some of those synapses are language related, right? So the more they hear your voice before they're born, right? Because they hear you speaking. Sometimes you're speaking to them. Sometimes you're not, but they hear your voice. So they know your voice. They respond to your voice. And what we don't want to do is also be shouting or raising our voices. We want to try and keep even keeled voices. And when we change the tone of our voice, the children know happier tones from sadder tones. They begin to figure that out. As they hear us talk, it begins to build that sort of, I guess you could refer to it as a vocabulary reference bank in their minds. And then as they start to see, that's why it's also so important for them to see the words on paper, which is why it's important to read. So it's great to discuss and to hear the words, but it's also important to eventually be able to see the words.
Yes, and one thing we need to emphasize is that you do not use baby language, as we'd call it. So we'd eliminate that completely.
Yeah, I mean, people will naturally do that because it's intrinsic. Even when you talk to your cat or your dog, you do that sometimes, right? But I agree, you want as much as possible to speak to the child. You know, you could be cooking and the child could be sitting on the floor with you in the kitchen playing with a pot or a pan, and you just talking to the child. You know, I'm now making the chicken, I'm putting it in the oven, and after I make the chicken, I'm going to make the salad, and I've already put the rice on. Or you could be on the phone having a conversation. We are our first teachers. We are our children's first teachers. So they learn both from watching us, listening to us, and then, you know, seeing what we do, which is not necessarily always the same as what we say. So we have to be mindful of that responsibility.
Yes, indeed. And I must say, excellent presentation. Our practitioners are loving it, our parents are loving it. And, you know, it's very informative when you look at the different ways in which we can incorporate play, and then to know that play is so significant at this stage in the child's life. They may not be able to respond to us, but the things that we do, we are stimulating them, and this is where we want them to be. So Dr. Tratello, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, and thank you all for listening and participating. And please make time to play. If you don't remember anything else, please remember that and have fun.
Yes, indeed. So we are going to be making time to play. Commit to at least 15 minutes each day to play with our children, to include our children in play. And for our participants, for our practitioners rather, we ask you to just encourage our parents to be more involved in play with their child and children. And I also want to encourage our participants to complete our workshop evaluation form. So this is what you do after each session. You give us your reviews, your feedback on each workshop. Let us know what you liked best. Let us know how it is that we're serving you and if it's satisfying to you. So we will be taking a break and we will return with our final workshop for today. And trust me, you do not want to miss this, because then it will be more interactive and we'll be including some music. So thank you so much again, Dr. Tortello, and I hope to see your participants when we return after this break.
Thank you. Bye-bye, everybody.
Hello, Mr. Headley. How are you?
Mr. McClymont.
Yes, I am Peter McClymont, Marketing Manager of Zone Limited, and I'm here today to share with you our suite of early childhood books that we have in-house, all right? Mr. Headley will be taking you through, I'll be asking some questions, and Mr. Headley will be taking you through some of the features of the books as we go through, all right? Mr. Headley, I want to start with the Little Star series, all right? What do you think about the series? What do you have to say on this series, Mr. Headley?
Yes, well, I'm quite impressed with the Little Star series. It's a series of somewhere about 6 books that really covers all the fundamental skills for the early childhood level. One of my favorite of the series, the preschool big book, is very instructive. Covered all the fundamental skills in terms of, vocabulary, sequence, alphabet awareness, and so forth. There's also 2 phonics books, which we have 1A and 1B. And these phonics are from age 4 to age 5, covering, all the fundamentals in terms of your sounds and your blending and segmenting and letters and sound patterns. We also have the math in the series, which we are doing for now. We have the preschool and the kidna, and these are very comprehensive math book for that level. A lot of activity tracing, very colorful illustration, that give the kids some very help to build some very fundamental numeracy skills. And the final aspect of the series is really the 3 coloring books. We have the Jumbo, the ABC 1, 2, 3, and the We Love to Color. And quickly, if you look at the pages are very big and bold, so they have enough space to shade and to color.
This series continues to be a good seller, and I encourage you to visit the bookstores and purchase your copies. All right? Mr. Headley, I want to continue with the books from Sharon's Publishing, beginning with the writing practice. I know you have been working with this series and should have a lot to say about it.
Oh, yeah. Sharon is one of our Caribbean publishers out of Trinidad, and they have a lot of experience in producing books over the years. some of these books that you are much familiar with. I'm sure you're familiar with, like the Pam and Tim series. So this is a part of the entire series of Sharon in terms of the writing practice. And so this is designed for the penmanship, up to do clear, precise, and neat handwriting, and how to trace letters and how to negotiate all their letters in terms of writing.
All right. And we have the easy steps in creative writing. That's the infant level.
I must say I am very, very excited about these two, in fact about this series, which we call the creative writing series. So this fundamental stage is called the easy step. And as they move up further into grade 1, 2, 3, we'll have what we call creative writing. But these are setting the stage for writing and writing their story, expressing themselves, and the writing process. So what we are doing, we are building that writing awareness from early before they get into the primary curriculum. And so these are must-have. Please inquire about these teachers, ask for your samples, get in touch with the marketing manager, Mr. McClymon, to see actual samples of these books, because they are must-have.
Okay, and we'll continue with the easy steps in vocabulary, and we have 3 books, book 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, well, these are we call classic, because they have been around for a long time. They're just new and improved in terms of some layout and illustration. But these are very good for the infant in terms of developing vocab, looking at things over different activities that they can do in these series. So please also, I would encourage you to inquire about samples and look at it for your list as well.
And we continue. We have the infant 1 and 2, easy steps.
Okay, yes, and so this is the infant one. Oh, sorry, I was showing you the older age, but this is what I should be showing you, the fundamental level in the easy step. So it is really a progressive set of book where you start from infant and move right up into the primary level.
This one says foundation mathematics.
Oh, good.
And it's an integrated approach.
Yeah, and now we are moving to numeracy. And these are really some very hands-on activity book, user-friendly activity book for the young one with big letters and numbers for tracing and doing activities. So this is helping the writing, but with number pattern, and with the number readiness as they go along. So there are I think 2 in the series of these number readiness books. So they are really for your 3 and 4-year-old.
All right, and we have the Space Age Reader series.
Oh, I did mention Pam and Tim. Pam and Tim is a household name. We all know about Pam and Tim. And so we have also Pam and Tim, the series, plus the workbook. So they go hand in hand. So when you request your reader, please request the workbook so we can help with the comprehension activities that are in the workbook, improve the reading fluency by doing the different activities from the workbooks.
All right. Numbers to know, also from Sharon's publishing. Right.
This is a very effective and suitable workbook now for the number readiness for your age 4. And so you have a number of different activities that they will be doing, counting, and it can start from your age 3 as well, depending on the ability of your students. So please inquire about the numbers to know. Book 1, and it's a series, so you have a book 1 and then a book 2 as well.
This one has been around for a very long time.
Yes, I'm familiar with
a Beginner's Phonics Workbook 1 and 2.
Yeah, part 1, part 2.
Yes.
And it's straightforward. It's just your regular phonics activity book. So where they are doing their doing activity focus on the long vowel, short vowel, all their initial sounds, developing their vocab, developing reading skills by learning to blend and segment.
Okay. And we have new books here from Dr. Whiteberry. The Everything STEAM series.
Oh yes. And so it comes in the math theory, which is very new, a practice for mathematics mastery. And so you should see this in the market very soon, and you can also inquire for your samples for your advanced students at the grade 1 level, or they're even at grade 5, but they're age 5, but they're pretty advanced. This is a good book for them to use.
But also, we want to also mention that there are 3 books in that series.
Okay, got the phonics.
Yes.
And the phone and the reading.
And the reader.
Okay.
Yes. And the last but by no means least, Mr. Hedley, I almost forgot. Hold My Hand.
Oh yes, Hold My Hand is a very instructive early writing readiness book. And so your young ones are able to start practicing their penmanship by tracing lines, whether zigzag, circular lines, how to hold their pencil properly, how to negotiate their uppercase and lowercase letters.
Right. Thank you very much for listening. Mr. Hedley, I want to say thank you.
You're most welcome,
for sharing. All right. Book Zone Limited is located at 36 to 38 Reddings Road. All right. We are on Facebook and Instagram, and it's Book Zone Ltd for both. You can email us at sales at bookzoneltd.com. You can also call us at 876-634-8675 or 876-634-8673. Thanks much for listening. Hello, Mr. Hedley. How are you?
Mr. McClymont,
Yes, I am Peter McClymont, Marketing Manager of Zone Limited, and I'm here today to share with you our suite of early childhood books that we have in-house, all right? Mr. Hedley will be taking you through, I'll be asking some questions, and Mr. Hedley will be taking you through some of the features of the books as we go through, all right? Mr. Hedley, I want to start with the Little Star series, all right? What do you think about the series? What do you have to say on this series, Mr. Hedley?
Yes, well, I'm quite impressed with the Little Star series. It's a series of somewhere about 6 books that really covers all the fundamental skill for the early childhood level. One of my favorite of the series, the preschool big book, is very instructive, covering all the fundamental skills in terms of vocabulary, sequence, and alphabet awareness, and so forth. There's also 2 phonics books, which we have 1A and 1B, and these phonics are age 4 to age 5, covering all the fundamentals in terms of your sounds and your blending and segmenting and letters and sound patterns. We also have the math in the series, which we are doing for now. We have the preschool and the kidna, and these are very comprehensive math book for that level. A lot of activity tracing, very colorful illustration, that give the kids some very help to build some very fundamental numeracy skills. And the final aspect of the series is really the 3 coloring books. We have the Jumbo, the ABC 1, 2, 3, and the We Love to Color. And I quickly look at the pages. The pages are very big and bold, so they have enough space to shade and to color.
This series continues to be a good seller, and I encourage you to visit the bookstores and purchase your copies. All right? Mr. Hedley, I want to continue with the books from Sharon's Publishing, beginning with the writing practice. I know you have been working with this series and should have a lot to say about it.
Oh yes, Sharon is one of our Caribbean publishers out of Trinidad, and they have a lot of experience in producing books over the years. Some of these books you are much familiar with. I'm sure you're familiar with, like the Pam and Tim series. So this is a part of the entire series of a Sharon in terms of the writing practice. And so this is designed for the penmanship, to do clear, precise, and neat handwriting, and how to trace letters and how to negotiate all their letters in terms of writing.
All right. And we have the easy steps in creative writing. That's the infant level.
I must say I am very, very excited about these two, in fact, about this series, which we call the creative writing series. So this fundamental stage is called the easy step. And as I move up further into grade 1, 2, 3, we'll have what we call creative writing. But these are setting the stage for writing and writing their story, expressing themselves, and the writing process. So what we are doing, we are building that writing awareness from early before they get into the primary curriculum. And so these are must-have. Please inquire about these teachers, ask for your samples, get in touch with the marketing manager, Mr. McClyman, to see actual samples of these books, because they are must-have.
Okay, and we'll continue with the easy steps in vocabulary, and we have 3 books, book 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, well, these are we call classic, because they have been around for a long time. They're just new and improved in terms of some layout and illustration. But these are very good for the infant in terms of developing vocab, looking at things, so different activities that they can do in this series. So please also, I would encourage you to inquire about samples and look at it for your list as well.
And we continue with the infant 1 and 2, easy steps.
Okay, yes, and so this is the infant one. Oh, sorry, I was showing you the older age, but this is what I should be showing you, the fundamental level in the easy step. So it is really a progressive set of book where you start from infant and move right up into the primary level.
This one says foundation mathematics.
Oh, good.
And it's an integrated approach.
Yeah, and now we are moving to numeracy. And these are really some very hands-on activity book, user-friendly activity book for the young one with big letters and numbers for tracing and doing activities. So this is helping in writing, but with number pattern and with the number readiness as they go along. So there are I think 2 in this series of these number readiness books. So they are really for your 3 and 4-year-old.
All right, and we have the Space Age Reader series.
Oh, I did mention Pam and Tim. Pam and Tim is a household name. We all know about Pam and Tim. And so we have also Pam and Tim, the series, plus the workbook. So they go hand in hand. So when you request your reader, please request the workbook so we can help with the comprehension activities that are in the workbook, improve the reading fluency by doing the different activities from the workbooks.
All right. Numbers to know, also from Sharon's publishing.
Right. This is a very effective and suitable workbook now for the number readiness for your age 4. And so you have a number of different activities that they will be doing, counting, and it can start from your age 3 as well, depending on the ability of your students. So please inquire about the numbers to know. Book 1, and it's a series, so you have a book 1 and then a book 2 as well.
This one has been around for a very long time.
Yes, I'm familiar with
a Beginner's Phonics Workbook 1 and 2.
Yeah, Part 1, Part 2.
Yes.
And it's straightforward. It's just your regular phonics activity book. So where they are doing their doing activity focus on the long vowel, short vowel, all their initial sounds. Developing their vocab, developing reading skills by learning to blend and segment.
Okay. And we have new books here from Dr. Whitefield. The Everything STEAM series.
Oh yes. And so it comes in the math theory, which is very new, a practice for mathematics mastery. And so you should see this in the market very soon, And you can also inquire for your samples for your advanced students at the grade 1 level, or if they're even at grade 5, but they're age 5, but they're pretty advanced. This is a good book for them to use.
But also, we want to also mention that there are 3 books in that series.
Okay, you got the phonics.
Yes.
And the phone and the reading.
And the reader.
Okay.
Yes. And the last but by no means least, Mr. Edley, I almost forgot Hold My Hand.
Oh yes, Hold My Hand is a very instructive early writing readiness book. And so your young ones are able to start practicing their penmanship by tracing lines, whether zigzag, circular lines, how to hold their pencil properly, how to negotiate their uppercase and lowercase letters.
Right. Thank you very much for listening. Mr. Hedley, I want to say thank you.
You're most welcome, Sir.
For sharing. All right. Book Zone Limited is located at 36 to 38 Reddings Road. All right. We are on Facebook and Instagram, and it's Book Zone Ltd for both. You can email us at sales at bookzoneltd.com. You can also call us at 876 634 8675 or 876 634 8673. Thanks much for listening. Hello, Mr. Hedley. How are you?
Mr. McClymont.
Yes, I am Peter McClymont, Marketing Manager of Book Zone Limited, and I'm here today to share with you our suite of early childhood books that we have in-house, all right? Mr. Hedley will be taking you through, I'll be asking some questions, and Mr. Hedley will be taking you through some of the features of the books as we go through, all right? Mr. Hedley, I want to start with the Little Star series, all right? What do you think about the series? What do you have to say on this series, Mr. Hedley?
Yes, well, I'm quite impressed with the Little Star series. It's a series of somewhere about 6 books that really covers all the fundamental skill for the early childhood level. One of my favorite of the series, the preschool big book, is very instructive, covered all the fundamental skills in terms of vocabulary, sequence, and alphabet awareness, and so forth. There's also 2 phonics books, which we have 1A and 1B, and these phonics are age 4 to age 5, covering all the fundamentals in terms of your sounds and your blending and segmenting and letters and sound patterns. We also have the math in the series, which we are doing for now. We have the preschool and the kidna, and these are very comprehensive math book for that level. A lot of activity tracing, very colorful illustration, and that give the kids some very help to build some very fundamental numeracy skills. And the final aspect of the series is really the 3 coloring books. We have the Jumbo, the ABC 1, 2, 3, and the We Love to Color. And I quickly look at the pages. The pages are very big and bold, so they have enough space to shade and to color.
This series continues to be a good seller, and I encourage you to visit the bookstores and purchase your copies. All right? Mr. Hedley, I want to continue with the books from Sharon's Publishing, beginning with the Writing Practice. I know you have been working with this series, and should have a lot to say about.
Oh yeah, Sharon is one of our Caribbean publishers out of Trinidad, and they have a lot of experience in producing books over the years. Some of these books you are much familiar with. I'm sure you're familiar with, like the Pam and Tim series. So this is a part of the entire series of a Sharon in terms of the writing practice. And so this is designed for the penmanship, up to do clear, precise, and neat handwriting, and how to trace letters and how to negotiate all their letters in terms of writing.
All right. And we have the easy steps in creative writing. That's the infant level.
I must say I am very, very excited about these two, in fact about this series, which we call the creative writing series. So this fundamental stage is called the easy step. And as I move up further into grade 1, 2, 3, we'll have what we call creative writing. But these are setting the stage for writing and writing their story, expressing themselves, and the writing process. So what we are doing, we are building that writing awareness from early before they get into the primary curriculum. And so these are must-have. Please inquire about these teachers, ask for your samples, get in touch with the marketing manager, Mr. McClymon, to see actual samples of these books, because they are must-have.
Okay, and we'll continue with the easy steps in vocabulary, and we have 3 books, book 1, 2, and 3.
Welcome back, everyone. And I am happy that you have stayed with us, because this session promises to be very exciting and interesting. We'll be looking at the inclusive classroom, hearts integration for every ability. And to deliver this workshop session with me is Mr. Andre Adman. Mr. Hartman has been teaching music for over 20 years and is currently the acting dean of the School of Music at the Endermanley College of the Visual and Performing Arts in Jamaica. A graduate of the Endermanley College of Visual and Performing Arts, he holds a diploma in music education from the Joint Board of Teacher Education, a bachelor's degree in music education, diploma in music performance, ABR-SM, and he is currently pursuing a Master's of Art in Education at the University of the West Indies, Mona. He's a pianist, singer-songwriter, author, and motivational speaker who has dedicated his efforts toward producing innovative educational and inspirational resources for children. Andre recently released his first children's storybook entitled Oyster's Night Song, which is an exciting tale told in rhyming verse that introduces young readers' ages to the importance of everyone doing their job. His body of work also includes a collection of original children's songs entitled I Am Special. Let's get started. Over to you, Mr. Adman.
Hello, good day, everyone. All right, I'm not seeing myself. I'm going to assume that you are seeing me then.
No, we are not seeing you.
All right, you're seeing now?
Yes, we are.
All right, fantastic. It is certainly a pleasure being here this evening to share with you. I am absolutely excited to talk about inclusion, and more specifically also about AI. I call it that, arts integration. Let me also thank Ms. Francis for that wonderful welcome. As was previously said, my name is Andre Adman, and I'm currently the acting dean of the School of Music, Endermanley College, Kingston, Jamaica. What wasn't included in my bio is that I have 3 children, a wonderful wife, and through this pandemic experience, we have been having a wonderful time just sharing with our children and experiencing that within the home environment. For today's presentation, of course, it's going to be arts oriented, and of course, this is a workshop. So wherever you are, I want you to feel free to participate. When I start my workshops, I should say to you that it's important that we start with the arts first. And that is something that I will reiterate right throughout this presentation. I am greeting you now, but in my workshops, I do it a little differently. Hello, how are you? Hello, how do you do? Are you happy? Happy. Let's make today a happy day. Sing happy day. Let's make today a happy day. Say happy day. Let's make today a happy day. We'll start with a smile, yeah, yeah. Start with a smile, yeah, yeah. Start with a smile, yeah, yeah. Start with a smile. I hope you got that. We're going to do it one more time, wherever you are. I hope you also gather the kids, because this is a presentation that will also engage them. So I say hello, and you say hello. I say, how are you? You say, I am fine. I say, hello, how do you do? And you say, I am doing all right. Say, are you happy? Happy. Let's make today a happy day. Say happy day. Let's make today a happy day. Say happy day. Let's make today a happy day. We'll start with a smile, yeah, yeah. Start with a smile, yeah, yeah. Start with a smile, yeah, yeah. Start with a smile. All right. I hope you enjoyed that. Today we will have a wonderful presentation. And of course, as was mentioned before, the aim of this presentation really is to focus on inclusive play. And of course, doing that by virtue of the arts. Okay, so let us kick this presentation off. So very briefly, I think it's important that we get the key terms out of the way. I think that's very important in terms of setting a foundation. Generally speaking, when we speak about inclusion, it is really the action or state of being included within a group or a structure. So as you hear the term, that is something I want you to bear in mind. I would like you to imagine a circle. And the concept of inclusion can be easily demonstrated with a circle. Within the context of education, what it means is that everyone should be in that circle. That simply means if there's an activity, or there's a game, or there are teaching strategies that are going to be used, there's a lesson that's going to be planned, it is planned bearing all of the students in mind. What does this really mean? It means regardless of their race, their color, regardless of their cognitive abilities, regardless of the different barriers that they may face in learning, regardless of the kinds of modalities that they are most comfortable with, or the kinds of intelligences that is most intuitive to them. So some students are movers, shakers, others have high musical intelligence, others will have high verbal intelligence, others may have barriers that may prevent them from enjoying a lesson or participating in a lesson. When we speak of the concept of inclusion, it is really to address that issue in education. It's an approach, of course, that recognizes the diversity of every student, where the student is coming from and how that might affect how the person learns. So when we think about inclusion, the final point I'd like to make on that is the fact that it is very engaging and that it seeks to engage all students within the context of the space. And I know that there might be parents who will be listening too. Parents also have to ensure that their own atmosphere at home is an inclusive one, where all the children are treated equally. And this is something that we will explore in a more deeper and meaningful way as I go on with the presentation. within our local context, this idea of inclusion is, I want to say, aptly captured in the theme, the mantra of the Ministry of Education. Every child can learn, every child must learn. In other words, this, from the ministry's perspective, and this is of course the kind of philosophy that teachers are going from as well, that all students, regardless of how diverse they may be within the classroom space, the accommodations have to be made for those students to ensure that there is equity in education, because that is really what we are aiming for. And it was said several years ago that one of the fundamental rights for each child is that they have access to education. And that of course comes out of UNESCO rather, that it is a fundamental right that all children should have access to education. When we speak on this topic of inclusion, this is really what it's about. All students, whether rural or urban, should be included and facilitated in the learning process. So the arts, that is where I am. At Edna Manley College, of course, I have been there for several years. And within that context, we have the opportunity to work with music, to sing those wonderful songs, to dance, to move, to create great pieces of artwork, to dramatize. And I want to say that one of the new focus, of course, is the media arts. And I'm saying this because we are now in a digital age. We're well in a digital age, rather. And as such, we would have the, I'm going to say, the traditional manifestations of the arts. But what we also have to embrace as we talk about arts integration is the fact that media arts now plays a great role. At this point in time, of course, there is YouTube, there is Twitter, and there are so many other platforms that we are expected to engage on. The classes are now happening on Google Classroom. So the media arts play a role. The teachers, they've had to pivot, they've had to make changes to ensure that within this particular paradigm, they are including who we are now calling the digital natives. This is the reason why the media arts is actually very important at this point in time. We are catering to digital natives. So if you want to find the students, they're on social media. If you want to find them, they're in the digital domain. As such, what it really means is that we have to create educational experiences that are grounded in the art forms and also within the context of the media arts. Let me jump on. So there are three ways that we can look at the arts. It's presented in three ways. The arts as curriculum. I know this is important for teachers who are also listening to today. When we look at the arts as curriculum, we're really talking about the planned learning experiences for the children. And parents also need to be, of course, very aware of what it means as well for them in terms of the arts as a curriculum. Being at Edna Manley College, we have the arts as a curriculum. This is what we do fundamentally. We talk about the playing of the instruments. We talk about moving to music, of course, in dance. Whichever comes first, the movement or the music, it really doesn't matter. But within that context, we take a discipline-specific approach, and we are learning arts for art's sake. To the other side of the screen, it's arts, the arts enriched curriculum, or enhanced rather curriculum. Within this context, of course, teachers are more interested in solving the other aspects of education and meeting those objectives, and the arts is just used as something to get them there. There is no focus on the discipline itself. I was very thrilled to learn of the arts integrated curriculum. And I believe this is really where the government is pointing to at this point in time, because I believe they have recognized the value that the arts has towards the learning process. Within the context of the integrated curriculum, the arts now becomes a vehicle for learning. And in Jamaica, we love to talk about the driver, yes? So the arts is now the driver, which means front and center of the learning experience. there has to be an art form. Before the talking starts, before the lecture starts, there has to be an artistic demonstration. And it is through that artistic demonstration that we help students to make the connection with everything else that is around them. So as we talk about arts integration or AI, for the teachers and the parents who are listening, I will reiterate, it's an approach to teaching which students construct and demonstrate understanding through an art form. And I will tell you some of the benefits of that. When we have students start with the art form, they start with an experience. The experience allows them to have the process rather than the end result, the product. So we're more concerned about having the students experience a concept rather than writing about it. Experience it, and by that I mean doing it. So it is more grounded in experiential learning. Through this experiential learning, students, of course, gain a more holistic educational experience. Also, what is useful, and I will show you this in the presentation, is an opportunity for them to also have interdisciplinary connections. So they're able now to reflect on what they have done and see how it is connected with other areas. We can't forget how social the arts are and what it actually facilitates. The opportunity for students to interact with their friends and their families and to meet new people and to make common bonds and to work as a team. So in other words, if we are to really put the arts at the forefront, in plain Jamaican terms, it stops the crab in a barrel mentality. I had to throw that in to make it contextually relevant. So what we struggle with in Jamaica, what we call a crab in a barrel mentality. If we put the arts at the front, students from very early will have the opportunity to learn to work together, to know the difference between my turn and your turn, appreciating those boundaries. And there are several others, of course, that you can view here on the screen. So, as I mentioned, it is really about creating experiences where the arts is at the forefront. But let's put it into context. In this case of AI, arts integration, both disciplines are important, equally important. So I have the arts that I'm going to teach you, and I have objectives that are supposed to be met in the arts, and I'll give you literal examples. And on the other side, you're also working on other areas in academia that you want other objectives to be met as well. But the arts becomes the basis for the interaction. All right, so I'm going to jump on and I want to share this song with you. I believe some of the persons who are on might have heard it before, but one of the ways in which I have thought about it is that we have music on one hand and we have a language on the other. But if you think about it really quickly, music is a language. And if we think about language arts, or the aspect of education that deals with literacy, both of them are really forms of communication. And when you examine them both, they both have patterns, and they both have phrases, and they both have form. And these are connecting elements across two different disciplines. And the information has to be organized, the sounds have to be organized in particular ways to make sense. So syntax also is involved. So let me teach you a new song, and I hope you'll participate wherever you are. I wrote a song called We Are Made So Wonderfully. I'm going to share some of that with you today. Now, we spoke about music and language, and here's a simple way that I would suggest that teachers use or parents use as they engage their children. The words are simple. It just says, I've got a head, I've got a nose, I got 10 fingers, and I got 10 toes. Now, I know you can't see my toes, but they're there. I'm going to go again. 1, 2, 3. I've got a head, I've got a nose, I got 10 fingers and I got 10 toes. I've got a mouth that I used to speak. I have a tongue to taste. I walk on 2 feet. And I'm going places and seeing faces. And with my 2 arms, I'll give embraces. And all the sounds around, I hear loud and clear. And if you call my name, you know I'll be there. Now, let's make the connection. Obviously, there is music in what I just did, and there's also language. But as I engage and we think about the AI and putting them side by side, there are some musical objectives that we want to meet, because like any other subject, music has its place. And language on the other side, and some teachers will even use it in terms of integrated studies. But we can think about it in terms of, here we have these 2 parallel areas, music on one side, language on the other. As I go through the words, the student is learning a certain vocabulary. There are certain keywords that they're being engaged with. Head, nose, fingers, toes, and the list goes on. They also have an opportunity to identify different parts of the body. They have an opportunity to use language to talk about themselves and different parts of their bodies. Some teachers may even take it a step further, and they may have them write about the different parts of their bodies. These goals are being met as I go through these words. But equally, I know as a music educator and as an arts specialist, for the arts here, in the arts integration, the students are also using parts of their bodies as sound makers. So when I do, I've got a, let's go again, 1, 2, 3, I've got a head, I've got a nose, I have 10 fingers, and I got 10 toes. I've got a mouth that I used to speak. I have a tongue to taste. I walk on 2 feet. Now, I know that within the context of that experience, I'm saying the words, but I'm also meeting a musical objective of the student appreciating beat and using their the parts of their bodies to mark the beat. Wonderful. All right. I could take this one step further. Now, let's say within the context of music as well, I want to help the student to understand that there is not just beats in music that they should feel and respond to, but how about if these were strong beats? So now we're talking about inclusion, because this is the aim of what this is supposed to afford. This particular approach affords the opportunity for different kinds of students who learn in different kinds of ways to get the information that they need in the way that it is most appealing and beneficial to them. That is really what arts in integration is all about. So I could use my body parts to show emphasis. 1, 2, 3, I've got a head. 2, 3, I've got a nose. 2, 3, I got 10 fingers and I got 10 toes. My hands showing the strong beats. And now with my feet, 1, 2, 3, I've got a head. 2, 3, I've got a nose. 2, 3, I got 10 fingers and I got 10 toes. And all of your kinesthetic learners are involved in the class. And then, of course, I would use the opportunity to teach the song. I won't teach you all of it, but what I will do is just do just a small part of it so you get a sense of what the tune is like, because I did the same activity with my kids at home. And as I mentioned the media arts as well, after we were through with this activity, we, of course, recorded it. And they had an opportunity to be the digital native, to help me to set the cameras, to take the different kinds of shots. and then we could always agree on which ones could be used. Excellent. All right, so I've got a head, I've got a nose, I've got 10 fingers, and I got 10 toes. I've got a mouth that I used to speak. I have a tongue to taste. I walk on 2 feet, and I'm going places and seeing faces. And with my 2 arms, I'll give embraces. And all the sounds around, I hear loud and clear. So if you call my name, you know I'll be there. Oh, there are so many people all around, and there's so much beauty to be found. Yes, there's so many children who are just like me, and we are made, everybody say, wonderfully. So touch your head, then you touch your nose, wiggle your fingers, and then you touch your toes. All right, I tell you what we do. I know you're enjoying that. I'm going to show you what I did with my kids at home. In teaching the concepts of beat and strong beat, which are really musical objectives, that is done within the context of this song. On the opposite side of the screen, you will see those that pertain to language, or it depends on if you want to be included in terms of integration. And by using the art form as the basis for engaging the students, it becomes a more inclusive experience. So if you see the children playing, that is something we want to encourage, because this is really what happens at this level. They learn through play, and arts is a wonderful opportunity to emphasize that fact. Let me share this with you really quickly. Yes. Woo! Yes. All right. Nice. I really hope that you enjoyed that. Of course, I have had a tremendous time doing that. They didn't, oh, you didn't hear the audio. Thank you so much for the feedback. All right. So as you can see by that specific example, we have, of course, arts integration happening. We're meeting an artistic objective. Yes, within this context, it's music, it's movement. both of course working together simultaneously. And we're also on the other side looking at language and the development of the vocabulary and using words to express themselves and writing about that kind of thing. And you know, this is really what you want. From that video, as you can tell, my children had a whale of a time, of course, doing this. And of course, as I mentioned, there are the traditional manifestations of the arts or the ways in which the arts are done. But in this digital age, it's critically important that we also include the media arts in it. I think more than ever, as we would have thought about our experiences within COVID, it has emphasized the fact that it has emphasized the fact that we have to be in the digital domain, because that is really where the students are most interactive, yes? And this is, of course, the domain that they dwell in. All right, so very quickly, all right, I see the chat. All right, no problem. I will share this information with you a little later on. You can actually watch the video on YouTube afterwards, okay, on my music education channel. For those of you who missed that, I'm really sorry you didn't hear the sound for that. But in terms of the creative processes, I just want to run through this really quickly. When we think about arts integration, we're looking at creating, coming up with an idea, brainstorming, ideating. This is a part of what the creative process entails. So what we're really saying is, when we think about concepts that we want children to learn, we want to take them through this particular process, because it's a way of ensuring that different kinds of modalities are catered to. When we think about creating, that's one aspect. There's also the aspect of performing and presenting, kind of what they just did a moment ago. They had an opportunity to rehearse it, to work through the idea, to interpret, to see what kind of moves would work, and that kind of thing. Of course, they had an opportunity as well to produce it. Of course, this is done with guidance at this level, but it always has to be infused as a part of the process. All right, wonderful, wonderful. And of course, we'll talk about the context afterwards and why that is so important. So as we think about arts integration, central to this, of course, we have to have a student-centered learning design. It has to really come from the students. We have to think about the kinds of learners that we have and how they respond, and the fact that they love to play. And to the left of the screen, you will see my track star, because he loves to run. That's my son. And while I was at home with him, and you know, as a parent, I had to engage him, his sister, who are of course within that particular age group. I had to find creative ways in terms of how it is I was going to engage them. Of course, being an artist, I would use the arts first as a point of engagement. I'm thinking also about the fact that this particular child or these children are of a particular disposition. And as such, whatever it is I'm going to create, it would have to be catering to the specific needs of the children that are in front of me. If you look to the right of the screen, you will see how active they are, generally speaking. And I know for any parent that is here online, you know exactly what this looks like. And the energy that these children have within the context of the home. I want to imagine also the teachers who within the context of their own classroom, where the children are bursting with creativity and bursting with energy. With that being the case, I had to think about my own creative process and how it is that, of course, they could be engaged. And I'm now expanding the activity that I did before. Now, while it is that as a songwriter, I did my own creative process of thinking through what words I would want the children to learn as they explore the concept of the body. I did the same thing with the children. I afforded them the opportunity to also go through that creative process of brainstorming. So having taught them the words in the song, they had an opportunity to write those words down, as you will see on the left of your screen. So they wrote down the words that they remembered from the song, which are all parts of the body. That's one thing. And then thereafter, they would also write the words of parts of the body as the parts of the body as well that did not come into the song. So they would have to think, and they have to think critically about what they heard and what they didn't hear, and then represent that on paper. And this, of course, now becomes the germ from which we are going to build our song on. It's the motive, it's the idea. So we have the different words here, and they now have an opportunity to use these words within the context of a composition. So you could take the same lyric sheet and remove all of the body parts that I placed in there. And through this process of composition, they are now able to place in their own words. But I could take it further, because I know the language teachers, of course, are thinking about how this is actually beneficial to the students. Of course, as they are substituting the words, yes, it's given the opportunity to use different words within a different within the same context. Excuse me, within the same context. One of the things which I did as an extension to this activity is that I made it into play. I'm going to play this video for you, and I tried to make it as, I'm going to say, culturally relevant as is possible. So by that, I mean that I'm pulling on the drum patterns that are intrinsic to our Jamaican experience. I'll play the video. They laid out this in a circle. The words are there. I'm playing a pattern for them. As I play the pattern and I call the words, they're skipping around. They find the word that is called. They have an opportunity to take turns doing this. And I spoke about that before. The importance of your turn. I watch, I wait, I listen, I observe, I learn these social skills. And then after your turn, I take my turn. So there are a multiplicity of things that are happening here. The language is being taught, the vocabulary is being built. Also, they have an opportunity to do it through an artistic experience. I'm going to play this for you. Maybe we can just get a bit of it, and then I will jump on with the presentation. All right, so I'm hearing that there's no sound. Nose. And she's going around, got to find nose. But actually, the word that she found was not the word I'm looking for. Nose. And she found the word. And of course, it's an opportunity for them within the context of this game, this play, that everyone is included. They have an opportunity to take turns, yes, and to respond to the music. And while responding to the music and the rhythms within this activity, they're also learning the vocabulary that is necessary for language. Yes, and of course, as you can see, this is high participation. And if you look carefully, you can see how they're enjoying it. I don't have to tell anybody to sit down. I am catering to the kinesthetic runner who is having his chance around the game right now. And while he's being catered to within the modality that he is most expressive, he's also learning the language that is so critical for his development. I'm jumping on. I'm happy that I took up my Dutch spot today. And I want to, wherever you are, because this is a great part of what I believe creativity is about. If it's not one thing we have learned within the context of this pandemic, is the fact that we have to be creative. And that when we look within our own context and within our own situation, we're going to have to use to go forward, take your hand, make fashion pedagogy. That's what I like to call it. Take your hand, make fashion pedagogy. It's a kind of creativity that has to be contextualized. So as we talk about creativity, we don't want to talk about it outside of our context. We have to pull on what we know in our culture and our own context and help the students to make meaning from that. So as I talk about artistic experiences, I'm also emphasizing the fact that these should be experiences that are grounded within the Caribbean and within Jamaica in particular. So it's indigenous ways of knowing. It's very intuitive, which means that as you look around, what you always see are possibilities. And right on the spur of the moment, you are able to make up something to make it work. And we saw a lot of that being exercised in the pandemic. We saw this teacher who was so inspiring when she made someplace on the notice board, her chalkboard for the students to have the lessons in. That is taking a hand, make fashion. And there are so many examples that we have within our local context where people exercise creativity. So as you're at home now, I don't know if the children are there, I don't know where you are, but I wanted to find something, because even as we're at this point in the presentation, I want us to use the opportunity to use what we can get our hands on, yes, within the home, and we're going to make some music just for a little bit. We can think of this as a slight intermission. Yes, so I'm going to play a simple pattern for you on my dashpot, my nice, wonderful dashpot, and you're going to imitate that pattern. So here we go. I'll count you off. 1, 2, 3, 4. I hear somebody say, I don't have a dashpot, so I don't know how to participate in this activity. When we talk about creativity, it really doesn't matter. In the same way as I could use my dashpot, you could also use your cup, whatever you can get your hand on. So let me use the same pattern. We're going to go one more time. And I want you to listen carefully to the sound that I'm going to make. We turn over the cup. Very good. Let's try another one. With the fingers this time. I'm still matching it to the body. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. And let's use the palm of our hands this time. I hope you know how to find that. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. And wonderful. There yo, Miss There yo. There yo, Miss There yo. Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Come here, you walk come in, come here, I go. Come here, you walk in, come here, I go. There yo, Mr. There yo. There yo, Mr. There yo. Wonderful. Give yourselves a clap. Excellent job. When we talk about arts integration, it is grounded in creativity. As we think about how it is that we are going to be creative, it's important that we contextualize the information and that we situate the experience within our own locale. So think about where you are, think about what you have. Yes, you know, one of the things that I always do is that I always say to myself, You can't use what you don't have. So if there is a situation, my own mantra is I'm going to have to use what I have and make it work. And that is really what creativity is all about. Take your and make fashion. So we talk about AI and artificial excuse me, arts integration. We want to ensure that we do it within the context that we are in. All right, so I know you heard about my children's book. I want to share a bit of that with you because I know the time is also going. I need to really move things ahead. So I wrote this storybook, which is called Ooster's Night Song. The last time I did it, I had the opportunity to do it live. We won't do all that this evening, but we're in the pandemic, and I think it's important to speak to parents about creating those experiences at home with your children. And it's Child Month. So it's also a wonderful opportunity for you to spend some time with them, to read, to have them go through language and get the rhythm of words, yes, to find out what they're interested in, and so on. And of course, in giving them these kinds of experiences, you allow them to, of course, express themselves as one part of it, and we look for that within the context of music, but they also are meeting the other academic goals. So I have my wonderful book here, and I did some reading with my kids, and I will do just 1 or 2 lines for you. I hope you're seeing it. It is absolutely fantastic, if I may say so myself. Yes, and I'll read a bit for you, and then I will tell you how we use this to help the students to explore other concepts. So it starts like so. It's another beautiful morning in Brownstown, and Ooster gets up before anyone else is around. At the crack of dawn, when the clock says 6, Ooster jumps to his stage and does a silly trick. He shuffles his feathers and gives a little kick. Get up, people of Brownstown. It's a brand new day. At night, when the day is all done, after the pato flies to the top of the trumpet tree to sing her night song. Her song was not like Ooster's. It was soft, soothing, and sweet. And when she sung her lullaby, the entire town would fall fast asleep. And then there would come another day, and Ooster would do what he did best in the same old way. He would sing, Mr. Me name Ooster, 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 me name Ooster, 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 Ooster. The townspeople sang his praise. They spoke of his wonderful voice and his pleasant ways. Oh, there is none like Ooster, said the mayor. His voice is big and strong. He wakes the people of Brownstown with his morning song. I'm going to pause there. This wonderful book, Ooster's Night Song, is an opportunity to engage the students and your children, of course, with this art form of storytelling. So now we spoke about music and we talk about movement and so on, but we can also use storytelling, which of course now is a part of the drama. And within this context, again, you have students read, you have them act, you have them play out scenes within the context of the story. And in doing so, you are able to pull out other concepts like character. Who are the characters in the story? The who of the story. Where is the story taking place? What is the setting? What is the community? And what are they doing in the story? What are we going to talk about? What are the special jobs, okay, that the people do in this community? So Ooster wake the town up and have to put the town to sleep. So everybody has a role. I know within the context of integrated study and the community, if you were to look at that for a theme, for example, we could rewrite this story and have the students now, or the children rather, look at different community helpers and the different jobs that exist within a community and the value that these jobs present for all the people who are there. This is a wonderful story. It is now available on Kindle. I have to throw that in. It is a fully made Jamaican product. So I do ask for your support. Time is upon us and I have to take some questions. This is, of course, another thing that we did where we spoke about different parts in the story and we would have the children express the different moods that they felt throughout the story or the moods that they saw the characters with. Again, the media arts plays an integral role here. We had lots of fun doing this, as you can see. I have to jump on. Okay, so as I bring this to a close so we can take a few questions, this really struck me as I prepared for this presentation. As we consider what is most important to teach today, we recognize that we don't know the world that our children will encounter tomorrow. Now, when I saw this quote, I was struck by it because it is so applicable in a time as now. It's important that as we create experiences for our children, that we give them experiences that are going to foster creative thinking, problem solving, critical thinking, so to speak. And the way to do that is through arts integration. Put the arts at the front of the table. Let them have the experience and match it as well with all the other academic goals that the students will have to meet. It's a win-win situation for everybody who is involved. It has been a tremendous pleasure for me to share with you this afternoon. I hope that the presentation was beneficial. I hope you enjoyed it. I, of course, had a wonderful time. I'm going to open the floor so we can take some questions. But please do take a look at my handles. I'm on YouTube, I'm on Facebook, I'm on Twitter, or you can send me an email if you want to order this book and support what I'm doing. It's a fully Jamaican product. Of course, you just make the link on the website, and of course, we will get you signed up and so on. But it has been a tremendous pleasure. Thank you so much. I hear that there are wonderful things being said on YouTube. Thank you for all the persons who have participated. And I want to say, if you really enjoyed the presentation, just put a smiley face in the chat. Ms. Francis, I believe time is upon us. Thank you so much. It has been a tremendous pleasure.
Mr. Adman, and before you go, yes, time is upon us, but before you go, let me say thank you for this exciting presentation. I had fun, and I did promise them a very exciting and engaging presentation, and you delivered on that. Before you go, I have a question here. How can practitioners include more creative music in their daily activities?
Okay. All right. So, like all the art forms, and that's a very good question, by the way. Like all the art forms, there are some fundamental creative processes, and it goes right across the disciplines. You have to create, which means you're coming up with ideas. It's a compositional process. There is a performing aspect of it. So it's performative as well, opportunities to perform. And there are also opportunities for responding via listening and appraising. And of course, the media art, which I've mentioned, where you produce. For the classroom teacher, what you have to consider, as I mentioned, you need to, in a sense, look carefully at the students that you're dealing with, because it is really a student-centered approach. And you should ask yourself questions: how best could I use music to engage these students? Do I see them singing? Do I see them moving around to the rhythm? And I think those are essentially cues that will give you an opportunity to create experiences that are centered around the interests and the motivation of the students. Obviously, there are lots of things that they can learn and that we would like them to learn. But I think in terms of an entry point and a point that we are going to use to initially engage them is that you take the time out to understand the learner that you are dealing with. So, of course, there is singing, which is performative. Of course, there is dub poetry that you can use. That's also performative, but it includes improvisation, which is a kind of composing and arranging happening on the spot. And the children can do it. If given the right parameters, that can be done. Additionally, it doesn't have to be anything that contains words into it. You can also, as I said, include instruments, where it now becomes an activity where the students are engaged in listening to sound and differentiating between different kinds of sounds. And I think as you do that, that of course would be a first step. I think outside of this presentation, feel free to reach out to me. I'll be sure to give you a step-by-step breakdown as to how it is that you can do it. But I hope that those simple cues, that information gives you a first step in terms of how you might engage your students in your context.
Indeed, and I must say thank you for that. And the emojis are coming in. I'm seeing a whole lot of smiley face. So,
wonderful.
They indeed enjoyed it. Another question, you're being asked, couldn't we also allow students to create their own songs and stories to be used?
Yes, that is absolutely right. That's absolutely right. One of the things I want to say right there is that, of course, we give the students the opportunity to create and to make up, but it's also important that you create the right parameters for that to happen. Yes, and being somebody who also does writing as well, compositional activities, you have to set them up. So, for example, when I did that simple folk song, there yo, miss there yo, be like, come on. You can give students an opportunity to improvise and make up on a specific part of that song. But just for the activity to work in a particular way for everybody who is involved, you would highlight where the call happens and where the response happens. And when it's time for the call, you give students the opportunity to work through that and to make up their own words and to put in, or we could always change the words, of course, depending on the theme that you are dealing with and things like that. Again, I think this is something I do routinely. I notice my children do this as well. And it's, I guess, a part of the environment that they're in. I hear them singing from time to time, just taking words, putting together, mumbling, jumbling, making up tunes, etc. We want to encourage that. We want to encourage that creativity. We want to also give them an opportunity, not just to come up with the initial idea that they have, but also to give them the kinds of tools that will help them to build out those ideas and to refine them for presentation.
Yes, indeed. And thank you so much for that, because we know that it was mentioned even earlier, we allow them to fail because it's through failing that they develop their own unique ways. All right. And I want to thank you so much. Excellent presentation. And just a note, even in the video you played first with the children, we couldn't hear the sound, but their body language, the actions, we didn't miss out much. It was afterwards we realized that, oh, there should be music, but the message still came across. So it's very important and very key as we introduce music in our daily activities with our children. We're engaging them in different ways. We're including all children, and then we incorporate our environment, the home, the school, the community within this presentation. So excellent. Awesome, incredible presentation. And I am sure our practitioners and our parents, all our participants, will be using these tips back with their children in the home and in the classroom. So thank you, Mr. Hartman, for being with us today. Thank you so much for sharing. And participants, please make use of the information on your screen if you should need more information and more resources from Mr. Hartman. All right, at this time, I just want to thank everyone for being here. And I also want to remind you to complete the workshop evaluation form. We need your feedback. We need your reviews. So please to complete that form and let us know how it is that you're doing and how we can serve you better. I also want to take this opportunity to invite you back tomorrow morning on track 4, the stream track, where we'll be discussing using loose parts from our environment in our daily interactions. So we start tomorrow morning at 9:15. And at this time, I want to thank you so much for being with us for our 4 days so far of PDI. We conclude with our closing ceremony tomorrow morning. We also have very interesting workshops that will be continuing. So please do join us tomorrow. And I will say for now, have a good evening. Thank you again, Mr. Hartman.
A pleasure.